Welcome to the NASCAR Cup Series. Our second round of 2026 brings us to Atlanta and the Echo Park Speedway. It's a fantastic intermediate circuit that actually races like a super speedway. We're always in for exciting races. Let's hear then from Daniel Suarez, Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, and the Truck Series winner, which was Kyle Busch, who just can't stop winning at this circuit. And then we'll get ready as we go green.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Echo Park Speedway. Big thank you for being here. We're going to go ahead and kick off our morning availabilities with Daniel Suarez. Daniel, thanks for joining us. Obviously, last week was your first week with Spire Motorsports. You also are a former winner here at Echo Park Speedway. So as we come into this second race of the NASCAR season, just tell us a little bit about your experiences last week in Daytona and what you're looking forward to today.
Yeah, first of all, good morning, everyone. Honestly, I couldn't be happier. Everyone at Spire Motorsports has been nothing but great to me. Not just this year, but really since last year, because all the work started since the first week of November. So we had a little bit of a busy off season, but I'm very happy that all the work and the work that really the team has been doing even before my time is showing. We have had very fast cars really since the first time I jumped in one of these things in the test in North Westboro, and then the same thing in the Clash in Daytona. It was the case again. So I'm super excited. Honestly, I couldn't be happier. I have a great group of guys, not just working very hard at the shop, but also traveling to the race weekends, and it's always fun to have a group of guys like this to go to battle every single weekend.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question for Daniel, raise your hand. I'll work to get a mic to you. We're going to start up front here with Mike Hembry.
Mike Hembry, NASCAR.com. Daniel, this track has been really good to you, with the exception of last year's crashes. But is there anything in particular you like about this track? It just fits your style, or what?
When they change the configuration of the racetrack, I would say that 80% of the drivers were very negative about it. And I would say that I was part of the 20%, just because I like new things. I like new challenge, and every time I see something new, for me, it's a sign of an opportunity. So that's just the way that I approach it, and it just worked out for us. Obviously, this is, for me personally, I don't see this as a mile and a half, and I don't see this as a super speedway. It's like a hybrid, and just the fact that it's completely different, I enjoy that a lot. And obviously, this place has treated me well. Last year we just didn't do as good as a job as we have in the past for a few different reasons. But we know what those reasons are, and I'm making sure that we don't make the same mistakes again. Thank you.
All right, if I can get a microphone to Holly and then Bob right here in the middle.
Hi, Daniel. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. What is it about this track that you have had the success that you have? I mean, because it's been long going that you've done well here, and just kind of, do you just find yourself suited to that style of racing? Is it whatever it is in the universe here in Atlanta? What do you say?
That's a good question, Holly. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, really, since before the configuration, I used to do pretty well here. I think, honestly, half of the battle is mental. When you come into this place and you're already like, oh man, there is a high chance I'm gonna crash. I feel like there is a good percentage that you're gonna crash. So I think, I just try to enjoy it, have fun, and I've been fortunate enough that I have had good race cars here as well, because it's not just myself. It's an entire army behind me, and I've been fortunate enough to have good race cars here in the past, and we've been able to take advantage of that. But like I say, we also made mistakes last year. We got a little bit too greedy, myself and our decisions last year, and it just didn't pay off. So it's a balance, right? I believe that I'm good here, and last year I didn't do anything. I don't have anything to show for. So So it's a combination that you have to have between driver and the car, and I believe that that we're gonna have another shot at it tomorrow, because based on everything I have seen from Aspire Motorsports, they were also very, very sporty here. So it's been a lot of fun, to do our homework preparing into this weekend.
All right, Bob, go ahead.
Bob Pockris, Fox Sports. In a couple weeks at Phoenix, both IndyCar and NASCAR will be there. Do you view that as any sort of opportunity to kind of help increase the NASCAR fan base among Hispanics who might be more in tune to IndyCar?
Yeah, Bob, I think that's a great question. I think it's an amazing opportunity, and I'm super excited to continue to explore these double duties, or whatever you want to call it, with IndyCar, because IndyCar, I think, is an amazing series. I really love watching those guys. I have a couple good friends racing that series, and it's fun. And I believe that actually the fan base that they have is quite different than NASCAR. I'm not saying that it's better or worse. It's just different. So doing these double duties, I think, is fun, because you bring these two different fan base together to watch NASCAR and IndyCar. I enjoyed when we did it back in Indianapolis. I thought it was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to do it again. And hopefully it can be, it can be the beginning of bringing new opportunities, because I don't see why not doing it more often. IndyCar, like I say, is a great series. They continue to grow. They continue to get better. Obviously NASCAR, the same way. We are, the biggest motorsports in the country, and I don't know who doesn't want to be racing with NASCAR. I mean, it's a no-brainer. So I think it's amazing that we get to do it with a series as IndyCar. Yeah, but it's okay. We are heavier, and we are more horsepower. It's just different. It's a different kind of racing. We are just more physical kind of racing. I mean, you know that. But yeah, I mean, IndyCars, they are super fast. They're super fast, especially in ovals. But yeah, they're gonna make us look like we're running bicycles. But it's just completely different things. I mean, our race cars weigh maybe, their race cars weigh maybe 25%, 30% of what ours weight. So it's just a completely different game.
All right, we'll continue with questions. I know I have a question here in the back.
Hey, Daniel, Richard Allen, motorsportsreport.net. You've had to make several transitions through your career, going from one team to another. What have you learned over the course of your career that made the transition from Trackhouse to Spire easier than maybe it had been before?
The biggest thing that I have learned, I've been fortunate or unfortunate enough to make this transition a few times, as you mentioned. But the biggest thing I have learned is that it's everything about the people. It's everything about the people. It doesn't really matter what kind of banner or what name they have. If you don't have the right people in place, it's gonna be tough. And that's the one thing that honestly I truly love about Aspire Motorsports, is that they have an amazing people from top to bottom, and I really enjoy that. I really love to see their values, what is important for them. There is a reason why they have the word respect on pretty much everything that they do, and that's the biggest value that they have, and that goes, like I said, from top to bottom. So, in the last couple of years, and I have mentioned this several times, I have seen Aspire as the fastest growing organization out there. And when you're outside looking in, you always wonder, what are they doing? Now that I've been part of this organization for a couple of months, I understand what are they doing. It's everything about the details and about people. And I'm just very, very proud and fortunate to be part of this journey with them.
All right, do we have any additional questions? Okay, we'll go to Deb and then to Kelly. All right, up front here, thank you.
Deb Williams, Auto Week. Daniel, you were at JGR when Chris Gabehart was there. What do you see him bringing to Spire?
Yeah, actually, Chris and I, we fought for the championship back in 2016. He was crew chiefing Eric Jones, and I was with Scott Graves. and he's extremely smart and extremely competitive. At the time, crew chief. I have nothing but respect for him. Obviously, you know, I never really got to work with him. Only one race actually in 2017, and nothing for respect for him. He was extremely fast in 2016. He was the biggest threat for us to win the championship with Eric Jones. So nothing for respect for everything that he has done in his career.
Thank you.
All right, Kelly.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. Daniel, a few of your fellow competitors have begun to be more outspoken about how tired they are of getting beat by SVG on road courses, and they're starting to put in even more work, if that's possible, to as we look ahead to Coda next weekend and the upcoming road courses. Where do you stand on that? Are you trying to do anything different? I mean, how much focus is of like, you know, somebody's got to take this guy down?
Yeah. Listen, SVG is very good. SVG is very good. He's been doing road course racing for a long time. He's very experienced as well. So it's a perfect combination, right? Like, he's been doing this for a long time. He has probably most experience in the entire field combined in road course racing. But guess what? He's human. So as far as I know, every human here is beatable. So we're working very, very hard to get there. I know SVG actually fairly well, and I know he has a lot of strengths, but he also has weaknesses. And I know that that there is ways to get there, but you have to be very good as well. And I know I can get there. I have been there actually in the past, so it's gonna be fun. It's a good challenge, you know. I love challenges, and I think that he's not gonna be easy, because he has set the bar pretty high. But like I said, he's human, and I believe that not just myself, but there is many organizations out there, many drivers that are working very hard to catch up on him. And listen, he's been doing a good job, not just as a driver, but also he has brought a lot of new ideas from Australia about how to set up the car, because it's not just about, you know, him jumping to any race car and winning. It's not just like that. It's him making the car do things that he's used to in Australia. So he has done an amazing job. Credit to him. But that just it's an opportunity for us to continue to learn from that and continue to get better.
All right, Chris, you're in the middle.
Chris Knight, CatchRuns.com. Hi, Daniel. Did you learn anything last weekend with the new Chevy body about racing on the speedways that was different from last year, and maybe can help you at Talladega?
Yeah, Chris, great question. You know, a few weeks ago, I was talking to Michael McDowell, and he told me, he said, Daniel, because in super speedway racing, honestly, I felt like I was always on the verge of crashing, you know, when I was with Trackhouse, and I didn't know why was that, but I was always very, very edgy. And having conversation with Michael, he said, man, our cars are extremely good. You're gonna be surprised. So going to Aspire Motorsports over there for the first time in a super speedway, I mean, I had probably one of the best cars I ever had, especially in the draft, getting pushed. So for me, it's a little bit tricky to understand. It is the setup package that Aspire has had for a while, because Michael kind of like called it before it happened, or the body, or the combination of both. But regardless of what it is, because I don't really care, the fact is that my cars drove amazing, and I'm super excited for that. And I know that part of that is going to translate to here in Atlanta as well, and obviously to Talladega. So super excited for that.
And speaking of Atlanta, are you still okay with just coming to Atlanta on race weekends and qualifying and not having a practice session?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, because I think that even if we were practicing, I don't think that we're gonna really do pack racing anyway. We're gonna try to find some raw speed. So I'm okay with that. I think that it's a little bit tricky that teams have to travel on Friday for tech, when we have to only pretty much go qualify and race. But that's the schedule. Some people don't love it, but it's part of it, I guess.
All right, any final questions? We're gonna wrap, I think, with Chris. All right, Daniel, thank you so much. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
The champ is here. Congrats, Tyler.
Deb Williams, if you can come up, please, too. Good morning. My name is Holly Kane, and I am the new president of the National Motorsports Press Association for 2026. And we are very excited to present to Tyler Reddick the Pocono Spirit Award, which recognizes achievement in the face of adversity, sportsmanship, and contributions to motorsports. And the NMPA membership, which I hope you all are a part of, and if you're not, talk to me or go online. We present 4 quarterly awards, and Tyler Reddick is our third quarter of 2025 award winner, and Deb Williams, who is the past president of the National Motorsports Press Association, is going to hand that to Tyler now after we do a dance. Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Tyler, last year during the third quarter, you went through some terrible circumstances that no parent should ever have to go through with Rookie when Rookie was in a life-threatening health situation. But you continued in the playoffs, you won the pole at the Roval, and you proceeded as any champion would. And so in honor of your perseverance and everything that you endured and went through with your family in the third quarter, on behalf of the NMPA and Pocono, I would like to present you with the third quarter NMPA Pocono Spirit Award.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I mean, for me, it's really cool to have this award. But for myself, I think I'm just going to hand this straight to my wife, because honestly, everything that she went through, you know, I was very fortunate that everyone at 2311 was in a spot to where they were comfortable with me being at the hospital during the week with her, with Rookie. But just how rock solid she remained throughout this whole process put me in a great place to be able to, you know, get in the race car with the right mindset and just race with a lot of passion and heart throughout the whole process. So, I mean, my wife, it just, you know, in the face of all that Rookie had going on, all the uncertainty, everything that happened to her, happened to Rookie, that emotionally she was going through as well, to just remain as clear-headed as she did, you know, locked in with the doctors, just the entire process, just she was unwavering throughout the whole thing. So I don't think I would have earned this award if it wasn't for my wife. So honestly, this one's for her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you guys get a photo? Do you want a photo? Did you get a photo? You good? You would? Okay. All right. Everybody good? Wanna do it real fast? Oh, okay. Do it real fast. That way you guys have it. You're good. No, yeah. Let's make sure we grab the photo really fast. That way you guys have that. All right. We are now joined by our 2026 Daytona 500 winner, Tyler Reddick. And Tyler, I don't think you've had the opportunity to sleep much this week. You have been on quite the media tour. You continued that yesterday here in Atlanta as well, after being in New York for 2 days. So just tell us a little bit about what this week was like. You did a ton of interviews. I felt like you were everywhere I looked, to be honest.
Yeah,
But congratulations on that, by the way. But just tell us a little bit about what that, you know, going from Sunday night and pulling into Victory Lane and having that Victory Lane experience, and then really what the you know, last 4 days have been for you.
Yeah, I mean, someone could probably walk up to me and said, we did an interview on Tuesday or yesterday, and be like, yeah, because I mean, there's been so many of them. But yeah, it's been really cool. To your point, not a lot of sleep, but that's okay. It's kind of used to that with, you know, an 8-month-old and the occasional middle of the night wake up from Bo. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. You know, I think getting to go to these places and do these things, that part is cool. But for me, what I've enjoyed the most is kind of having the opportunity to, you know, whether it was going on First Things First or just a number of the shows, getting to interact with, you know, the analysts or the anchors that didn't know a lot about racing, that were genuinely curious about racing, whether it was because they were intrigued by the finish and how exciting it looked and just chaotic it was, or the number of athletes that were drawn to understand and learn more because they saw Michael in victory lane, and he's the owner of the 45, and he won the 500. So I think that for me was probably the part I enjoyed the most, is getting to tell them about Michael, get to tell them about NASCAR and what our world is kind of like above all else. That was probably the part that I enjoyed a lot.
Well, we appreciate you telling others about our sport and the opportunity for you to be able to have all those interviews and just interactions with a variety of people this week. We will go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'm going to work to get to as many people as I can in the time that we have. I'll start with Peter and then go to Kelly.
Right over here, Tyler. Peter Strada with TSJ Sports. You mentioned last week how the Daytona 500 was always appointment viewing for you as a child, that you never missed it. Do you have a race or two from your childhood that sticks out in your memory?
Well, yes, unfortunately it wasn't a good one. Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the first ones I really sat down and watched start to finish was 2001. So I know there's a lot of great Daytona races that I watched, but I mean, when you talk about just impactful, that one, yeah, it was a rough day. But there was a lot of other races that I got to watch, but I mean, when you're in that sense, the one that was the most impactful was 2001 for sure.
All right, Kelly.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. Two things, Tyler. First off, is the ring safe? Because
not really.
I think you told, what was it, Dale Jr. last week? It's been through an adventure of flying off your hand.
It's flown off my hand a lot. I didn't wear it in here today because if it starts raining, it just falls off my hand. I figured that out after I left the media center on Sunday. I got to ride back closer to the garage, or I don't know. I think my bus driver Tyler Clark was helping Alexa with something, so. I don't know. I just remember getting back to the garage and opening the door on the rental car, and the ring was just took off. I went chasing it across the asphalt, so that wasn't good. And then of course it fell off when I went to shake Mark's hand on Kelly and Mark. So yeah, it's fallen off a few times, but it's got character and there's stories behind it, so it is what it is at this point.
Secondly, do you look at winning the Daytona 500, is that the start of the season, or is that its own separate thing, and you come here this weekend and it's okay, now it's the start of the season, we're back to work? How does that win, again, is the win the start of the season, or does the work now begin this weekend?
I feel like in previous, I mean, it's a little bit of both. Maybe it just depends if I wreck or if I run good. I just tell myself, that. But, in previous year, or going back a couple years, we would go to Daytona, and then I think, if I'm remembering it right, we just go straight to Fontana. I might be wrong. Maybe I don't remember it very well. But I think when you kind of, in today's schedule, when you have, Daytona and then you come here and it's another speedway race, it doesn't feel like it's its own thing, because in a lot of ways the mentality you have, if it's in a good place at Daytona, it's very similar to what you want to do here. Yes, it's the runs happen faster and there's more handling in the corners, but just that mindset when you're drafting, I feel like it kind of carries on. And yeah, I think for me, the last 2 years, but I guess those are the two races I've finished well. I've said, all right, we got a good finish. We scored some decent points. Let's build on it. I think the years that I crashed out or just didn't have a very good finish, I try to say, okay, well, it's done. It's in the past. So I think I've kind of approached it both ways over the years.
All right, we'll continue with questions. I'm going to come up front to Mike Hembry here, please.
Mike Hembry, NASCAR.com. A lot's been said about what this meant to Michael. Did he share anything kind of one-on-one with you about that day and the win and everything it meant to him?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, you know, like in Victory Lane, and yeah, I mean, just for him as an owner, you know, he made it very clear to us, you know, a couple weeks before the season got going, all the leadership got together, drivers and whatnot, and just made sure that we had our goals aligned and everything. And he made it very clear then, and you know, it confirmed it again, Victory Lane, like what he, you know, expects of us as an organization. And when we have opportunities like that, you know, it's important for us to get the job done. And you know, for us on the 45, we didn't do that last year, and so to kind of be able to right out of the gate and this year be able to capitalize on it was cool. But yeah, you know, I saw it on the Jordan Brand posts on socials, but the word I heard him say a few times was just clutch. You know, like it's cool. He thought it was cool that in the heat of the moment, kind of even as things seemed to kind of get out of sight, then come back into sight, like in the closing laps, that we're able to make the right choices on the final lap and win the race. Just clutch.
Do you imagine that in your lifetime we will have a Daytona 500 where we don't have a big wreck on the last lap?
With this current car, I don't see it. You know, even like when I had my time in the Gen 6 car, you know, just the runs were big and you could really get all over the back of somebody and push hard. I think, you know, just whether it's the handling or the bubble just kind of getting bigger like it used to be with previous cars, yeah, that will have to change for the wreck or a wreck or multiple wrecks not to happen on the last lap. It's just you're able to push pretty much at any point, and I think everybody understands it's not worth the risk pushing the tri-oval early in the race. It's not worth the risk to push if you're not lined up well. And all that just goes out the window on the last lap, because if you check up and don't give the car ahead of you the push, you're just not going to have the momentum. And, I mean, you have the opportunity to win the race or put yourself in position to win, you know, a race or the Daytona 500. So, you know, all the caution that you have just kind of goes out the window in the closing laps, and I think that's why the accidents happen. But if you don't have that aggression, you don't have the momentum, and you're not up there in the mix anyways.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
Tim Moore, Motorsports Today. Tyler, you kind of hit on when you first came in just about how much you enjoyed the media tour, but is there a particular moment maybe that stood out the most that you enjoyed if you were to pick one?
I'd say when I've been to Empire State Building once before. You know, I think when we went and did PBR at Madison Square Garden a couple years ago, I got to go check out the Empire State Building. But this time around, you know, we did the 86th floor, we did 102, but they also let me up to 103, which is, you know, open to the air. There's a rail. You're just kind of out there in the open air, way up high in New York City. That was really cool. So, yeah, just, you know, leaning over that rail and seeing how far down it was, and just, you know, the city kind of out in front of you. That was really, really cool.
And then looking at this weekend, when you look at the stats, at least since the reconfiguration, Ford, Chevy have kind of dominated at least lap-led totals and the averages, while Toyota's been kind of sporadic in its results. Is there anything to that? And if there is, what is it that you feel like you guys have been missing here since the reconfiguration?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion on that one, I don't feel like, I mean, I understand, you know, on a consistent basis, Toyotas haven't won here, but in that one, in my opinion, for my car, my team, 2311, I don't feel like that one really lines up well for me. You know, over the years here, I feel like we've always had a very solid Camry, and I just more times than not, I've kind of messed it up here at the end of the race, whether it's just not being too aggressive or you know, just not being towards the front at the end of the race. But most of the time, I feel like we come here and we have what we need to win. You know, our best shot at it definitely was the last summer race here, and I just didn't make the right choices at the end. So, but I think the lessons I've learned from that, the lessons I've learned from, you know, running the course of the 500 on Sunday, just making adjustments as a driver. We're just in the right direction going forward for races at Atlanta and then Talladega that we'll have.
All right, Steven, go ahead.
Stephen Toronto at Toronto 92 Network. Tyler, after the Champions Breakfast on Monday, I went over to the museum to check out the Daytona 500 car, and when you look at past Daytona 500 winning cars, you'll see that a lot of the crew guys will choose a single area of the car to sign, like the rear bumper or the C-pillar. I looked at your car, and there's signatures all over it. There's signatures on the roof, on the hood, on the jack post, the fuel can. Even some of the 35 guys even came over to sign the rear bumper. I don't know if you can necessarily speak to each individual on the 45 team, but was there anything about that said, you know what, let's do this a little differently. Let's make our own imprint on what's a piece of history now?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately I can't speak on that one at all. I wasn't there. I didn't get to participate. But I was, again, just, I got to see a couple pictures of it, and I just, I don't know where the idea came from or how it started, but I kind of love that they did it the way that they did it. Like I said, if there's a signature on the jack post, imagine it's my jackman Brandon Banks. I'm guessing, Dakota and Hunter, signed the respective, front and back of the cars. So, yeah, I wish I could have partaken in that some way, but, there was a lot going on Monday, so I just kind of heard about it like you did.
All right. It is Banks' signature on the jack post, by the way. So
I would imagine. I mean, I don't know who else it would be, right? So, yeah, for sure.
Gotcha. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to fit in one more question. Go ahead, and then behind you, I'll try to fit in Chris as well. Go ahead.
Todd Summers, Next Star Media Group. Just looking ahead to next week at COTA, a place you've had a lot of success. You won in 2023. What is it about that track that fits your style that you've been able to finish in the top 5 4 times and just have a lot of success there?
Well, years ago, it was the fact that it had so many big braking zones. When the tires were harder, you could be very aggressive and just push. I don't know. I think now maybe it's just the laps that I have there. I've got to run other races there and win other things there over the years. And so I think maybe at this point it's just, the amount of laps that I have there, just kind of understanding the track. One thing I love about it that adds to the challenge is, just the track gets so many laps on it throughout the year from all the things that are racing there or things that are just on track with track days. Like every time we go there, different sections repaved and the grip level's different, and that part of it I really enjoy. But yeah, I think, I don't know, just for me, we're able to qualify really good, and as the year went on, we needed to continue to find long run speed to keep up with Shane, and we've worked really hard on that in the off season, and we're excited to see where we fall in with the gains that it looks like we've made. So I think it's going to be really hard to be much faster than Shane, but hopefully we've just caught up a little bit more.
All right, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Tyler. Chris Gollin with Above the Yellow Line Media. I was talking to William Byron on Media Day before the Daytona 500, and he was saying how the Daytona 500 winners press tour, he felt definitely took a bit out of him as far as preparation for the following week. Have you found that to be the case? Do you feel like you've missed out on any prep you would have liked to have had for Atlanta?
No, I don't think so. I feel pretty good about it. Fortunately, it just kind of worked out. The one day we had at home, or like the half day I had at home, I don't know. That's what we normally kind of do all of our pre-race stuff. So we were able to cover everything, and like a normal week on that day. Yeah, I haven't been able to. I haven't made a post-race meeting yet this year. There's a number of things that have been out of sorts, if you will. But yeah, for the most part, it was a normal week on the prep side, so I think I'll be good.
Thanks, Tyler.
Welcome.
All right, Tyler. Thank you again for all your efforts this week and your time this morning. We'll go ahead and bring up Chase Elliott. All right, we've now been joined by Chase, a guy who really does not need any introduction here in Georgia. But Chase, a home race for you, a little bit different from the other guys, obviously in the garage, but you took home the trophy last summer here as well. Just tell us a little bit about, what Echo Park Speedway means to you, but just the opportunity to probably drive in your car to come here versus having to have additional travel?
Yeah, for sure. It's I say it all the time, but I enjoy coming down here. Glad we have 2 races. I think just the vibe is it's really good. I think a lot of energy is back with the track since they did the reconfig, and just just talking to a lot of people from around the area. I think they really enjoy coming down here now and camping out and having a lot of fun, especially for the night race. So I know it's going to be a little cooler than we'd like tomorrow, but still I think it'll be a good race. And yeah, it is nice to have the option to go home, and still got to deal with the Atlanta traffic, but that's okay and worth it. So hopefully we get our stuff in today, but it looks like at least no rain tomorrow, so that's a plus. And I always enjoy being here, and hopefully it's a good weekend for us.
All right, we'll go ahead and open for questions. I'm going to work to get to as many of you guys as I can. We'll start up front with Zach and then make our way to the back.
Zach Cerniolo, NASCAR.com. Chase, the 9 team can win anywhere, but particularly on these super speedways, as they've gone for you lately, being in the mix for the win last week and winning here last time out. Where do you feel like you come in here confidence-wise that you guys are capable of doing that again?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, I don't. It's like I said, a lot going into last week, and it's large in part for just being at HMS and the boss's commitment to wanting to win, right? And that leadership trickles down all the way throughout the entire company. And from my perspective, and any race car driver, no different than when I drove through the tunnel last week. I felt like we had a shot to win. I felt the same way, driving through the tunnel here today. So always grateful for that. It's that this stuff, narratives can change quick. You can have a bad week, and next thing you know, you can come back and have a good week. But just having those opportunities week in, week out are really important to me, and I'm really appreciative of that. So from my standpoint, yeah, it's just we show up. I know we have a great team and the right prep and the right people on the job, and know that if I come in and do my part to the ability that I feel like I can, I know and that's really all there is to it. So my confidence in our whole group maintains at a high level each week, and whether we're coming off a bad week or coming off a good week, I know that we can get ourselves in the right position to go succeed.
All right, go ahead.
Hey Chase, Chris Collin with Above the Yellow Line Media. I wanted to check in. How are you feeling physically after that hit at the end of the Daytona 500? But also, how are you feeling, emotionally processing how close you came just on both those fronts?
Yeah, definitely. Just a huge bummer for sure. Obviously the crashing like that's never fun. Don't get me wrong, but it more just processing how close you were and we were as a team to winning, and that can be a challenging thing. I guess both fortunately and unfortunately throughout my career, I have experienced other losses like that. Maybe not at Daytona, but certainly close calls. And I think you do this stuff long enough, and you just understand that it's never over till it's over. And hindsight's always 20/20. You look back at the end of that race and run through things that you could have done differently, and certainly wish I had, right? But when you're in those moments, you get faced with decision-making time, and it happens really quick. And unfortunately, it didn't work out in our favor. So just hope we get another chance, at some point down the road. That's a really tough race to just be in a position for, and we kind of found ourselves in a spot to have a shot. So hopefully we get another chance, at some point and down the road.
Is there any soreness physically from that hit?
No, I feel good. Yep. Thanks.
Good to hear. Thanks, Chase.
You bet.
All right. Go ahead. Yep. Thank you.
Blake Smith, WVJS Radio. Chase, last week was the debut of the new updated package for the Chevy ZL1. Any changes you could really tell in the draft as part of the 500 week that you can use to translate to Atlanta this weekend?
Yeah, I thought we had a really good week all the way up to the 500. From a balance standpoint. Throughout the big race last week, I thought there were some things that we could improve upon. So certainly, I think we challenged all of our guys to try and find a little bit that we could to make some of those things better for this week. But there were some high spots. I thought our cars received and also did pushing, whichever side of that scenario you were on, whether you were getting pushed or doing the pushing. I thought that we did a better job of that more efficiently, which has been an area of emphasis that we wanted to improve with this new body change. So I thought we did that well, and I think from now it's just like, okay, how do we fine tune our balances and get everything exactly like we want. And as a race car driver, you get done with those races and you're always going to find something to complain about, but and some of it probably isn't even attainable. But I think the more that I lean on those guys and challenge them and say, hey, these are my wish list items, you never know, you might, unless you say something, you that's the only way to get better. So hopefully we can continue to process all those small details and just make it a bit better, which I think we will.
Looking ahead to Phoenix in a couple of weeks, NASCAR and IndyCar both at the same track on the same weekend. It's happened before back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What do you think that does for the sport, for motorsports all around the world?
Yeah, it's a good question. I honestly don't know until we go experience it. I don't think I've ever shared a weekend with IndyCar. Maybe you guys might correct me on that. Oh, at the road course? Okay. Outside of that, so maybe that once, but I mean, I didn't think it didn't change a ton back then, so I don't know that it's going to change a lot now, but certainly could be a good opportunity for fans to go out and experience both series if they're a fan of both. I think a lot of times you have people that are interested in one thing, you're interested in the other. So if you have the core fan group that likes them both and find it on one weekend, I think that's a really good thing. From my perspective, it's we're so separate from those guys. Like, I know Penske Bunch, they have an IndyCar team, so I could kind of see that being really cool for them because they could go watch their teammates that I'm sure they share meetings and stuff with. But like, for us, I don't really have direct contact to the IndyCar world, so we're pretty disconnected. So it probably just depends on who you talk to, or who you ask.
Thank you and good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to come up front to get Mike Kimbry and then end with Deb Williams. Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to cut it short with the bullpen opening. Go ahead, Mike.
Mike Kimbry, NASCAR.com. The fuel saving and the big pack at Daytona, considering the dynamics of all that, is there any kind of scenario where 2 or 3 or 4 cars could attempt to pull away from that and start their own little group up front, or is that just not a possibility?
Not possible, because you're relative to the people around you when you're doing that. So if one group strikes out and they're making a bunch of pace, well, you're just giving a free tow to the people behind. So it with us drafting in the manner that we are at these places, you either have good track position and probably not so good fuel, or if you don't have good track position, you're really good on fuel, but you just don't want to. You don't want to have. You don't want to be in the back of the pack and be bad and have a long pit stop, right? So if you are going to be on the worst side of the fuel situation, then you certainly want to have some track position to go with that. It's really tough when you get yourself in that middle ground, because it becomes hard to get out of it. You kind of find yourself in this situation where it's like, well, I need to save because we want to shorten our pit stop, but then you saving so aggressively, you're not going to go anywhere on track. And then sometimes, like last week, we got three wide there, and everybody's running part throttle, and there was nowhere to go. And I think that's the challenge of just positioning yourself and being being really diligent, executing those cycles well. But no, to answer your question, I just don't see that being a possibility. I mean, a group could go do that, but they're putting themselves at a disadvantage by it, and everyone knows that.
Since the reconfiguration, this track has been grouped in with Daytona and Talladega as a drafting track, but does it does it feel kind of the same racing here as at Daytona and Talladega, or is it its own animal?
There are a lot of similarities. I feel like it's just kind of a mini speedway. You know, like everything happens a little quicker. The runs are really aggressive. You know, the straightaways being short like they are, it just seems like things happen fast. Like everything is just kind of in double time from speedways. But on the flip side of that, you have less straightaway to build runs, so sometimes the runs aren't as big as what they would be at Daytona. But again, like the summer race here last year, I mean, the runs were so big you couldn't hardly block them, and that was why nobody could hold the lead for more than just a lap or two. So I don't know if that had something to do with it being night and the track being really gripped up. If the sun comes out, does that impact it a little differently? I'm not sure. And then obviously, another 6 months of age on the racetrack, what does that play into kind of the whole situation? So I think it's always a little bit of a moving target, and we'll just have to get started and assess what that is this time.
All right, we'll go to Deb for our final question.
Deb Williams, Auto Week. Chase, I kind of want to build on what you were talking about a while ago with the new package. When we talked with you in Daytona about it, you had run the qualifying race, but that was half the field. So when you got into a full 40-car field on Sunday, did it react the same, or what? Were there any differences? What were the advantages to it? Did you find when you got into the full field?
The 150s always just have a totally different feel than the big race does, and I think a lot of that probably is because of the full field being there, and just the energy in the pack is always higher, at least after we get done saving fuel, and you kind of start racing. When that first group pulls off, it really does get racy, and then at that point, the energy level is just really high. But I think the biggest factor that was different from the 150s to the 500 was, we had, I think, probably about the warmest day of the week we had, down there last week on Sunday. The sun was out, and all those scenarios. I think the track grip level was truthfully just lower than it had been really throughout the whole week, certainly in a racing scenarios, comparing to Thursday night. So, lanes started to become really important, like lane choices in the race, and I think you guys saw how bad some of us were struggling on the bottom, off of 4 in particular. That's just a really treacherous spot to be. So it's fun though, because Daytona's finally getting some age and some character, and it's hard to sit there and run 3 wide, or really be pushing pace and doing that at the same time. So it's changing for sure, and really curious where it goes, and certainly those daytime races down there are always a little tougher than the rest.
But did the new Chevrolet package work as well in the full car field? Were you pleased with it, the way it worked?
It was very, very much as we were expecting, and a lot of similarities from Thursday night. Like I said, I thought the pushing and the getting pushed side of things was a huge improvement for us, and I think from there it's just fine-tuning our balance and getting that dialed in exactly like we want. But yes, I do think there was some big positives for us.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Chase, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
We wish you the best of luck this weekend. We are, according to Bob.
If I can have your attention here in the media center, we are joined now by the winner of the Freight Racing 208 here at Echo Park Speedway, Kyle Busch, driver, the number 7 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports. Kyle, you've won a lot of these over the years, but today you had to not only race the field, but race the clock there at the end. How unique was this win for you?
Yeah, definitely different than normal, but our guys did the calculations to convert it for us, so it sort of made it the same for me from behind the wheel. They took the time and figured out how many laps, and they were giving me the countdown, 5 to go, 3 to go, 2 to go, and then they weren't real sure because they hadn't heard the same countdown from NASCAR, and then we were going into 1, they said 1 to go, or coming back for the white, so they were right on the money there. But yeah, great job by everybody at Spire Motorsports. Appreciate Brian and his attention to detail and the things that he's all about, and then appreciate HendrickCars.com as well too for making that Silverado look real pretty and even better in victory lane.
Okay, we're going to open the floor up for questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. We'll get a wireless mic to you. We'll start here at Bob and go to Zach.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. Like, are you aware in those final, 5 minutes that if the caution comes out, the race is pretty much over because there's no overtime or anything in that situation? And if so, do you think that made things more dicey at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I was told, they said, next flag is pretty much going to end it. So we were trying to keep the lead, and you're going to do that in the last 10 laps, 15 laps, even 20 laps of the race anyways, because you want to control the race. You want to control that lane. Early in the race, when you're in the first stage and you get guys that get runs, you can let them kind of go in front of you, cycle around, let it race out a little bit. But there at the end, the bottom lane, whenever it would kind of start inching ahead, you get down there, you side draft them, you pull them back, and you just want to make sure that you're the first truck on the outside.
And, Carson's kind of been in the mix at the end of the last few, last week in Daytona and Truck and Cup, and then here, just kind of what was like working with him, and had you discussed much about how to handle things near the end?
We hadn't talked at all, really. So we, in the beginning of the race there, the first stage of the race, he kind of hung me out a couple times, and I was like, okay, here we go. Great teammate I got today. And then in stage 2, there was a chance there where Hocevar was in front of me, and he started kind of playing the air a little bit, and I was kind of like, okay, this is good. I'm impressed. I got you. And I pushed him, and we made our way. We started ratcheting ourselves back forward, so that was really good, being teammates. And then there at the end, he was back to being my wingman and, keeping us in pace to control the lane and in pace to win the race.
Go next to Zach, then to Holly, then to Chris.
Zach Sterniolo of NASCAR.com. Bob kind of took the question, but in terms of how does working with Carson today and him staying loyal to you, does that impact anything when you're trying to draft together in the Cup race, or is that completely unique to itself?
It's going to be unique, obviously, right? I'm not a Spire Motorsports guy on Sunday, so I'm sure that'll play some differences. But it was nice to see that he's got it in him, right? Where in the beginning of the race, it was kind of normal Carson, all over the place. Not all over the place, out of control, just dicing it up, right? Cutting moves and making plays like I probably once was. But, and then in the second stage, I was able to kind of be his wingman for a minute. That worked real well for it. And I kind of wanted to say something like, see, when you got a guy that'll stick behind you, you can make some headway. But I kept my mouth shut. I just said it now. And then at the end of the race, that's sort of how we played it, where I guess I had the track position, and so he had to play wingman for the day. So that roles reversed. I'm doing the same thing. I'm trying to make sure that one of our trucks wins.
We'll go to Holly, then to Chris, and then to Tim.
Congratulations, Kyle. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. When you are racing here, do you kind of just know that you're going to be able to pull it out? I mean, you have won so much in these truck races, and again today are there when you need to be. I mean, what is the confidence level for you like?
It was dipping. If there was a confidence meter on me, the start of the race was at 100, and then as we getting through the second stage, it was down to about 40. Just because of, it seemed like everybody had talked, and they're like, nobody's helping Kyle today. Because every time I pull out a lane and look for 2 or 3 to come with me, to go with me in order to get back up to the front, not one of them ever, came to my rear bumper to kind of push there. Middle of the race, Hocevar did once, and then he kind of tucked back in line and went around me. That's when I faded the worst. But that's when I got back around behind him, and then we were able to ratchet our way forward. So it just seemed like in the beginning, in the middle part of the race, I was having a tough time making the moves that I remember being able to make last year by myself and getting my way further up towards the front, where, today it was harder to do that.
Go to Chris, then to Tim, then to Jordan.
Hey, Kyle. I'm Chris Gollin with Above the Yellow Line Media. First of all, congratulations. What was your reaction when you saw Carson join with the burnout there, it being the Spire 1-2 finish?
Yeah, I was doing my burnout, and as I spun around, I saw him hanging out over there, so I was trying to position myself to kind of go his way, and he just wanted to give a high five, so we kind of did it as I was rolling on by, smoking the tires. So that was cool. Great of him to come out there. I mean, he deserved it. He was the reason we won the race today, right? And so nice to kind of celebrate a little bit together and have him out there for that moment of victory.
Thanks, Kyle. Congrats.
Thank you.
Go next to Tim Packman.
Tim Packman, HeavySports.com. You answered the host of our part. The battle back and forth with Stuart Friesen, because you guys were dicing back and forth there until he faded, but you had to look over a couple times and back and forth. Just comment on that if you could.
Yeah, it was similar to last year. You know, I don't know how that inside lane stayed there as long as it did from that final restart. I was expecting it to deteriorate and go away, and the way my spotter was explaining it to me, I was like, how is he still next to me? You know, where do the other trucks keep coming from that keep supporting him and pushing him forward? Because I only heard there was 2 or 3 down there or whatever, but you know, I just kept having to play the side draft and through the corners and stay tight on him to pull him back, and then on the straightaways get the push from Carson to kind of get our row going and further ahead and getting the speed up. But yeah, he hung on a lot longer than I expected. Similar to last year, though, it was between him and I coming down to the checkered and who was going to win that race with the drag race to the finish out of turn 4. But just in the perfect nick of time, I got that big push down the back and got singled out and didn't have to deal with anybody for the finish there coming out of 4. So I felt like the race was won, you know, about halfway down the backstretch.
Okay, we're going to go to Jordan, then to Tim Moore, and then we'll wrap with Zach.
Jordan Bianchi, Athletic. Maybe this was the moment. Was that the moment going into 3 where you just seemed like almost hit the turbo button and blew by those guys? You held it down through turn 3. You know what I'm talking about there at the end?
The last lap?
Was it maybe the last lap or the last 2 laps?
Yeah,
it just looked like you just.
Well,
right
I was the inside row was getting a good push down the backstretch, and then as the outside row, as the guy controlling the outside lane, you got to get down there and stay tight to those guys and drag them back. And the 52 Friesen got really close of getting clear on me a couple times there, and I was just waiting on the push from behind. I know Hocevar was hot, so he was probably not able to just get the run developed in order to get to me to push me, or was trying to keep his truck as cool as he could keep it. But the way it kind of worked out, I was nervous a couple times that Friesen almost cleared me, but we made it work.
Tim Moore, Motorsports Day. Kyle, I want to go back to earlier in the race in stage 1. Were you kind of surprised that the field strung out to a 3-truck pack? And also, what was your mindset once you guys got into lap traffic? I know that brought the pack together, but things got a little chaotic.
Yeah, no, I'm all for that. You know, I feel like that's what this place is going to be like eventually when it wears out a little bit more and handling becomes more of the paramount for guys to drive good, to be able to keep the pedal down. Those guys up front, those Fords that were there, the 99, is it the 99? Yeah, the 99, the 88, the 98, I guess was one of them. I don't know. The 99 especially, when he about wrecked me out of 4, if he didn't have the lead, he was going to be falling back because he was getting out of the gas and he was washing up and using a whole hell of a lot more racetrack, and he was the leader. So I felt good where I was at. Like, I wasn't really needing to use that much racetrack, and I was 3rd or 4th in line. And so I felt like if I ever could have gotten to the lead and just been out front, I would have been able to hold it wide open and been good. So we had good speed and good handling. So kudos to my team and Brian, Patty.
And you correct me if I'm wrong. I believe now this is 3 years in a row you've won this race in particular here in February. So what is it about this race that just keeps on bringing you back here at Atlanta or Echo Park?
I get told which ones I got to run. So I don't choose it. Trust me, I don't choose it, but it chooses me. So it's, you know, I'll take it when I can get it. So, you know, having an opportunity to run 8 races this year for Spire, I'm looking forward to that. I thank HendrickCars.com for being a part of our program today and helping us have some pretty colors on the truck, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't even know where the heck it's at, but maybe Bob knows. Good call. No? Bristol? All right, good job, G. Bristol. I'll be back at Bristol.
We'll wrap up here with Zach.
Kyle, first win in NASCAR in the last year for a guy who at one point was just kind of automatic over the years. How has that changed your perspective or appreciation maybe for these opportunities to get back to victory lane?
I mean, it makes it sweeter. G comes up to me in victory lane and he's like, yeah. I was like, you want a photo? He goes, yeah, I'll take a photo. You know, it's been 14 years. Might as well get another one. We don't have enough, right? And I said, well, you never know when the last one is, so you better freaking get one today, okay? And I mean, that's true, honest truth. I think I said that for years, even when I was clipping them off at 25 at a time. You just never know when the last one's going to be. So hopefully we haven't seen the last one on Sunday. I'd love to do it again tomorrow and, you know, bring home the Cheddar Chevrolet in victory lane and feed America on Monday. Free Cheddars, Monday. Let's win it, Sunday.
Well, congratulations,
right,
and good luck feeding America tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome up to the commentary box then as we get set for round 2 of the season. It's the Auto Trader 400 at Echo Park Speedway, more commonly known to all of us as Atlanta Motor Speedway. This is going to be quite an entertaining run. We've got a grid that has been set up purely because qualifying was cancelled. So even though you've been watching us over the last few days covering the O'Reilly and the Truck Series, we had no coverage of qualifying because it didn't exist and no practice. So the first time that these drivers, or most of them, are getting to run out there is in this race. As a result, NASCAR have given us a couple more parade laps just to make sure that everything is okay. We are going into this race completely blind. It's an intermediate circuit that races as a super speedway. What could possibly go wrong? This is going to be super duper strong. We are almost set then, ready for today's pre-race ceremonies. Let's head down to the track to get ready for round 2 of the season. It's time for the presentation of colours.
Live from Atlanta.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the United States Army Reserve 335th Signal Command Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Senior Pastor at Fayetteville First Baptist Church, Griffin Gulledge.
Let's pray. Father, thank you that we can come here today and enjoy some of your good gifts, good weather, powerful cars, and a great race. We pray for the drivers and the crew and all those working here today. Help them to perform to the best of their ability. And we take this moment to thank you for Jesus and for his cross and resurrection that's able to save us from sin and death. Be with us today and keep us safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Atlanta's operatic tenor, Timothy Miller.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for Timothy's performance of our national anthem, along with the C-130 airlift.
The flyover begins. The pre-race ceremony is very much underway here. We are gearing up for a great evening of entertainment, and so are we up here in the commentary box. Let's say good afternoon. I'm Joshua Budge, Josh Turner, and Jack alongside me up here in the commentary box. But first, here's Carl Petty with all the information on today's race.
This track, previously known as Atlanta Motor Speedway, first opened in 1960 and has been a fan favorite ever since. In 2022, the track underwent a major reconfiguration and now features 28-degree banking, a narrowed racing surface, and fresh pavement. These changes were designed to make Echo Park race like a super speedway, similar to Daytona and Talladega, but on a smaller scale. The track is a 1.5-mile quad oval, similar in shape to Charlotte in Texas, but a whole different animal. The corner radius is much tighter than Daytona, meaning there's less room to maneuver. Cars can still run 3 wide and sometimes 4 wide. But drivers have to be precise. With the steep banking, high speeds are possible, but there's very little margin for error. Expect cars racing in tight packs, aggressive restarts, and constant lead changes. Strategy will be key, with handling, selecting drafting partners, and perfectly timed moves, making or breaking a driver's day. Well-executed pit stops will also be key. A fast stop or a smartly timed pit cycle could be the difference between running up front or getting stuck mid-pack. Here's what the drivers are saying about taking on the challenges Echo Park Speedway has to offer.
Yeah, Echo Park Speedway has become one of my favorite racetracks. Just kind of comparing it to a Daytona or a Talladega, we don't really have the time to think about our next move on the straightaway.
It's crazy because you go to Echo Park Speedway with the same rules package, the same cars, the same engines, but the racing feels tremendously different. And it just has to do with the shorter track. You have less time down the straightaway to plan your move. Car handling matters a little bit more because the corners are tighter. You got to stay on your toes.
When the race comes down to the final laps, anyone in the draft has a shot to win. Echo Park Speedway has become known for dramatic finishes, last lap passes, and photo finish moments. So buckle up, because the green flag is up next at Echo Park Speedway.
Gearing up for a very interesting day then so far here. Let's check in with our commentary team finally after Kyle Penny surprised us, and then they, Premier Sports surprised us by going to tie break when they're not supposed to be. Okay, right, JT, good afternoon to you. Tyler Reddick on pole position, Joe Logano second, the order taken from last time out, and championship running. Not the greatest, is it? Because now it really affects everybody who had a bad Daytona, but good evening. How are you doing, and are you looking forward to today's action?
I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit calmer than yesterday from a production standpoint, but here we are. That is sending me crazy that I can still hear the TV pictures. This is what happens when you don't have a PC for 2 months and you forget that you have faders to the side of you, JB, with all different audio channels. But yeah, we are within 2 minutes to the command now, just 1 minute and 45 seconds left. So it should be interesting. Of course, because qualifying was cancelled yesterday due to the large storm that came through yesterday afternoon, it is the metric order, but reversed. 90 seconds till the command, JB, while getting ready to go.
Jack, welcome to you as well, my friend. What are you expecting coming into today's action then as well? We've got an unpredictable racetrack and hopefully a very unpredictable race.
A weekend of pretty solid racing so far. The O'Reilly race, absolutely incredible. I watched back the truck race earlier today. Pretty solid race there. I think we're in for a good race, and I will say that New Atlanta is arguably one of, if not the best tracks on the schedule. We had a 3-wide finish here in 2024, I think it was. So maybe we can get one of those again.
Fox will have Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer up in the commentary box once more. We'll be getting ready for them shortly. This is a look at the starting grid. Laps and rundowns are still not working at the moment, so we apologise for that as things stand. It's going to be quite hard in order to make things work, but let's head over to the Fox team as we get ready for the Start Your Engines.
Can be and still handle well enough to compete.
So take Daytona and take out half the length of every straightaway, but keep the speeds up the same. And that's kind of what we have here. We're going to see a lot of 3-wide. We're going to see pack racing. Going to see a lot like Daytona. We're going to see chaos.
Yes, this is a super speedway bull ring, and I mean it. This is my favorite racetrack. Ever since we've repaved this thing and reconfigured it, folks, it is awesome. I cannot wait to watch this race.
Okay, right, let's get ready to head down there and the command to fire engines for the Auto Trader 400. It's coming up now.
Well, on a very breezy, sunny day in Atlanta, we are ready to go racing. Let's go trackside.
Echo Park Speedway, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome, representing his father, Captain Claude Leving, and to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, retired Naval Flight Officer and Aerospace Engineer, Commander Charles Leving.
Drivers, start your engines.
drivers ready to race in the Peach State.
Yes, 38 are ready to go and ready and willing. Yes, 38 are ready to go and ready and willing. Fingers crossed we're going to have a very entertaining strategy as we get ready for this one as well. Jack, the run down towards turn 1 after the trial section, 9 times out of 10 we have a lot of cautions coming exciting from there. Are we going to get away with it today? Will it be a clean race?
No. You're asking way too much of this field by saying that this is going to be a clean race. I don't think this will be as chaotic as the O'Reilly race, because 1, Corey Day's not in the field, 2, Chris Wright's not in the field, so overall that's 2 less scheduled cautions.
And JT, what about you coming down there into the first couple of cautions? Do you reckon we're going to have a lot of yellows coming into this, a lot of interesting action floating forward, I should say?
This is a NASCAR Cup Series on a drafting track. This is going to be chaos. And even not in the Cup Series, the latest addition to the NASCAR Oddities chart, we missed it yesterday.
Did we
JB.
really? What did we miss?
Sam Mayer wrecked his own car after congratulating Creed.
We missed that? How did we miss that? How did that be allowed to get out of our systems that easily? Oh well. So he wrecked his own car trying to celebrate. That seems to be standard NASCAR procedure at the moment. Got a little problem with the headset at the moment. For some reason the microphone wasn't working, so while we fix that I've switched to the lip mic. Thank God we've got backup up here in the commentary box as well. So don't be alienated, American viewers. The weird thing that I'm holding is a broadcast lit microphone. You might have seen Murray Walker use them as well. Will Buxton, who covers the IndyCar, has it as well. But let's head back over to Mike Joy as cars start rolling.
Over the years, racing in Atlanta has earned quite the reputation.
The biggest sports event ever held in Georgia.
Entertaining generation after generation.
Gordon got loose in Torrey. 3-wide finish. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Today is no different.
The wrecking. Oh, crash.
As the sport's best are...
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series from Atlanta's Echo Park Speedway. The field is rolled off. Out, so the Daytona 500 finish metric set the starting line.
Yeah, let's talk to Tyler Reddick. Hey, Tyler, Kevin and Clint up in the booth. Well, you've got that title right at the front of your name now, Daytona 500 champion, but that's over with. Now you have to go here to Atlanta, mile shorter racetrack. What's the difference in strategy today compared to Daytona?
Yeah, I just think the way the race plays out, it's a little bit more drivers have at it. So looking forward to that. I think for us, the conditions, the wind, it's all stuff everybody will be trying to understand as quickly as possible. So typically when we come here, we got really fast Toyota Camry, so excited to do what I can and try and get back to victory lane with pinnacle on the car.
All right, Tyler, talk to me a little bit more about that. Obviously, the wind variables, all the things you just said. But you haven't even been in this race car yet. What is that like when you drive off in the corner and all these guys are behind you? You're the first one in this corner.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Back in the day of COVID racing, this is when I had the most fun for sure.
Nobody does it better. Good luck out there.
Thank you, guys.
The Daytona 500 winner will start from the pole. And alongside will be Joey Logano. He's a two-time Atlanta winner. Now row number 2.
Yeah, well, let's take a look then at how they line up on the starting grid. Tyler Reddick from Joey Logano has the front. Then it's row 2 with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. alongside Chase Elliott. Let's go down to the pits. Jamie Little.
Of winning his first ever Daytona 500 last week, but after that hard crash and the broken heart, he returns here to his home track of Atlanta, a place that he won here, by the way, last June. Now, I talked to Alan Gustafson, his crew chief. He was really happy with the way this new Chevrolet body was in the draft last week, and he's very confident they'll have that same feel in front of the hometown crowd.
Row number 3, we have Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith, who had a great run in the Daytona 500 last week. Row 4, we've got Chris Buescher and Riley Herbst with his career best finish of 8th last week.
Row number 5, number 23, Bubba Wallace. And on his outside, 21, Josh Berry. Row number 6, number 4, Noah Gregson. And on his outside, Daniel Suarez.
Row 7, William Byron has 2 wins here at Atlanta, and Kyle Busch, who won the truck race yesterday. Row number 8, Carson Hocevar, who finished right behind Kyle Busch in the trucks, and Kyle Larson 3rd in this race last year. Here's Regan Smith.
Well, what a week it was in the Daytona 500 for Carson Hocevar. The always unapologetically aggressive driver found himself leading at the white flag. Unfortunately, that went south about 200 yards later when he found himself going the wrong way. He and the team, though, feel like today is the exact kind of day that they can go out and get Carson's first win on a track where that aggression is going to have to be tamed at just the right times, and he has been doing that as of late.
Row number 9, welcome North Carolina's Ty Dillon and Cody Ware. Row 10, AJ Allmendinger and Michael McDowell.
Row number 11, he has 2 runner-up finishes at Atlanta since the repaved. Ross Chastain on his outside. Keep an eye on him, Ryan Blaney. Josh?
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone with more consistent quality finishes than Ryan Blaney at Atlanta, who won here before the repave in 2021. And since then, he has 6 top 10 finishes in the last 7 races here. 4 of those, that is, in the top 5. But last fall, they did have their struggles. I talked to the team earlier today, and they told me, yes, they had to tweak their approach, reevaluate how they approach this race, given how this track is evolving. They start 22nd, so they have some work to do, but don't be surprised if that 12 car is in contention once again late in this race.
Thanks, Josh. The rest of our starting grid will be there on the pylon on the left, and a lot of stars in the back who had trouble at Daytona.
So it looks like we're going to be in for quite a windy day here. The track under the wind advisement, as we saw in the pre-race show ceremonies as well, coming up. Just to give you some stats out here, Larry Mack's got the fuel strategy.
Over the body of the race car or underneath the car. But one element as far as aero on this Gen 7 car, you really can't see. It's in the front end of the race car. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway cars and let's take a look at exactly what this beast does. Now, air flows through the grill opening and actually flows to 2 different areas. The duct up top lets air go to the air box, to the throttle body, air to the actual engine. But the rest of the air then goes through the radiator and the oil cooler, and that's where it goes through what we call the radiator block-off plate. Now, teams have a choice on what type of configuration they can actually run. Now, the car on the right, that's the qualifying block-off plate, much smaller hose. The car on the left, that would be like they're going to run today. This is a race radiator block-off plate, much bigger openings. So what is the difference in these 2 block-off plates? For qualifying, it's about 1 lap, getting the air to that throttle body, more horsepower. But in race trim on the left side, it's more about getting the air out those hood loopers that gets air to the rear spoiler, much better for handling. Even though this is the fastest mile-and-a-half track we go to, Kevin, you said it, it's about handling, and you also have to think about cooling. You're going to be out there in one big pack.
So cars coming down pit road. We've got some stats coming in as well. We've got the fuel mileage, of course, 64 to 70 laps. They get 9 sets of tyres coming across as well. Stages today run at stage 1 at 60, stage 2 and 3 each run for 100 laps. It makes it up to 260 on the run. Now, we've done a little bit of adjustment. We've got 4 planned pit stops coming into this. We predict end of stage 1, we're going to have a pit stop. Stage 2 about lap 66. Stage 2, end of caution break. And then round about lap 64 to 70 for stage number 3 for our 4th and final stop. Now, if that is 4 planned stops, they have 5 extra tyres for cautions. So that's how much we're playing with. So if we do have that alongside the 4 planned, they'll have 5 extra sets of tyres if they need it, if we have multiple cautions. And to bring on that, last year when we were here, we had 10. Yes, 10 cautions coming into it. That's how much we had for the last race. But that was not in the spring race last year. That was in the autumn race. And Jack, you were with me in the commentary box for that one. It never ended, did it? That one in Atlanta last year. We were begging for it to end, and it never did.
I mean, it was a great race, so I'm definitely a little bit more disappointed that it ended, but it was a fantastic race. And I will say, with the next gen car, Atlanta Super Speedway has really, yes, I am calling it that, realistically has really shone. I'll also add that I called this last night a short track super speedway. That's kind of what it is. It is the Martinsville of super speedways. You've got the big brothers of Daytona and Talladega, and then you got the smallest Atlanta track at just 1.5 miles. But my God, this track is phenomenal. Well, we are in for a hell of a race today.
So look at this. Apparently we've got a strong tailwind down the back stretch. So that's going to play a big advantage and disadvantage whoever we are coming through turn 3. And we're being told that turn 4 is going to be a massive trouble spot coming into today's race as well. So taking a look at the last 5 winners we've had here as well coming into it. We have got Chase Elliott. He won, of course, by 0.168 of a second in the June race last year. Then moving further back, last year's race here in February, that ended under caution. Christopher Bell taking that one. Then the race back in August 24, if that ended with Joey Logano in a caution. Daniel Suarez, of course, won that February race by 0.003 seconds. And then, so the previous one, William Byron, in the September race ended under, the July race ended under caution as well with that. So 3 of the last 5 ending under yellow at the end, but the other 2 have been really strong. Here is Byron now.
All the jobs we got to do, so let's attack, have fun, and let's go get a good finish out of this thing. Finish out the win at the end. Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks, guys. Let's have a good day.
Byron's really getting it set now as they come ready 2 by 2. We're about to get started. As they come through out of the last 2 corners. 260 laps, 60, 100 and 100. Line up on the monitor. We're getting ready. We are coming to the green flag. We'll have all of our live audio as well from race control being piped in. Get set then. It's round 2 of the regular season. It's the Auto Trader 400. Stand by for action. Into the green flag zone. They're taking their time. Tyler Reddick from Joey Logano. Drop the green. NASCAR goes racing in Atlanta. Very good start from Tyler Reddick. Logano taking the inside line. Then it's Stenhouse on the high. Watch out for Chase Elliott. But already the top 4 sort of broken away from the rest of the field. They tried to get the advantage and they've jumped it. Now, down the backstretch. Now, remember, this is the first time these cars are going to go at racing speed all weekend long. No practice, no qualifying. Straight into the race. They gave us an extra 2 warm-up laps behind the pace car. And already they're trying to go 3 wide coming out of the last corner. Logano will lead lap 1 here with Tyler Reddick dropping down to 2nd position. So Jack, I think a smooth start there, but again, Reddick's trying to come back. That low line yet to grip up for Cup cars, but we saw yesterday in the O'Reilly and the trucks, 3 does work here for side-by-side action.
I think the tailwind's definitely going to help the drivers on the backstretch. You said there's a tailwind on the backstretch, you said?
Yeah, yes,
so
yeah.
I think that that's going to really help a bunch of runs. But look, Reddick is already somewhat gone. He's already got a big gap. And we're already trying to go 3 wide. Eric Jones massively losing out here.
Oh,
but I think he's got the drive. And Joey Logano has just taken the race lead alongside Reddick. It's the one and only Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Yep.
He ran the truck race here yesterday, actually. I think it was 9th he finished.
Really strong finish, actually, from Stenhouse. He was in contention for the victory, but then dropped out early on. He's trying to take that low line. Now, Reddick was completely on his own, so that monstrous running hard in the previous lap, he just couldn't get any traction. He's now going low, undercuts some Logano through the tri-oval into the first corner, and Logano didn't know he was there on the low line. The spotter having to warn him as he jumps up the track. Let's go full screen then and take over with the full timing and data as we continue on. We're expecting this first stage to go through without any pit stops. It's only 60 laps. They can easily make it on fuel, and it's going to be around about half an hour in total. Lap time's running already here, 30.9 seconds. And that is what we were seeing vaguely in the trucks yesterday and in the O'Reilly. 3 wide further back, though, as Chris Buescher tries to go underneath the inside line of the 7 there of Daniel Suarez, who won that 3,000th of a second race a couple of years ago. Still trying to push it through. Now, yesterday we were running a 31.6 and we're running now 30.9. Some are running 31s as we get up to speed. Average speed at the moment is a 175.939. Last lap speed 179.959. And Tyler Reddick coming up, he's on another pole position here. So that's his first pole at a short track coming, well, his second pole at a short track coming into it. If you count this as a super speedway, it's his first one to come into it, but NASCAR officially count this as an intermediate. Yeah, it's a tricky one. You don't know where Atlanta goes anymore, is it? That. No, you don't count a pole if you get gifted.
You've got to set the lap. You've got to set the lap.
Either way, it would be his first pole at this circuit. Joins the rest of them as come in, but look at that. Logano having to go up high and really almost push Reddick into the wall there, Jack, coming through the tri-oval.
What I love about this track, it's really difficult to do the annoying fuel saving that they do at the other 2 big tracks that use restrictor plates. It is so difficult to fuel save at Atlanta. You've got constant overtakes, as you can see Logano and Reddick just pushing each other around. Brad Keselowski also up there as well.
Still side by side as they come over the line. Ryan Blaney getting in behind Daniel Suarez on the back stretch. They're still trying to find that tight run. Byron's going to have Bubba Wallace coming up high. It's Wallace on the high line. Suarez in the centre. Ryan Blaney running in low. He's going to get a tap in the back from Noah Gragson. Look at the 8 car storming around the outside of Kyle Busch. Really finding some slipstream on the high. That was fantastic. 178 mile per hour for the leaders on lap 2, says they're at the mind of Kip coming into it. And welcome to everybody who's tuning in as they come into it. So hopefully this is going to be a lot faster as they swing through once again. This now starts lap 9 of 60 as they try and just follow through on the inside. Logano running together. He's getting a push from Brad Keselowski. And Jack, how great is Brad Keselowski? Running still with a broken leg being healed. He's walking around with a cane, but he says, well, I'm fine on the speedways. It's still undecided whether or not he's going to be racing next week when we go to Circuit of the Americas.
Yes, sports car veteran Joey Hand will be on reserve driver duties as he normally is. But last I checked, it was his leg he was broken, not his hand.
Yes, so he can still drive, can't he?
I don't know why Joey Hand's there of all people. Catherine Legge surely would make a much better pick.
Okay, no, I know where you're
Mostly didn't steal that from Twitter.
If Catherine Legge was in it, well, we'd be in for an interesting one as well. Did not actually.
I wonder where she's going to be this year.
Well,
I don't think she's done with NASCAR just yet.
No, she's doing some truck races, isn't she, as well? I heard she's doing an ARCA as well, but we'll see where
I'd
her
like to
schedule
see what
lines
she's up to this year.
Is she having another crack?
I think she looked all right, to be fair, in a lot of the road course races.
Going to take some time, isn't it, to get used to it? It's a different form.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Danica Patrick.
Well, Danica Patrick was just
not NASCAR.
I would say she is the worst NASCAR driver maybe in the modern era. For the equipment that she had,
she
should have been at least contending for top 10s. Her teammates were winning races and getting championships.
Where she was just with the champions coming into it.
She would have hit the wall of champions if they raced there.
Well, they did race there. Didn't Danica lead at Montreal?
Oh yeah, she did, didn't she?
Danica was leading at Montreal and almost won if it wasn't for a mysterious shoe that ended up in this middle of the circuit. Don't know how that got there.
I'm trying to figure out who won that race. Let me actually look this up.
I can't remember off the top. I don't know if JT just said that on air on in the talkback. He asked if it was me. No, it wasn't me. I was nowhere near 2008 with the Busch Series.
It was actually in 20...
Was it 2014?
It was either 2011 or 2012.
Let me know, people. I promise you it wasn't me. Fox have gone side by side on their coverage. Nathan said this track is underrated in my opinion. Danica almost won
Massively
Canada
agree.
2012, Kid Latin said. Thank you, Kid Latin. So it was Canada 2012.
Winner of that race was Justin Allgaier.
And he's had 2 previous starts at this circuit, never won, and his best has been 20th as well. But he's never finished inside the top 9. Well, the top 20 he's never finished inside, has he? As they still continue. We're just seeing Denny Hamlin now on that low line. He's getting a little tap from Chase Briscoe. Briscoe's got the 48 of Alex Bowman just behind it. Fingers crossed.
Man, look who took pole for that race. Sorry, I just saw who took pole. Alex Tagliani.
Yeah.
Used to be an IndyCar, didn't he?
Alex Tagliani, yeah.
BJ McLeod making up some places as well right now near the back of the field.
Alex Tagliani, if I remember correctly, was also a Formula 1 reserve driver.
He was, yes. And also drove in the NASCAR Canada Series for a time. Still does, actually.
Kid Latin said, imagine if Danica won that race, probably might have been big news.
She would surely... I think she would have been the first woman to win a NASCAR race then, wouldn't she?
Well, I know she was the first woman to win a IndyCar race, wasn't she, as well, coming into
Yes.
it?
I think so, anyway.
Can I just say, do we count that?
Yes.
Really? Half
It was a race...
Yeah, but half the field were in Japan, half the field were at Long Beach. It was a
ones
split
that
round.
mattered. The ones that mattered. In my opinion, the ones that mattered were in Japan.
She still won a race, but it was a
She
very
won a
good
race.
weekend.
That's something.
Yeah, well...
On a pretty tough track overall as well.
Well, as far as I understand, we won't have to put up with her a lot this year on Sky Sports F1. And you in
It'll
America...
be on the American races, I imagine.
Well, I was about to say, you in America might have to put up with her a little bit more, because from what I understand, with F1 TV taking the coverage as well for Apple TV, we understand that it is going to be Danica moving over to F1 TV as being a pundit on some races. But you will have James Hinchcliffe, so don't worry. It sort of balances itself out quite nicely.
We have a record broken.
Oh, what have we got? Well, Logano's leading the race.
Joey Logano has officially broken the record. Hold on, I just want to see. I think Ty Gibbs might have just scraped the wall there.
He did, coming out of turn 3,
yeah. Joey Logano breaks the record for most consecutive drafting track races led.
Well, he
has now led at least one lap in the last 20 consecutive drafting track races. Guys, that's not going to work. Let's not go 4 wide, thank you.
Yep, 4 wide coming out of turn 2 is not the way you want to be. They are still continuing with it as we see Carson Hocevar jumping up a little bit and just making that... Okay, not too bad. Just stay away. Don't give me any of the jippers coming into it as well. Hocevar running 11th.
Keep an
Larry
eye
Mack.
on Riley Herbst, by the way. Just keep an eye on Riley Herbst. Got his first top 10 since 2023, I think. Last time out. He is currently running just outside the top 10, if I recall correctly. So definitely keep an eye on him. Yaley's got ahead of Jones as well. That's big for that NY Racing team, running 37th. Always near the back, but they've been slowly getting quicker at these drafting track races.
Jamie.
Per second. You know, we talked to the pre-show about the importance of spotters, and I talked to Brad spotter TJ Majors this morning. He said, this place is very unique. It is the hardest place we spot at. He said, Brad wants me to talk nonstop. He wants me to give him more information than I'm capable of giving him. He said the only time they don't talk is the actual pit stop. He said you are emotionally and mentally drained after 3 straight hours of spotting at this track.
Well, that's an interesting concept. Thank you, Jamie, because he's got side by side with Joey Logano, who's getting a little push from the back there of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming out of turn number 1 and 2. And, well, let's listen to that spotter.
21's got the 47. Joey won't get much help here. No pushes here, just 2 by 2.
You're hearing the spotter on board of Keselowski.
Still there, even. Lined up. Still there, 47.
Absolutely insane. as they try and focus in that energy. He's now on the inside of the 45. That's Reddick. So now Brad Keselowski's going to try and take the lead here on lap 24 of 60. 23 complete, remember, as they swish through down low. JT, let's get you in for the first time during the race. You haven't spoken for 10 minutes on air. What did you make of the start as Keselowski slips through on the 45 to officially lead a lap here at Atlanta? And Logano bumps the 45 back into the lead of the race, coming into turn 1. Byron and Elliott now coming into the mix. What do you make of the start then, JT?
You timed that perfectly, because I've spent the last 10 laps downstairs listening to you in my ear. So, yeah, interesting, tight up front, and Brad Keselowski officially leading a lap. 10,000ths of a second, and please cut away, thank you. We don't want a blank track, we want to see cars, because they were passed 5 seconds ago. Down the outside, Reddick for the lead, Logano still just behind with Josh Berry in 4th, Stenhouse 5th, Byron 6th, Elliott 7th, Larson 8th, Hostfar 9th, and Hurst 10th.
You can hear the helicopter rumbles on a bit there as well as they come through. Berry's going to go on the inside line of Brad Keselowski. Tyler Reddick going to give Keselowski a little shove over the line. Berry's got absolutely no one to draft with as Logano comes up alongside him. Berry's waiting for Byron, who's now down the low line with him, coming out of turn number 1. They're going to try and drag, I believe that's the 77 of Carson Hostfire into that mix, but he's in a battle on the outside line with that, is that a Kellogg's? What livery has he got on there, that 47? We haven't seen the cars out this weekend. It is, the sponsor is, for this weekend, Chef Boyarade as well coming into it as a sponsor on the side of that car. Looks quite entertaining. Hopefully one of you in American can give us an indication of what that is. And it sounds quite nice. It's where we could do with Matthew Owens being on the call. Oh, it's pizza. Is it pizza? Oh, JT said it's pizza. Thank you, JT. He believes it's pizza coming into it. Can hear the wheel Robin coming into it. So the action continuing on. It is lap 28. Fox, by the way, they're on side-by-side commercial. They've not gone to full screen yet, if I'm not mistaken, during this one, as they attack through. JT, could you just tell it? JT's got information about what this is, by the way, for that sponsorship. Go on.
It was pizza last week. Chef Boyardee is a well-known American brand of canned pasta products.
Oh.
Stuff like ravioli, spaghetti and meatballs, beefaroni, lasagna, stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
And there is Cole Custer in the Cold Custard sponsored car.
I mean, he has got the opportunity to do the absolutely funniest thing today, and that is what I loved about it as well. Cold custard ice cream cones as well, which is quite interesting as well. Oh, it's Chef Boyardee. It's like canned ravioli or ravioli, they're saying in the chat. Oh, okay, thank you, everybody. I was wondering what on earth that was. Still seeing side by side. That was the same. That is, of course, what JT said on the broadcast. There's the rub, though. Jack up the top of the wall. And Hocevar just getting a little shove up high line at the last corner.
There he blows the tyre afterwards. That's really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, so
In
Carson,
that 77 car.
Carson Hocevar's down pit road. Pit road.
Thinks he's got a flat right front tire.
You've got it,
on
Jack.
the radio. Unfortunately, he missed pit road that first time around, as you see him on the apron, trying to limp his way around right now.
Yeah, and it is just such a long way.
There it is.
Yeah, you see that right front down and the scuff marks from the wall right there. But it's such a long way around. I mean, you're going to be 2 or 3 laps down by the time you get this tire changed.
And he hit it pretty hard that second time. Now you're worried about a toe link and other things. This is hopefully not detrimental for him. That was my pick, Kevin.
Well, I'm sure that Larson, I picked Larson to win this race in the pre-race show, and you said you were off of Larson, so maybe you're the jinx, bud.
Are they the jinx as he gets going? So Hocevar sadly runs into more problems during this race. 3 wide further back, and there's the canned ravioli car going round the outside. So Stenhouse gets ahead of Ryan Blaney, who gets ahead of Kyle Larson, who is not in his usual livery this week for Hendrick. He has taken over the bit. Well, let's have a look. Kyle Larson has taken on the Valvoline sponsorship coming into it. Yes, he has.
One of only 2 sponsors he gets these days.
Yeah.
Oh, big block there from Brad Keselowski on Chase Elliott. That sends them both right through the field. And to the lead, it is Tyler Reddick once again.
Our laps and rundown screen
I could get
is
used
broken.
to this.
Yeah.
I think Tyler Reddick leading every single race.
Yeah, you're having the time of your life, aren't you, at the moment as well? Tyler Reddick winning Daytona, Sheldon Creed winning yesterday. I mean, you're
Brent Cruz is going to win next week.
in the trucks at Phoenix. Not Phoenix, where are we? St. Pete. As we double up with the 2. Valvoline has been in NASCAR for years. Has done, but it's a new sponsor this year. As Logano closing in again. Berry still holding back. So, yeah, Valvoline's been in for ages. As Jack said, it's one of the only 2 sponsors he gets this year coming into it. But, yep, he's taking this opportunity. He's not in his usual Hendrick Motorsports livery.
This morning was what they would do with the car if they needed to make any significant changes compared to the last time here. And he highlighted that drivability. He said, we want to be able to let Joey make the moves and maneuver the way he wants to. And as you see, he's able to do that so far today. Not a word on the radio about the handling of the car. Josh?
Well, for Kyle Larson, the numbers don't tell the full story. If you're looking at just 1 top 10 and 8 starts on the new Atlanta, 5 DNFs for that 5 car. But I talked to Cliff Daniels this morning, and he said, what you don't see with that is how competitive we have been in these races here in Atlanta. You come down to the end of these races, we've been in it. We've just been caught up in someone else's mess who's been running right in front of us where we've had chances to win. 3rd place finish here last spring. He said, yes, we have to evolve with the track, with the setup, but this team has been competitive and we need to keep doing that. We're seeing that today. He's up from 16th now to 11th.
Cheers, team. So, AJ Hamilton running in 25th position at the moment. They're still battling in the middle of the field as they're going 2 wide. Not yet 3 wide as they come into it. This race is going to be quite exciting. 60 laps first stage. I'm expecting our pit stops to come in at the end of this one. Jack, as per normal, stage 1, just absolute sprint to see where you're going to be, ready for stage 2, which will be a bit boring. We might have our stage 2 podcast here. And then stage 3 is going to be all-out war.
Basically, that's how Atlanta seems to race at the moment.
Would be interesting to know that we haven't had an overtime, by the way, this year. And we are in an interesting position where we might even end this one in daylight. They do have lights here at Atlanta, though, just as a heads up to try and come into it. We'll see how it goes. As Logano holding off the front of Berry once more as they come over the straight. I must admit, by the way, we've only been running for 20 minutes. This is Fox's 3rd ad break. That is quite bad. I will admit that. That's not 100% the greatest thing that we can go for during this broadcast of the racing action. We've got Spotters Radio open for you as well. They've not said too much out there at the moment, as we'll open it up. Hopefully we hear something sometime as the field continues to circulate. Fox have gone side by side during green flag, so it looks like they're going to keep their promise of not going full screen coming into it. Just to pick up on what JT's just told me in my ears, Austin Cindric started this race in 30th position, but Jack is now running up in 3rd place. He's right there, look, on the back. He's well, Berry's just jumped him, but Cindric's right in the mix here. That proves you that qualifying, you know, doesn't mean anything. We should just go all the time with these mixed races. How on earth did he get up there?
I will say that he's done it. He's just so good at these drafting type tracks. That's all I can say about him. Genuinely just a really good driver at these drafting tracks.
So that tyre cut coming in for Carson Hocevar dropped him 10 places in the point standings. He was P9 coming into this weekend. He's now down to P19. And remember, with no playoff format this year, the chase that means every single point matters as Ryan Blaney gets a little bit left in no man's land in the middle of the field. He's trying to find the back of William Byron just to tow him through, but it's not working out the way he wanted that either on the backstretch. So far, so good as this action continues to roll. We are 44 of 60 in stage 1, 3 wide. We're on the low line, the 38 coming in as well now. Then we've got Tyler Reddick on the high line, Byron's in the middle. So Zane Smith trying to take it on the low. And Logano's got side by side now as well with Josh Berry. And on the high is Carson. Is that Hocevar being lapped? It is, yeah. So Hocevar now getting a lap on the field. So Jack, he'll be our free pass. Well, when we get to the stage break caution, Jack, he'll only get 1 lap back because he's now 2 laps down.
Well, with super speedway racing, I think that we can certainly expect more cautions, so no real need to worry.
As I said,
he can pretend he's leading.
He can pretend for a little bit, can't he? He gets some good practice maybe when he gets back up there later on. Look what he did at Daytona coming into it as well. By the way, we had 10 cautions here last year. The most we ever had was 14 back in 2007 as well, when the race was in October as well. So not the greatest we had down there as well. As they run it down the backstretch. Josh Berry was absolutely nowhere in that little run. Logano is trying to get caught out here. Chase Elliott, NASCAR's most popular driver, who was half a straight away from winning the Daytona 500, until he got taken out, allowing Tyler Reddick to come through to clinch it. Is now under the lead of the race, getting a tow off of Hocevar, who's 2 laps down. Well, actually now just a lap down. He's managed to lap himself. And I suppose Jack as well, he wants to stay there until lap 60, because that means he'll be back on the lead lap and not have to go 2 down. There's no command blue in this race.
True, actually, that is a good point. So he'll just, ride around, maybe try and stay in the draft. If he gets past. Elliott shoving him forward. So, we'll see what happens.
Fellow Chevy.
Probably, that... Got Connor Zilic also running inside the top 10. The only Rookie of the Year contender this year in the Cup Series. So, potentially automatically won it.
Yeah. So it's looking great. He's actually P9 now over the line, so he's improved up a position either as well as they came over it. We're right on board with Bubba Wallace, the car with Infinity on the front. What can Bubba do as he comes out? He'll go to 2nd place. He's past Reddick, and Reddick's still alongside. We need the off-board camera here. I think Reddick was still alongside him. Oh, we've lost our TV pictures up here in the box. So that's already a great situation. And yeah, we've lost complete pictures up here in the commentary box now as we try and get them back up to you at the moment. We still have our side-by-side with Bubba Wallace running in 3rd position. As they try and go forward. Elliott leading, Reddick in 2nd. Wallace is now net 3rd, but now he's dropped down to net 6th, actually, Jack, as they come over the line there. So not a... impressive run to come into it at the moment. But do you reckon with, 10 to go in this stage, we're going to see a real go point soon, Jack?
We're on battle, JT.
Yeah, right, there we go. Cheers, JT. We've got TV pictures thanks to JT at the moment as we're watching the race coverage. But still, a lot of action to try and close in on once more, Jack, as they go at the moment. It's Chase Elliott leading this race from Reddick in 2nd. And running in 3rd place comes Kyle Larson. And look at that. The fans are going wild.
Calm down, guys. We're early into the race so far. We are slowly approaching the end of this stage as Reddick goes to the inside of Hocevar and gets ahead of the lapped car. And Hocevar moves over to block Logano to allow Larson past. Chevy manufacturer teammate maybe at the work there.
Still pushing. 9 to go as they close in. And the
Larson's
action's
got
still coming
second.
through. Larson does have second position, yeah. So this will be in a little bit of contention now to try and see who's in a, I don't want to say boss mode, but you kind of have to, don't you? As now look at Larson trying to come up high. Elliott's completely in his own. It's a repeat of last week. Here comes Carson Hocevar now down on the low line. Byron's in the mix too. This is just a repeat at the end of the Daytona 500. And Reddick's got swamped. Byron goes high. Bubba had to get drafted up high as well. That was a problem switching up as well with the order. So still across the line. And I think it's Elliott across it there, Jack, with 7 to go at stage 1.
Yep, just there you have Cindric in third. But Hendrick having 2 cars there is very, very useful. Elliott, and there's Larson going down the inside, and you've also got Byron moving there as well. So Larson takes the lead of this race. Elliott and Byron, the Hendrick teammates, go side by side. Elliott, of course, won at Atlanta, I think, last season. So, and I think, if I recall correctly,
yeah,
isn't this like his home track as well?
Yeah, coming into it. So it's an important one to try and get right as they fly through. I'm surprised in half an hour, Fox have gone for 4 side-by-side adverts. That's quite a lot. They're not really doing a lot of work today, are they? The commentary team of Mike Joy, Kevin Having, Clint Boyer. Over the line. 5 to go then as we stand. It's Chase Elliott in the lead. Larson by 0.061 as they came over the line. So there's more changes. And still, they don't want to find positions. They just want to have a little bit of time to sort of have an attack plan and then bang, straight forward to see if there's be a difference of opinion as the action zones continue on. 5 to go in this stage at the moment. Out across the line. Make that 4 to go as they try and pinch up at the front line. Hopefully we might have pictures back shortly as well as we ride with Brad Keselowski. There goes on the inside line. Larson trying to get ahead. Down low. Larson cuts up high. Elliott had nowhere to go. Bubba Wallace from 4th now challenging for 2nd. Elliott gets in the slipstream of Larson coming down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. And now the action's starting to ramp up at the moment as the pressure begins to build up and up and up and up and up. And that's what we like to see. Elliott, Larson, Cindric, Wallace, Reddick over the line. It's 3 laps to go in stage 1 here. And they're all now starting to battle because as we remember, Jack, stage points means so much here now.
Yep, Bubba probably needs to try and get through on Larson. It's going to be tough though with Elliott helping Larson out so much.
Still on the attack. Come on, what have you got then to have an attack on it? Through they come.
Who's that
in
down
the
low?
backstretch.
Is that Cindric? It is Cindric. Bubba's got the lead, I think.
Over the line.
Yeah, Bubba's got the lead.
Bubba Wallace leads with 2 laps to go in stage 1 of the Auto Trader 400. Coming up high, there's still more battling drama. Look at Kyle Busch in 6th position trying to find a way through as well. Elliott's going to be dropped back. He's been locked out alongside Logano. Byron's going on the inside now of Larson. But it is Bubba Wallace at the moment who has the lead of this race and hopefully can just keep that momentum going. 1 to go at the line here in stage 1. And look at this on the outside line. Austin Cindric coming out of nowhere. And Cindric now blasting ahead of the exit of turn 2 into the lead. Byron's coming in there too. Here comes again the back. Wallace getting a push from Elliott. Byron's in a little mix as well. They're desperately trying to find the inside line. Green-white checker is coming out for stage 1. Larson's trying, but it's too late over the line. It's Austin Cindric who wins stage 1 of the Auto Trader 400. Wallace, Larson, Byron, Elliott, Reddick, Busch, Logano, Zilich, and Blaney has the top 10. Good ending to stage 1 there, Jack.
Yeah, really some good, clean racing. And I'm being told that Hocevar has lost, of all things, a right side window.
How on earth do you
Well,
lose that?
at the very least, he'll have a nice breeze into the car now.
Of all the things to lose, I didn't expect to hear that on the front. That is a surprise. So, let's head down to JT with the world feed information while I go and try and feed our TV pictures. JT, over to you.
Let's go down to Fox. Yeah, one ad break. Incredible. Incredible scenes. Good job we have got track political one here. Oh my god, it is chaotic because I've got officials radio in both ears because JB's left the officials radio.
I can hear them
Jack,
too, mate.
how was stage one?
Calm. I would say very, very calm, which is nice. I'm hoping we get a bit more excitement in the next couple of stages, both of which are 100 laps. Hopefully we don't waste too many laps under caution here, like we always seem to do. But it's what it is. Yeah. We see what the race will present to us today.
Yeah, it'll be around 10 laps under caution, not normally, so we'll have around a 91, 90, 89 lap stage around that. That was Austin Cindric's 10th career stage win in the NASCAR Cup Series, and Cindric is the 18th driver to have 10 or more stage wins in the Cup Series. 10 stage points for Cindric in first, Wallace second, 9 points, Larson third, 8 points, Byron fourth, 7 points, Elliott fifth, 6 points, Reddick sixth, 5 points, Bush 7th, 4 points, Logano 8th, 3 points, Silic 9th, 2 points, Blaney 10th, and 1 point. Hostfar will get the free pass and he will get 1 lap back, but also lost his right side window, so they will need to put 1 in this pit stop by. It was a Hendrick top 3, followed by Penske 3, followed by a 23-11-2 Trackhouse 1, RCR 1, and then by manufacturer Chevy 5, Ford 3, Toyota 2 top 10, and the best JGR car that stage was Denny Hamlin, P15. So, only 1 lap for Carson Hostfar. He will still be a 1 lap down, but we will have more cautions guaranteed. Let's go back momentarily to Fox with Mike Joy in the booth as we get ready for pit stops in this first stage break here at Echo Park Automotive Speedway. Jamie Little.
Chase has been in the Cup Series, and they just continue to get better. In 2025, this was the #1 team. Here they are.
Nick Odell, front tire changer. I have pit for both Chase Elliott and Bill Elliott. Calvin T, rear tire changer, 4-time Cup Series champion. Jared Erspamer, tire carrier. No fun here. TJ Simke, the Jackman. Best of all in the garage. George Donato here. I have 2 kids, Mikey and Julia.
7
All business, no jokes.
Well, it is.
That's
getting
fun
ready.
in the garage.
It's getting ready to be all business right here on pit road. This pit road is narrow. Stalls are small. Lots of places you can get yourself in trouble. But we've seen it week after week. You know, you got to get the tires tight. You got to get the pit crew guys got to do everything on their end. But there's a lot of room for having problems. Not a lot of room for having problems right here on this pit road.
Who can that be problematic for? A guy like Cindric that's leading this thing, but didn't get a good pit stall choice because of the metric. Keep an eye on him and how he comes off the pit road.
Pit road starts right there. Under caution, it's 45 miles an hour. From that white line all the way to the end of pit road. Under green, you can run 90 miles an hour on the flat until you get to the yellow line at the head of the actual pit lane, and then down to 45.
See them use it on that way outside line because that arc is narrower down there. Obviously, shorter way around, you can get caught speeding. So they maximize all their efforts there by running on the outside. Here we go.
Here they come, Jamie.
Chase Elliott gets the countdown into his pit box. He comes in from 5th. Said that car has been good. Tight early, but got better as they run. The call is for 4 tires, only 11 seconds of fuel. Oh no, he overshoots his box. They have to push him back, guys, costing valuable time. He finally comes to a stop, Josh.
Kyle Larson, that car just a little bit tight. It'll be 4 tires and weight on fuel from 23 on Bubba Wallace. He said, man, I just need some grip in this thing. 4 tires and fuel as well, Regan.
Austin Cindric in the 2 cars just a little to the tight side. Wants a small adjustment so he can be able to do potentially for later in the race.
Well, that's exactly what we were talking about. Chase Elliott overshooting his pit, then put you in a hole. Really quick.
45, and then there's another 3 wide. There's both of those.
Chase Elliott, best pit crew in 2025, and after a rough start here, having to reposition to make their stop. They'll come out in the back.
Absolutely. So, pit stops completed here at Atlanta. Race off pit road at the start. Carl Larson wins the race off pit road in the 5 car, followed by William Byron, Bubba Wallace, Noah Gregson, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Tyler Reddick, and Joey Logano. Chase Elliott overran. Then they pushed him too far back, so they had to push him forward again. So a dramatic pit stop for Chase Elliott, Jack.
Yeah, indeed. Let me get back to it. Still under caution here with however many laps to go till we go green. Quite frankly, I do think it takes a bit too long for us to get back to green after a caution. At least stage caution wise. Because realistically, look, my perspective is that stage caution laps should not be counted towards the total amount of distance covered. That's been my perspective for a while now. Can we please stop looking at the private jet? I don't care about other people's wealth, thank you very much. There you go, that's much better. Now we can actually look at some proper cars.
That, I believe, is the 2311 private jet. So, am
I supposed to care about that, really?
Disastrous stop for Chase Elliott. What happened is he overshot his pit box, and then what we didn't realise, he ran over the air hose, had to be pushed back, and then that's why it was overshot back and then fourth again, because they had to get him off the air hose. It was over a 21-second pit stop. On top of that, the tyre also rolled away from them. So we believe it was still a safe tyre. We haven't had anything to that. But we have had a couple of penalties. The first one for speeding on pit road to the rear of the field. Ryan Blaney has been caught, so he will go to the rear of the field. And Cody Ware also to the tail of the field for pitting outside the box. Still under caution here, working lap 7 of 100 in the stage 2 of this Auto Trader 100 laps, the stage 2 and stage 3. So pit road closed, as we can hear in the officials audio. Let's go back to Fox as we wait for the green flag to start stage 2.
Elliott's pitted again, by the way, so he's 36th now.
Well, you got a good way to keep warm. I'll tell you who's warm. There's a couple of different race teams up and back in that first stage. Austin Cindric, the stage winner. By the way, Roger Penske celebrating his birthday on Friday.
Yeah, well, first off, we fit in like a turd to punch bowl down here in our group of friends that we found. We did find a little bit of work. Listen, there's really not anyone sticking out in this race that sticks out to me. Penske's been really good. Hendrick Motorsports been 2311. The race has got to play out. One thing I learned with Bell in that pre-race interview, though, is that the grip will continue to go up. Can't wait to see who can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, Joey Logano's led the most laps. He did in both races last year, but did not win those races, even though he's a 2-time winner. All right, let's go back up to the booth where it's warm as well.
Thank you, Chris. Stay warm down there. I'd say get a cold one, but you know. All right, we had Chase Elliott having trouble in the pits, overshooting the box.
This is, you don't want to find the tires. You guys think small round, so the one to go to 5. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I just got a little too much in the turn there. Got my stuff
tell you what, that reminded me of Mortimer and Randolph coming to America down there helping win that window. Let's watch this.
So
now here's the leader, and I was talking about this, but this was just nothing more than a slow pit stop.
Waiting on fuel. Get that second can in.
He probably burned more than most coming from 30th to the lead.
and you want to keep it the fuel full as much as you can in this race so that your later stops are quicker. So definitely want to make sure that tank is topped off, which they did right there.
All right, you want to see Ryan Blaney?
Absolutely, we are coming to the green. This time, we are all doubled up, ready to go for the start of stage 2 here at Echo Park Speedway for the Auto Trader 400. People coming down pit road to top up on fuel and starting at the rear of the field. Chase Elliott, Ty Dillon, and the 44 as well on board with Michael McDowell. The pace guy heads into pit road. JB, we are about to get underway for the start of stage 2 of the Auto Trader 400 here at Echo Park Speedway.
Green flag comes through and we are racing for stage 2. Kyle Larson on the outside from Bubba Wallace down low. Watch out for Byron and Cindric. Gregson in P5 swinging round turn 1 and 2. This is where they've got to try and find that sweet spot, Jack, in order to keep in momentum and keep in gains. What a restart, actually.
Yep. Here is, we got a Hendrick front row at the moment, but also running well is the Motorsports car of Noah Gregson in the 4, currently running in 5th place. Let's see where he is when he crosses the line. Still in 5th place, so still doing quite well.
Still on the attack then as we get to lap 70. Remember, we're going to see pit stops at some point in this stage. We'll wait to see when we're going to have the go point here as they come through again. Still on the attack, Larson, Byron, Wallace, Cindric, Gregson. That's the top 5. Look how high Larson is going, coming out of turn 3 and 4. He's dragging Bubba Wallace with him. Wallace gives him a little love tap. That knocks Byron down into the path of Cindric there over the line. They've already got such an advantage here, Jack. It's unbelievable the gap they have.
Yeah. It's called working together. When you're working together on a super speedway like this, it really helps. And I think it's being demonstrated very well by Larson and Byron.
They're throwing it absolutely caution to the wind. It's just what we like to see and experience as they keep on going over the line once more. And look at Bubba absolutely pushing. And he swipes down. He blocks Byron coming through 1. And he takes the lead away. Larson got surprised as we did. Now they're bringing it in. It's back-to-back bumpers. Larson is side-by-side with Wallace, who goes ahead. Now he's side-by-side with Byron, who goes ahead. Coming back down low comes the number 4 of Noah Gregson. Side by side, the 2 and the 22 together. Look, coming through on the inside line as well for Connor Zilic, your man there, getting a bump from the back there as well from Tyler Reddick coming through. Not a bad little strategy there, Jack, as they come through, but now Byron's round the back of Bubba.
Yep, and Hocevar's obviously just behind, just waiting for maybe an inevitable caution to see if he can get a lap back. But we can also see Reddick just alongside Reddick, Zilic, and we got Logano just ahead of them. Logano has won at the Super Speedway format Atlanta. Maybe he can do it again. What a block there from Gregson on Logano. That's killed his run.
Yeah, Logano's completely nowhere now. He's got no one left to drag on traction. So it hasn't really worked out for him coming out of the best way of the final 2 corners. Still, the action continues and the pace keeps on trucking. And now we're seeing Byron side by side with the back there of, oh, that's not Kyle Larson, is that? It's Austin Cindric has managed to make up. Wallace leading, so Cindric now moves up into 3rd place to try and have a little bit of traction. Got a replay coming here on the monitor. What have we got here? This is Radio Remix. That's happened. If JT could unmute that, we'll listen in. Don't know if he can, though, quite quickly. How is it up there, right?
It might actually be worse than Daytona one. One of the turn 3s, so that could definitely be a trouble spot.
Well, it's got me considering I should have talked about hazard pay in my contract.
Should have talked about hazard pay in the contract, Jack. It is windy out there, as JT mentioned. Turns 3 and 4 very much is blowy as they come through. Bubba and Byron still in a battle now as we see the Great American flag on the back straight away, blowing nicely.
Not sure about great.
Does look great, doesn't it?
It's a nice flag, but there are much better flags out there.
You're being patriotic to British flags and cultures.
I mean, our English flag's pretty boring, I'll be honest.
It's a combination of them all as well.
I mean, we all agree the Welsh flag is the best. Like, imagine having a dragon on your flag.
I've got
that's objectively amazing.
I mean, automatically it gains you 10 points with Gryffindor as it comes through.
Ooh.
Oh, a lot of action coming back there. Say Sales and St. Lucia apparently are still having the best ones coming into it. I have no TV pictures at all right now. Go on.
Yeah.
Fair dues as they come through. Wallace, Byron, Larson, Cindric, Gregson, Bush, Logano, Zilic, Briscoe, Bowman still trying to bring in a tow. And we're seeing now there's the 12 side by side with the 10 coming down the backstretch. And there the 34 just losing out on a couple more places and drifting backwards. So, 18 of 100, lap 78 of 260 as we continue on the push. This is stage 2. It's 100 laps. We're going to see pit stops around about laps 64 to 70 for fuel. But that's not seeming to be the way at the moment. JT, if you can, let's send it down to Fox and yourself while we try and fix a bit more of these issues if we come to lap 20. Still on the battle side by side. Bubba from Byron, Larson, Cindric, Bush, Gregson, Zilic, Logano in P8 as they come over the line. Oh, and getting a little bit loose there, Jack. Or it's coming through with Kyle Busch getting a bit loose, and so is Larson. He's loose behind Byron.
Larson takes second place away from Byron, and Bush gets ahead of the 48. We're getting a little bit racy here at the moment, so...
They are indeed.
Yeah, and Larson, I think, is probably going to get past Bubba Wallace here. Just behind Bubba is Connor Zilic, who gives Bubba a shot to see what he could do. But Larson into the race lead in the number 5 Valvoline Hendrick Motorsports car.
JT, let's go to Fox and check in with them. Okay, no Fox at the moment. As they're on break. Sorry, yeah, they're on break. I should have looked over the other monitor. We'll wait for that for a second then. Byron side by side with Bubba Wallace coming out of the back stretch as well. Byron will take it over the line and he takes second away from Wallace. They're still on commercial break because we've got TV picture issues, but JT's saving our bacon as Bubba Wallace got surprised there. He lost his drafting partner as Byron swung down low coming out of turn 2. And now we're seeing Larson right behind as well. Bubba's going to touch the back of Kyle Larson coming into turn 4. There's a little bit loose coming through. There's through turn 3 they come. They're wrecking the 54s in the wall. Ty Gibbs. Is that the 21 of Josh Berry as well? Yes, it is. 2 cars involved.
Whoever that was.
Caution comes out. 2
Why
cars.
is it both the white and red cars?
Gibbs now with a fire.
Oh, we got
and he's
fire.
set fire to the grass on driver's side door as well. They better get there.
JB.
Oh, they better get there quick. AMA safety crew. Oh, a lot of fuel now catching fire for Josh Berry and the Wood brothers. And they need the MR safety crews now just trying to stamp it out with the feet. And, well, I don't know about you, but hurry up, because you're going to need to get some fire extinguisher over there. The fire marshals haven't brought the fire extinguisher. You need to get in driver's side. That's where the fire is. Help the driver not step into flames. My God. Yeah, so the MR safety crew doesn't have this for the fire extinguishers. The fire crew does,
and then
but
has damage too.
The fire crew came to the wrong side. Fire crew went to non-driver's door. Oh, the 54 attacks the back. Oh. 54. Hard hit into the wall there, Jack into the wall.
That's a massive hit. Hold on, so what happened? So this should be... No, there's nothing definitive. He makes some contact with the 11 and then just goes around.
Yeah, there we go. So
Well, Ty doing some nice flexibility to try and not stand in the fire.
It's not even the fire crew that put out the fire. It is the AMR safety crew who grabbed an extinguisher from the fire truck to put it outside on the driver's door because the fire crew got to the safest position on the track. They blocked the circuit, which they needed to do. And yeah, it's the AMR safety crew that put
Little
out
bit
fire.
of damage, by the way, for Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, a little bit of Hamlin with damage. Okay, right, let's head down to Fox and JT as I try and get pictures working. Caution's out.
You're joking.
What did people hear there?
Well, they only came back. Fox have just gone to add, and they've only just...
Under caution here, lap 85 of 260, lap 25 of 100 here in stage 2 of the Auto Trader 400 at the Echo Park Speedway, Atlanta Motor Speedway. And it's currently Carl Larson in the lead, William Byron, Bubba Wallace in third, Connor Zillage, Austin Cindric, Tyler Reddick, Noah Gregson, AJ Allmendinger, Joe Logano, Carl Busch rounds out the top 10 with Ross Chastain, Michael McDowell, Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell in the top 15. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Dillon, Daniel Sawyers, Chris Buescher, Todd Gilliland rounds out the top 20. Then Denny Hamlin, Riley Hurst, Chase Elliott, Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 25 after having started the tail of the field due to speeding in pit road, the last caution. Ty Dillon, Brad Keselowski, SVG, Ryan Fries, BJ McLeod rounds out the top 30. Eric Jones, John Hunter, Nemechek, Cole Custer in the frozen custard, as known as cold custard for Cole Custer. In 33rd, JJ Yaley, 34th, Cody Ware, 35th, Carson Hocevar, 36th, and one lap down, but will receive the free pass. So all cars will be back on the lead lap for this restart. All running cars, that is, currently behind the wall due to their involvement in this latest incident to cause our first accident, our first caution for cause. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry both behind the wall due to their heavy impact into the wall. Also, all NASCAR Cup Series races this year on Fox/FS1 feature national double box commercial breaks only. No national full screen breaks during green flag racing. Confirmed from Fox and FS1 this year. Let's go back to Fox.
The day. Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry's cars hauled to the garage. Carson Hocevar will get back on the lead lap with the free pass.
Yeah, and that worked out great for Hocevar to be able to have these couple of cautions while he was the only car locked down. I think this car is fast enough to get out of the front. But you see Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs torque right here. And advantage for the rest of those guys.
Left side of your screen is where this starts.
Yeah, and I think that the 21 had to go up the racetrack because the 20 made a late move down the back straightaway, and 54 was coming down the racetrack, not anticipating the 21 coming up because they were going to be full wide. So that just looks like one of those racing deals. One going up, one coming down right there.
About damage on the left rear of Denny Hamlin's car. Riley Herbst got into him a bit as they were trying to get through that. And
you'll see it, that's Riley right behind Denny as he had to check up. Yeah.
Sure. This is from him.
Road's too close. We're going to blow that through and then maximum for okay. So we have a maximum and then the floors up top.
Very lucky to not have any more damage than he has.
Clean up
All right, with the pits closed for one more lap, Daytona 500 winner Tyler Reddick had a very busy week, but it capped off with this morning's team meeting, and they allowed us to sit in.
We definitely took the cold weather that we had today into consideration. We know the body did and set up stuff, so optimistic about today. But same time, remember last week was fun to celebrate. Great job, but today's a reset. New day, chance to prove ourselves again. So stay diligent, stay in the moment, and as we always end it, control what we can control. Let's execute together. 1, 2, 3. 25.
Sunday. Scott and Tyler Reddick were honored at the Motorsports Hall of Fame outside Turn 4 at Monday morning, where they presented the home car to sit there for a year, and then Tyler Reddick went off on a whirlwind tour.
The biggest career accomplishment
right Tuesday in history book. New York City and the Empire State Building.
It's just what do you do for a living?
I drive NASCAR. We just
Daytona 500 champion Tyler Reddick.
Daytona 500 champion Tyler Reddick. Tyler is joining us right now. Does it feel real, man? Has it sunk in? What's it been like?
All right, cars are coming to pit road. Let's check with Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, 72 laps to go. We're at the pit window. You see everybody pretty much coming to pit road. This is a chance to fill it up. I think a lot of them's going to do fuel only to get to the end, but I'm hearing some, like Jim Pullman and Kyle Busch, saying the way we fell off at the end of that run, let's think about tires. So I think you'll see a mixed bag here.
And that number 8 got up as high as 7th and comes into pit road in 10th. Jamie?
William Byron in at 24, started 13th, worked his way up to 2nd. He's kind of been on both sides of the fence, loose and then tight. This last short run, so the tail was wagging the dog and he lost his nose. So they are going to make an adjustment and
Well, for Kyle Larson, said that car got much freer when he was out front. It'll be fuel only for them. Same deal for the 23. 3 seconds of fuel and out. Regan?
Last adjustment for Austin Cindric didn't make the car turn any better, just made the back looser. And you see there, a quick fuel-only stop for him.
You see how much more chaotic gas only makes this pit road because it doesn't leave enough time for the guys to make that pit stop while the other guys are trying to get in their pit stalls and you're getting out.
The pit road's not that wide, so at least one car decided to take time on the grass to get by. Cleaning up the second caution of the day in Atlanta.
Still under caution here at Atlanta for the first caution for cause. Gibbs and Berry hard into the wall, caused a grass fire as well. Issues down there at Christopher Bell's to 20. A lot of attention to the right hand side of that car. All but 7 cars pitted under that caution. And your new leader, yes, your new leader, Shane Van Gisbergen. Keselowski, Eric Jones, John Hunter, Nemechek, Cole Custer, and JJ Yaley, Cody Ware are your 7 cars that did not pit. I say that they all pit the second time by. So a full field cycle. Now, so Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Joe Logano, your top 4. So everyone has pitted under this caution. Them just choosing whether to pit the first time by or the second time by. We are working lap 90 of 260. Lap 30 of 100 in the second stage, of course. One final stage should come after this. Also, 100 laps in length. We have been going for an hour, 1 hour, 1 minute and 45 seconds and counting. As Keselowski exits his pit box and heads down pit road to join the back of the pack. So Bell's still sitting on pit road to work on the right side door/fender area. Richie, part of our commentary team, has said that his hair is purple. He's posted a
Why
photo.
are you trying to imitate JT?
That is not purple. That is right. I need to send Richie a photo and say.
Hold on, let me just reconnect.
No, I've just seen your Twitter. That is not purple, and I will in fact attach a photo. While I do that, let's get ready to go back to Fox and the team over there.
Back to Atlanta, 90 laps complete. Everybody's been to pit road for tires and Sunoco race fuel with zero carbon polyethanol. And they've got enough of it to go the end of stage 2. For Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Joey Logano, and Ross Chastain. Some sound from William Byron's team, speaking of fuel.
To make it to the end, but I think still got to get closer here. Getting our caution, I'll get us there. Gotcha, yep.
Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry both checked at the infield care center and released. Todd Gilliland too fast to entering pit road. He'll restart at the back. Carson Hocevar, the free pass, is now back on the lead lap. Jamie?
Well, Christopher Bell came in for a long pit stop. He had right side rocker damage, and he also swapped out his steering wheel. So they pulled this one off, and what happened? They didn't have practice or qualifying. This is where you want that line. That piece of tape needs to be straight up. He got in the car, and he was off to the bit, just a little bit, so they had to swap it out. Guys, you know, in the booth, that's something they usually get done when they have practice.
Yeah, when you get that wheel off like that, I got so used to where it was that I felt like I couldn't even drive the car. It messed everything up that I had going on inside the car. But they changed the wheel, so not sure if they just retaped the wheel. You saw those tape lines on the steering wheel. You can see them all right here. Everybody has a different spot that they put those tape lines in. You see the 34 and then everybody coming off the road now. The center close pit road 44. The green and red on the sides above the hands right there of John Hunter Nemechek, that tells you where to put the wheels straight on the pit stop. So great view from inside our Toyota racing camera here.
Getting ready for the restart. You saw the view from Eric Jones. He made a long pit stop. Here's the Wendy's cam on board Ross Chastain. He's going to roll off 5th.
Road is clear. Caution car coming to the green.
91 laps complete. This stage is 100 laps long. So we're on lap 32 of the 100.
Pace car going to head into pit road. We'll be going green on lap 93 of 260 with 167 laps to go. Green flag is in the air, and it's a good start from Larson. It's a good start from Reddick. Larson gets the push from Byron round the outside of turn 1. Meanwhile, Reddick getting the push by Logano, and Logano pushes Reddick to the lead, but here comes Byron pushing Larson to the lead. They are side by side heading down the back straight, and it's Larson who takes the lead. Logano has dropped back, and it is single file for the top 4. It's lap 93 of 260. Kyle Larson is your leader. We've had 2 cautions for 17 laps and 26 lead changes as we complete the first lap on the green flag. Running from that restart, we are 3 wide further back. That is Briscoe, Wallace and Zilish getting involved in that, as Connor Zilish was in 6th as he has dropped back. You hear that radio message there. All cars have met minimum speed, which is good to hear as we complete another off the charts on board with Ross Chastain, who is currently in 4th place, trying to get past, well, up to 3rd now as he passes Reddick as the timing screens update, trying to get past William Byron, the Raptor Chevrolet in 2nd place. Carl Larson just ahead. Good restart, Jack.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all cars have now met minimum. But it's good to see Hocevar back on the lead lap. Hopefully that damage isn't too serious and he can contend for some good points. Especially as, in this format, winning's not all that matters. Points matter a lot in this new format. I say new old, more than anything. Back to the old new, or like whatever the phrase is. But, yeah. I mean, we saw it with Busch at the end of the 500 last week, where he held back and stayed 30th and just let everyone wreck in front of him. He came home like 15th. He played for points and it paid off. Playing for points is what matters at the end of the day in this format, as there is no more winning you're in. And I would like to say about to winning you're in, good riddance.
Yeah, you really didn't like that system, and a lot of people did not like that system as well, myself included.
Well, Daniel Trotter did, but I mean,
yes, goodbye win.
I speak, I'm in trouble.
Yes. Anyway, we are 3 wide. Ryan Blaney, that is McDowell, and they are being swamped by the outside line, which has got so much more power, many more cars in it. As now Bowman is heading around the outside of Busch, and Busch trying to head around the outside of Austin Dillon, get it involved in that as well. Lap 98 of 260 now. We have completed 5 laps under green flag after that last caution. And hooray, JB has got his TV pictures back and will be returning to the commentary box momentarily. Still on board with Brad Keselowski round the outside of the 34 of Gilliland in towards turn 1 as we cut to 3 wide once again with McDowell, Hurst and Bowman. Kyle Busch trying to get involved in that in the 8 car, also just behind the 7 and the 3 of Austin Dillon, and then 3 wide behind those 2 with Blaney in the middle of that 3 wide sandwich. But as we tick over to lap 100 of 260, lap 40 of 100, we are 3 wide through the mid-pack. JB, you have your TV pictures back at last.
Oh, I tell you what, my friend, nicely held. I've had to connect my skybox in the main room to a TP link to make it Ethernet to make sure we get the data back, because the Wi-Fi is not strong. So I will not be defeated. The king of tech is back. 100 down, 160 to go. I'm a hot, sweaty mess, as I assume the drivers are, Jack. What a stage restart we've had, and Kyle Larson leading the way.
Yeah, been a somewhat calm second stage so far. So maybe we can have our stage 2 podcast, but we'll see what ends up happening. But Larson's still in the lead here. It looks like, I will say it right here, I don't know if it's been said yet, but it looks to me as if what's their name? Gibbs and Berry they're done.
Yeah.
It looks like they're done. Not only that, Hamlin, whatever damage he had, doesn't really seem to have impacted him. He's running like 11th right now, so.
That kind of makes sense.
I like your makeshift fan.
I'll come to the com box to say hello, look. Hang on, wrong button. Hang on. There we go, look. Hello, everyone. It's hot here.
Getting rid of winning you're in made NASCAR great again, someone puts. True.
It is.
Very true.
Caution, caution, caution. Someone's off. It's a big one. 35, 47, 78. All involved.
Oh.
And the 35 is backwards. And he's making out with the Ravioli 47 livery. So the caution came out on that back stretch. Well, that was well timed. Riley Herbst might live to fight another day there, Jack. He's not got too much damage on the front.
I mean, that looks like a monster hit.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
Second caution, there's many laps. Yellows breed yellows.
It looked like the 78 was also involved there. That is BJ McLeod in the Live Fast Motorsport machine. That's so unfortunate for him. Another one that's completely out of his control, it appears. The other two involved being Ricky Stenhouse and Riley Herbst.
I stand
35.
corrected. Look at the back there, Jack. That's Riley Herbst looking like he's done for the day.
And look, I mean, yeah, I think that's done as well for Ricky Stenhouse. That doesn't look good. Really unfortunate after he ran so well in the truck race yesterday.
Unfortunately,
we'll see what they can do with that car.
That car looks like a tin of ravioli now, as we go into yellow.
As I said, it was a monster hit.
Yeah, not looking good,
Sponsored
is
by
it?
Monster.
Right.
No one laughed at my joke? Okay.
I'm going to impose on JT one more time while I just go and tidy everything up and make sure it's all good under yellow, and then I'll be fully back afterwards. But JT, do you fancy ravioli for dinner?
Oh, JB, why are you like this? I have to mute and unmute so many different microphones. Under our second caution for cause, as that is Gilliland with a messed up rear right. That is wobbling all over the place, and that is heavy damage to the 47. Involved in the wreck, Riley Hurst, Stenhouse Jr., Austin Dillon, BJ McLeod, Todd Gilliland, and possibly more. They are going to work on the rear right of that 34 Loves car. Stenhouse to the garage and done for the day. No surprise there. Stenhouse nose to nose shoved Riley Hurst down the wall about a football field before they disconnected, and the 47 drove away. Here is a replay. We're looking in the mid-pack. There's Stenhouse. There is Riley Hurst. And Hurst gets up into Austin Dillon. That spins them both round. Gets a little bit of a nudge there from a Haley. And then as they drift up the track, collects Stenhouse Jr. and Gilliland. And then Stenhouse Jr. gets caught up with Hurst. And they go for a tug of war pushing match down the back straight away.
Look at this save from Custer.
Oh, that tell you what, hell of a save as well from Dillon, as you mentioned already. But Custer did a hell of a save as well.
He might have some damage here.
Came down off the floor.
Yeah, he's going to still have a bit of damage there, Austin Dillon. That looked like Dillon, I think, kind of came down into Herbst to me. That's what that looked like to me personally.
Just remind me, boys, it was Bubba who won stage 1, correct?
I
can't remember. So. I can't remember after all this time.
No, it was Cindric. It was Cindric who won stage 1. Jack Baldwin, son of Tommy Baldwin, is complaining on Twitter right now. Both as we missed both wrecks on the broadcast under commercial.
Have they gone full screen or side by side?
I think they're only doing side by side, but I think...
So it's side by side for green. Oh, okay. So for Fox this year, it's side by side for green flag running all year long, not just Daytona. JT mentioned it earlier on when I was out fixing TV pictures, basically being the TV repairman. Well, the strategy, boys, was to pit during stage 2 around about lap 66. Now they can stop anytime they like. This is going to completely change the strategy. They had 5 extra set of tyres for caution periods, and well, they can use them anytime they like. They can. Where are we now? Halfway through stage 2. I suppose, Jack, if you really want to, you could fuel up now for 70 laps and go a little bit in stage 3.
Maybe you could consider that for sure, or you could just go full throttle in
this stage
and try and get some stage points, because every point matters in all of racing.
The 35, it's being towed So Riley Herbst's car's being towed by the recovery truck, but the retardation of energy means it's hit the recovery truck on the back.
Oh dear.
Larry Mack.
Tires right now. If you're one of those guys in the back, no brainer
Come on,
for
4
them.
tires and fill it up.
Yeah, okay, so they were going what we were saying, 4 tyres and fill it up and just go to the middle of the stage run. So Larry Mack's agreeing with me there, Jack, that you should just go now.
Yeah, I would tend to agree as well. It makes the most sense at the stage.
Just turned off the officials radio because it's getting slightly annoying under yellow coming through. So we'll wait to see. By the way, stellar credit to JT and to Jack there when I had to solve TV issues. JT was hearing double the entire time, so you could have told me. Oh, Jack, I have a sweaty back now from trying to do all that. While I recover, let's get out of Fox.
You don't want to give up the track position. You don't want to put yourself in a position to go to the back. But these guys up there, they can take full advantage of it.
So Daniel Suarez in 19th place will be the first car to come to pit road, and everybody behind him, as Larry Mack pointed out, follows suit.
Pit road. Let's go down to...
Looks like a lot of gas only, filling up
gas only as the pit road opens.
Poet zero carbon bioethanol.
So what's going to happen here? Who comes down pit road on the call?
On BJ McLeod. Otherwise, a lot of fuel.
Oh, you're hearing fuel on BJ McLeod.
Yeah, it was a lot of, it was mixed in with a lot of 4 tire. It just kind of depends on where you were right there, but in the end, the most important thing is that fuel to be able to make sure you can fill that stop down the road as short as possible.
Ah. Long time to have a biscuit. Can I blind you again, JT, officials radio? We're running for an hour and 19. 3 cautions so far tonight, so we'll have 4 cautions in total because of the stage 2 break coming up. And they still run around again and again and again. Well then, Jack, how would you rate the race so far as we're 108 laps in? JT's going to have points as they run. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 5th to 20th now in points as they run affectations. Riley Herbst, 11th to 23rd in points as they run. Austin Dillon, 32nd to 35th on the board. Todd Gilliland, 35th to 36th. So that's how the points change at the moment then, Jack. And stage points matter, points as they run matter.
All points matter.
1 to go up the line, as you heard from JT there, but there was too many members over the wall, I believe, for Todd Gilliland. No, the 38, I believe. So that's Zane Smith. So I think Zane Smith has got a too many officials over the wall. He has dropped back to 30th position on our monitors. Sorry, Jack, I think I could have caught you there, mate. You want to pick you up?
No, I've got nothing to add currently.
49 of 100, halfway through stage 2. Fuel can go 64 to 70, just gas it up and go. Tyre should make it 9 stages. Let's go back to Fox. We get 1 to go in the choose.
The Auto Trader 400 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance, revving up the savings on home and auto insurance. We're Halfway through stage 2, here's your progressive race summary. Tyler Reddick, the race leader, one of 8 today, 26 lead changes already, and still 32 cars on the lead lap. We're just finishing up the 3rd caution of the day, 23 caution laps. And let's have a look at today's big move, sponsored by Pods. We're going to concentrate on Cole Custer.
Well, this is a great move right here. You're going to see the 3 car at the right side of your screen come down the racetrack, and he's got a lot of wheel into it to the right, doesn't get that wheel back out of it, and shoots back up the racetrack. And Cole Custer right there shoots the gap, and just at the last minute pulls this car to the right. Oh, man, talk about threading the needle. That was close.
Coming to the restart then. What have we got for this run? Fingers crossed it's going to be okay. As they get into the Echo Park restart zone, green flag is displayed. Ready to go. Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano. Ready? Then we will begin. Green flag falls. We go racing. Bubba Wallace gets a fantastic restart. He's going to go the high line and get pushed out as well by Chase Briscoe. Larson pushes that 45 on the down low mark. He's going to get a little tap from Joey Logano and then Denny Hamlin. And Larson's going down low. He forces up high Tyler Reddick to get a knock in from Bubba Wallace. Larson now getting towed in by Logano into 3 and 4. That was cheeky there from Kyle Larson, Jack, but works out alongside Tyler Reddick quite nicely.
Yep, still battling here with Reddick, seeing what they can do. Larson and Reddick been at the front generally all day, to be honest. Been really impressed with their race pace so far today.
Smooth as silk, as they like to just keep an eye on what's happening and making sure that the racing action goes well.
Out.
Oh, so that's Stenhouse out, Riley Herbst out, Ty Gibbs out of the race. 3 retirements in the opening hour 24 as we race towards half distance in total. Scoring has now confirmed that Stenhouse is out of this race as well. JT's just told me in my ears as well, so Jack is correct as Reddick tries to block Wallace on the high line, and then on the low line tries to block Larson coming into it as well. It's getting a bit tight out there. I don't want to say it, Jack, but this is becoming a bit of a, okay, let's just do a stage 1 again, gas it to the line, and just we might not see many cautions brew anymore because it's not going to be that type of situation.
I'll wait for it to get a bit later, then people will make some more desperate moves.
So there goes on the inside, Larson coming through. JT's telling me that, of course, we're going to have more cautions under stage breaks as well. Sorry, more cautions apart from stage breaks because we're at Atlanta. That kind of makes it go as they come through once again on the bottom stretch. Do you know, I just hope and pray that we have a good, smooth battle. I don't want drama. I want close, hard racing because, yeah, they wrecked like crazy, Jack, at Daytona. But up until that point, the racing was good until the Toyotas decided to place fuel mileage saving racing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Let's check in, on board.
Checked and released at the Infield Care Center. Now that teammate got on the bottom.
I thought we were going to go for an interview there, but Clint just talked over it. I got told they were going through to Jamie Little. They have not, as they come through once again over the line. The 45 of Tyler Reddick clearly leading this race, and he's blocking up and he's blocking low, and he's all over the place through turn 1. That's going to allow Bubba Wallace to have the inside line, and Kyle Larson couldn't find an opportunity to get through there, so that was ever so slightly unfortunate. So they're still running in side-by-side actions. We are closing in on half distance. Tyler Reddick now the leader. Well, actually, this is into run. This is difficult, actually, because on Super Speedway, she should have had a win. He hasn't coming through. But he did win at Daytona. Picked up 3 points in stage 2. This information is incorrect from our timing monitors up here in the booth, so they haven't upgraded Tyler Reddick's information. Oh well, that's the way it goes at the moment. Oh, apparently, Jack, people don't know what cheeky means. That must be too English for them as well. Cheeky means it was naughty of them. It's a British slang term to say,
we are
cheeky.
unfortunately British, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
BJ McLeod to the garage.
So, yeah, so cheeky means that was naughty of him. As Logano drops back a lot, and rising up the inside, Shane Van Gisbergen now going up the inside, getting to the 22, gives him a little bit of a knockout, and he's past Chastain. Have you been impressed by Shane Van Gisbergen? Because last year he got a lot of criticism for being not great at speedways, but he led laps at Daytona. He's been now up into 7th place in this race. His oval racing experience is getting better and better and better. And he led laps, let's not forget, at Bowman Gray.
No, SVG, his oval racing's definitely getting better. I still wouldn't expect him to contend for wins. Definitely expect him to be a bit more of a contender at these racetracks.
Just listening to the cars as they come around the backstretch. Listen in. Oh, that's a fantastic. Let's listen in as well to the steward's radio. Oh, it's pie. Is that a tyre coming? I heard a tyre there. Oh, JT's got. I think he'll confirm that. I heard BJ McLeod out with accident.
Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Damage he had, I don't think it was fixable.
I heard BJ McLeod out with accident, JT, as well. That's when we confirmed. Yeah, he's confirmed it. Yep. So BJ McLeod's out. So we're down to 33 runners in this race, and oh my goodness me! That was a very big one nearly happening right in front of us as cars touched the apron. I couldn't see who it was on my monitor. I think it was Michael McDowell who went down very low and almost took off the apron. We'll pick it back up in a second, but that was almost a big accident because it would have come up straight over from the flat to the banking. Bubba Wallace leads a Toyota 1-2-3. Jack, it's happening again. Toyota's a 1-2-3. Well, they're going to fuel save like crazy now.
I don't think it's really as possible to fuel save at Atlanta, to be honest with you. Like, it's much easier to do at bigger tracks like Daytona. As Larson gets to the inside of Briscoe, makes the move up here as they get past the lapped car of JJ Yaley.
Pit road, Mike.
Trackhouse in the one car, Ross Chastain. A very good run right now. Of course, you see him up there running in the 6th position. Earlier in the race, though, he was pretty tight with that race car, struggling with it getting too tight, too quick. Crew Chief Brandon McSwain, new Crew Chief Brandon McSwain, told me that that was part of their plan. They wanted to build up to it today, start him on the tight side, and be able to work forward as they got better.
Better is where they are right now as he's on the bottom, 4 car back.
Listen to that as they come out once more. The back straightaway down now. We go. And oh, there goes Kyle Busch into the wall hard on the back straightaway. And he'll drift back up.
Oh,
he's just going to get away with it. He bounces back on the front of the apron. But Kyle Busch hard into the wall on the back straightaway brings out our 4th caution of the night. The 8 car is done. Very hard hit into the barrier. Well, Jack, that was quite a nasty one for Kyle because it just veered off and hit the barrier on the inside line.
That has not been a good day for RCR cars. Jeez. He's going to get out of the car. He's done.
He's out of the car and he's okay, but that now becomes 32 cars left in this race. Yeah. Cheddars. What is it? Get a lot of biscuits or something or other? Yeah, well, you're going to need it with the amount of crackers it's got in that car. So, caution is out. That 125 with 135 to go. Not yet at half distance, but Kyle Busch veers towards the inside wall and he is now out of this race as situations go. Not the greatest day, I'm afraid, to come into it, as the field now go 2 by 2. They were under speed for a long time. I'd love to see how that all started as well, Jack, because we just sort of got it to the end of how it all loomed in.
Yeah.
I don't think that car's going to move out of gear, looking at it, so they might have to lift it up the track there. So Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace and Chase Briscoe. Now 1, 2, 3 for Toyota. Chevy run 4 to 7. SVG running in that 7th place. Right, here it is, Jack. Talk us through it.
Here we go.
So
where is Kyle Busch? He is on the inside there, just behind. I can't really see. I don't know if does he catch anybody. He drifts up the track, and then just loses it.
Yeah, I think who did he get touched by? Is that Gragson?
I don't think he got anybody, to be honest. I think it was Gragson there, but I don't know. I don't think he gets any contact with anyone.
He shoots up
He
the
just seems
road.
to lose it.
Yeah, and then I think the wake of the air just lost him and he went down.
Yeah. That's what it looks like to me. That's a really odd one.
Caution out once
Maybe
again.
he got. Maybe he got a bad push from Gragson.
Oh, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets a bad push from Gragson. He moves up. Gragson gives him a bit of a bad push, and yeah, that sends him around. That's unfortunate.
But he does come up quite abruptly as well, so I'm surprised the spotter told him that was clear.
Okay, Kyle Busch on the radio. It killed. Single car wreck. That's something cool. See y'all later.
Here we go. Let's take a look. Yeah, he just comes up. Now, I'm sorry, Kyle Busch, but what on earth?
I don't really know what Gragson can do.
No, what does he expect Noah to do? Because you've just completely blocked him in the middle of a back speedway. Of course the air's going to get to you. That is the stupidest thing I've seen Kyle. But look at that one, to be fair.
No, I was going to say, in all time or recently? Because I can name a lot of stupider things Kyle Busch has done.
This year. The race winner
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
the race winner on yesterday for the trucks is out of the race here today. But that was a stupid thing to do.
His son Brexton was there with him in Victory Lane as well. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, we were.
Brexton came out and gave his dad a hug, and then got in the way of his famous bow to the crowd, which I always like. That's the one thing I really love about Kyle Busch, is his famous bow to the crowd. I mean, the guy's earned the right to do that. I mean, he's he has. If we combine all 3 series.
JT's got more news on a milestone. If you want to come on the broadcast, mate, and give us the information, we'll pass down to you.
Seth Eggert, the spreadsheet god.
Yeah.
With JJ Yaley earning the free pass, he becomes the 5th driver to reach 100 earned free passes in the NASCAR Cup Series, joining AJ Allmendinger at 117 free passes, Ryan Newman at 114, Michael McDowell at 103, and David Reagan at 100. The next driver to join the 100 club, the next closest is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on 96. This is active drivers, by the way. Casey Mears 94, Paul Menard on an inactive driver at 95. Jamie McMurray is on this list at 88.
Really?
Denny Hamlin 85, Kyle Busch 83, David Gilliland 81, Bobby Labonte 79, Greg Biffle had 78 free passes, Landon Castle 76 with Matt Kenseth, Reed Sorensen had 75 free passes, Dale Earnhardt Jr. 75 free passes, and then a couple more active drivers. Brad Keselowski has 73 free passes, Austin Dillon 72, and then inactive with Kurt Busch at 71, and then Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, both at 69 free passes, Daniel Suarez 68, Casey Kane 67, Martin Truex Jr. 66, Travis Quaffle 65, Clint Boyer 63, and Bobby Gordon 63.
You're really golfer, aren't you?
JJ Yaley, the 5th driver to reach 100 earned free passes in the NASCAR Cup Series. So, Jeff Gluck posted a link to a very interesting scoreboard and scoring system. There's one problem. Because Jeff Gluck tweeted it, and 4,000 people have seen said link and have probably clicked it, it's broken the server. so I can't get onto this new timing screen to see how it
JT?
looks because it's broken.
JT, our friend
Because of
and
how many people have clicked on it.
I don't know, but our friend and colleague Nathan Richards, he went bald a year ago. Now he's gone purple. No, that's not purple. That's more burgundy.
Send it. No. Send it to me. I will be the judge. The debate on whether it's purple or not.
JT says not
Send it to
purple.
me.
Send it to you on Instagram, mate.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if it is. It's purple. It's not purple. They called it the
That's
purple.
red.
It's red. Yes, burgundy, isn't it?
That is red. That is not purple. You are a disgrace to the colour of purple.
Hang on. Wait, JT. Wait. Go on. Go. You're on.
Yeah, but you need to give me a chance to mute production mic and unmute.
Oh, I see. Go on then.
This is purple. That is purple. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that one. The most important news that needed to be heard was that is purple. Right, let's go back down and join the team from Fox as we are under yellow as things currently stand here for what is a bizarre day of racing as well as we come into it. Not sure where we're going next on this one. We're just trying to get something interesting up on the screen. Let's go back up to the booth. I have no idea either what's going on.
A lot of three-wide racing and 3 pile-ups. All here in stage number 2. Stage 1 was caution-free. We've still got 31 laps to race in stage 2 and the 100-lap third stage to go. Some of the drivers complaining about handling and how loose they are.
Let's go to Radio Remix.
Yeah, I just can't use scary loose anywhere besides the bottom, which is awful. Yeah, it gets loose very early in the corner, and I'll have moments where I get it back under me, and then it snaps again, so it just keeps snapping, you know?
I'm definitely looser running higher, a little bit tighter running slower. Could use more grip. Definitely grip limited.
Yeah, when that car is loose like that here, the bottom of the racetrack is going to feel more comfortable a lot of times. And you heard Christopher Bell right there mention when he runs high, he was loose. So I think a lot of it just depends on where your car is and how the downforce setting compared to the grip level is in the car based upon what we started this show with. How fast do you want your car to go and how good do you want it to handle, and where does that balance out? So it's definitely a chess match as to what's right. But today sure seems like you want to be able to have that car handle as good as it can if you're going to be good.
Here's some good news. Kyle Busch checked and released at the Infield Care Center. Now, the first 15 cars have not been on pit road since lap 88. Everybody from there on back stopped either at lap 107 or lap 128, but everybody should have fuel to go the distance to the end of stage 2. All right, they approach.
Here we go again. Time for stage 2 to get underway. Green as they come out down the back straightaway. Are we going to be in for an interesting restart this time? Well, Bubba Wallace on the high line. Tyler Reddick coming in low. Can they just squeeze in? Yes, they can. 29 laps remain in this stage of racing. Listening to Byron now on the radio.
23-11 holding court here.
That's Bubba Wallace now with Tyler Reddick and then Chase Briscoe. But the 23-11s, as they say, are coming through on the inside line as they try and attack coming through. Still, on the back they attack. More and more as they attack through down the back straightaway. There comes Larson on the inside. And he's also trying to take over and through. Larson, Jack, with a great move. That was great there, Jack, as it comes
Larson
through.
battling here with Bubba Wallace.
Whoa, look at that! Larson goes up
Here he
high.
goes, right round the outside. Wow.
Bumper to bumper. Here comes Bubba. Here comes Byron. Over they go. They're all wrecking. Gonna be. I can't look. Did they all make it through safely? Yes, they did. They were
I
just.
think we're all good. Look at SVG also in the top 10. However, Joey Logano's not happy about that, as he described the Trackhouse drivers as weapons.
That was unbelievable.
Saying they're going to wreck all of us eventually.
Yep, they probably will wreck them all. That was insane how close they all got on the back stretch there. Coming through again. They are non-stop. They're hankering for some wrecking out here today. And that's the good news we've got to go through. Still back through on the inside line. And still not going into a lot of positions at the moment. But Larson leading the race as things stand. I'm loving this action. This is the race and a half now. We get basically 26 sprint laps. We're running at a 30.1 across the field so far. Average speed is down to 121.595 thanks to the 4 cautions we've had out here tonight. But last lap speed 182.47, and for some reason Fox have decided to show us a test card screen. I'd love to know if that appeared on the American TV broadcasts or it was just an international one. I'll keep my eyes on that one. Kyle Larson leads from Bubba Wallace in second. Byron is on the low line. He's alongside Tyler Reddick now as they come through into turn 3 and 4. Here comes Joey Logano, side by side as well with the 19. Oh, look at Bubba! Bubba cutting across on the 24. Larson having to come down to stop him, but Bubba's still got the traction. Big blocks, but it's not worked, Jack, because Bubba's through.
You cannot block someone like that in good speed. There might have been a little bit of a touch, actually, there between the two. Lad, it's stage 2.
I don't think they
I don't know if you noticed a few laps ago, but we reached lap 130. You know what that means? Race is now official.
Good news. And look at that. Byron's been left in the middle, so he is sinking on the back. Still getting side by side over the line, and it's Larson who leads that one by 44 thousandths of a second. The top 4 by a 1/10.5 as they come through. The mind of Kip says FYI Blaney and Hamlin stopped on that 127, so they'll stay out during the stage break and they need 1 more fuel stop. Most need 2 stops. Fuel goes 64 to 70 laps. That is true. Great spot there, mind of Kip. Radio? No radio. We heard something in the background. Larson having to go up to block.
Dan Zillage right on the outside. You see that on the bottom screen.
Yeah, and we had Zillage get in the wall just a little bit there 3 or 4 laps ago off of turn 4, but it doesn't look like it's affected his car much.
Looking at 14th on back here. That's that hornet's nest.
Wow, yeah. And there, look, again, you just can't count anybody out. I see Hocevar's back in the...
This is getting stronger and stronger as we keep into it.
Right there. Road issue early in the race, had to go all the way to the back, but he's worked himself back up into the mix up in the front of this field.
Carson Hocevar back up to 16th now. And he has the at 186.1.
And that's important. You want to have the fastest lap of the race because that's worth 1 point.
Pushing a lot, Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, just to update Carson Hocevar's day, we saw that flat tire early on in the race. At the end of stage 1, the right side window flew out 2 pit stops ago. They actually had to put some self-tapping screws into that window to make sure it would stay in because it got damaged when it flew out. But now Carson working his way back up through the pack and looking very
down
good
low.
as we see him go to the bottom there.
Looking for Ryan Blaney in our Ford Racing Cam. Kyle Larson. Today, the most laps he has led on a drafting track in a Cup race.
Well, Kyle Larson's done 53 laps at the moment on that stint as they come into it. They're desperate to try and find out some traction. JT in production has managed to get us a new racing link for this season as well. And it's a bit temperamental, but it gives us a lot of information on fuel data. So JT will be able to tell us exactly what we need to know during the broadcast as well. And he's just given me the link as well to log in. He was, well, it's a fantastic piece of kit, I can tell you, as they fly in. So 20 to go in this, well, 18 to go now in this stage to continue on. Hopefully we're going to be in a nice smooth stint. This is awesome, JT, this tech. I like this a hell of a lot to come into it. as we get a lot of information in Delta coming through. Looking stronger and stronger as the racing action continues. This is going to be on lap 143. Still on the power and still on the attack. Listen to the engines roar. Over the line now. We're watching Kyle Larson. He's got a 0.125 second lead, but that's even nothing as Bubba Wallace exits the triangle, swings down low and takes it in on the inside. Very nicely done on the run. And now we're seeing alongside the 24 bumping the back of Kyle Larson. Down comes Chastain. Larson goes down low. You can hear the horsepower. Just really wants to give you a few seconds of noise as they come through while they're ducking and diving out here. It's a fantastic attitude with this race. Hocevaart battling now with Shane Van Gisbergen, Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott. Just ahead is Briscoe and Chastain. They tried to find a little bit out of it and it wasn't working. That old attitude of catching is one thing, passing is quite another. Shane Van Gisbergen running now over the line. He goes net 6th position as Chase Elliott helps him through. He goes in as well ahead of Hocevaart, cuts down low. SVG just did a block move on Chase Elliott and he slingshotted past the 19 and is now alongside the 24. Are you seeing this, people? Shane Van Gisbergen can race on an oval. He's right up there. Come on, Shane, get a stage win. That would be brilliant. Get a stage win. I think everybody would get that. The Supercars champion is absolutely going nuts out there right now. This is unbelievable. He's up to 5th place. I just wait to hear what Matt White is saying. By the way, our friends at USN have got a new Twitch channel. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat. Go take a look and give them a follow as well. They don't just cover NASCAR, they cover all forms of sport. So that's the place to be as well. So go give them a follow. We'll be teaming up with them next weekend when IndyCar returns for the season opener. We're 4 wide though, coming down the backstretch, trying to come on the inside. Let's check in with Fox.
Chastain doesn't quite clear him.
Chastain can't get ahead of Larson as they come over 12 to go.
Watch the momentum lost here. He's going to have a quick up. Does he take it? He stays low. No, yep. There he went.
Stayed in
Probably
low position.
Move. Chuck Regan.
Regan Smith.
Mike, you were mentioning just a moment ago, Ryan Preece and the day he's had. Well, it's been a blue-collar day for a blue-collar type of team and driver. They were very bad early on in the race. No grip in the front nor the rear. Right now, just a little bit tight, but he did tell the team recently, this is the best I've been all day long.
Somebody just got
That was Rod Chastain.
There's a lot of... There's a lot of bit stuff in the back as they try and come into it. There's a lot of action actually sort of trying to take place at one time. 10 to go coming up, and the 60 of Ryan Preece getting a little bit loose. Keselowski's going to go low. Here comes Chastain, all trying to find the right time. But I tell you what, Jack, this is turning into quite a nice little race because everybody's trying to find the right way to attack this track. And so far, they're not.
Damn, you timed that perfectly. I just got back.
I thought you might have.
Yeah, I just got back, just grabbing a nice Diet Coke so I can try and stay awake.
Ditto.
But yeah, we got a good battle up front. Briscoe leading. Bubba Wallace has just managed to take 2nd place.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no, JT just said Coca-Cola Cherry Float better. I agree with you. That is a god tier flavour of Coke. We're talking about the drink, by the way, not the substance.
Over the line, there's a brush into the wall for Ross Chastain coming out of turn number 2. And he just got a little bit loose there, I think, coming through. Yeah, just run into the wall. JT apparently has got a story for us, so it's time to hand over for story time. JT, what have you got for us?
Brits will know what I'm talking about. Americans will know what I'm talking about, but in a different way. In restaurants, pubs, Toby Carveries, you have that drinks machine.
Yes.
Which you can
Best
pick
thing
and
ever
you can
invented.
and you can do the different flavors.
Yes.
When I go there as a little bit of a brush of the wall there
Oh, not more.
for Austin Hostfar,
Not a very nice flavour,
when I used to go there, and I still do now, I always used to have Pepsi, vanilla, and cherry. Now it is coming to real thing with
It's an
Coca-Cola.
official flavour now.
Really?
It is an official Coca-Cola
Yeah,
flavour now.
I had one.
Yes.
I had one like 2 days ago. It was amazing.
You're
Yes.
joking. When did they make
The
it official?
Americans will not know what I'm talking about. Those.
You guys get all the good flavours.
Yes. Hold on. This is where I quickly search to get the name of it.
There's some battling going out there, Butter Boys, at the moment, just to let you know.
Yep, we
Yes.
got Bubba Wallace. Just chasing down Chase Briscoe. It is a Toyota 123 at the moment. We got a Chase Briscoe and
American.
22311s.
Oh, hang on.
Um,
Yeah, go on. Go, boys.
Americans will know what I'm talking about.
Go on. Yeah, go on, boys. We're back. Go on.
Okay, yeah. Americans will know in the way of Coca-Cola freestyle. So, in
They have
our
those in Five Guys.
restaurants here in the UK, we have a mini Coca-Cola freestyle, but it's not Coca-Cola freestyle. It's another type. And I always used to do Pepsi cherry and Pepsi vanilla mixed in together, and now it's an official flavour. So, there we are. Back to the race. We are 3 wide. Eric Jones, Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell getting involved, and here comes Bubba Wallace round the outside for the lead of Chase Briscoe. Look at Larson. We are 3 wide for the lead.
Trying to go through.
Oh my
Catching
God,
one
what a
thing.
move.
Passing's another. Larson takes it away with 4 to go in this stage. Game, set, match. Game, set, match. They know how to play this party game. They know what the deal is, and they're not going to let this one go, are they? This is absolutely cracking racing. Do not leave the room, people. This is going to be quite the battle. Getting ready to end this stage. SVG is looking quite good. 3 to go. We'll come up to the com box. Kyle Larson, William Byron, Bubba Wallace. This is to end stage 2. We've got a whole other stage to come into it. Still holding through. Elliott's dropped back a little bit there, Jack, actually, as well, so he's not going to be in the mix as much as we thought.
Yeah, I'm surprised about it. I looked up suddenly, I was like, where the hell's Reddick gone? He's down at the back, maybe just preserving his car a bit.
Get out of the way of the mess. Stage points matters, but not as much as it matters to actually get in the field. Radio. That's Blaney being told, watch your middle. Everyone's ducking and diving out there. I don't want to say I told you so, but this race is screaming, I told you so. Lot of danger parts happening. 2 to go. White flag next time alley for stage
There's
2.
Reddick. Going down the inside of Hocevar.
On board with Logano. He just got ahead. SVG's in 4th place, by the way. SVG's on the back of the lead battle. 1 to go in stage 2. Larson, Byron. There goes Byron on the inside. He gets ahead of his of the 5 car. And look,
Bubba Wallace.
Bubba's coming through down low as well. The 23 is going to get through, so 23-11 looking good. There's Tyler Reddick. He's come back in. Reddick come out of nowhere again. SVG coming down low as well. SVG's going for Reddick. SVG's going to get 4th position here if he can get it. Larson comes in. Larson hits SVG. SVG goes straight down the pit wall. Side by side of the line for into stage 2.
Caution's already out.
Caution was already out, so SVG spinning, not flipping. He'll be able to continue, but I think that's Kyle Larson's day done. And Kyle Larson, in my opinion there, Jack, 100% that was all on him. Why did he come down to block SVG so aggressively at the end of stage 2?
What a run SVG had, and Larson came down just that little bit too late, I think, and cut off SVG. SVG obviously not going to lift there, and that sends Larson around. SVG nearly pulled off an almighty save there. I think he's got away from that with pretty much no damage. Did he finish? I don't see it. Oh, look, but they look at, I think,
Here's a
fair
replay.
play to Ryan Priest as well. He's got in the top 10.
Bubba
Here's what
Wallace
happened.
officially won that stage, according to it. This is going to be... Look at this. Larson comes down from the top lane and just completely wipes out.
Yeah.
He didn't know that
That is
SVG
not
was
on
there.
SVG at all.
No, that is completely on Larson. The field did
Does anyone-
brilliantly to avoid him. Look at Cindric.
Larson-
Cindric didn't hit the wall. Go on.
Yeah, and Larson whacked the wall hard.
Well, according to my timing screen, Bubba Wallace has got stage number 2. We'll wait for official confirmation on that. We need the moment of caution. Bubba was ahead. Bubba's ahead. Bubba's ahead. What?
Ends in chaos. Bubba Wallace.
Byron got stage 2 at the line. So Byron got stage 2 at the line, even though if we wanted to go for the moment of caution, it would have gone from Bubba Wallace. But stage 2 belongs to William Byron. Well, they're going to clean up the front straight away. So we're under yellow once more as stage 2 comes to a close and we start stage 3.
Kyle Larson, you are not Carl Edwards.
Bit of a messy day there,
Please
wasn't
do
it,
not
really?
perform ridiculous block. What the hell was that?
I don't know. That annoyed me looking at it. That was annoying as
I'm
hell.
just looking at the suspension on that car. I think that thing's done.
Yeah.
Is it really worth blocking that aggressively for stage points?
We've got a new graphic. Finally, that's been working. We wanted to have it last time out, but it didn't work, and now we do. On the track map part, it's the amount of green and yellow stages we've had in the race so far. So we've wanted to have that for a while, and there you go. Hope you enjoy it. What was that move by Larson? Says Nathan. Agree. Byron did get it. Good job, Hosevar, as well as the people say, as came in there from Sandy. Hosevar P6.
Does Kyle Larson's dumb move take the new lead of bad moves over this season over KB? Probably. I would say that is one of the single worst blocks I have seen in years.
I'd agree there. That was awful. Absolutely awful. Don't get it. Do not get it at all. Why come down low? Wow. Well, at least the caution's on stage break.
Yeah, as one person said, not clear.
Graham says, why does everyone take out SVG? I know.
A good question. SVG nearly saved that as well. It nearly looked like an almighty save. Bubba Wallace is leading now? I don't know. He's leading the pack.
Bubba Wallace is leading the pack.
Update. Bubba Wallace stage winner.
I knew it. I knew it.
Bubba got it. Moment of caution. Bubba was ahead. I don't know why that needed to... Oh, no, yeah. But to be fair, Larson came back up into the pack. You know what? Actually, that does make sense why that was a caution.
Yeah, Larson comes back up into the pack. Yeah. I was looking at my timing and scoring, thinking, why was Bubba in front if Byron's got the stage win? But at the line, Byron was ahead of Wallace. But to go back to the moment of caution, Bubba Wallace was ahead. So yeah, Bubba Wallace is the stage 2 winner. Let's head to Fox for official news.
Great week, great finishes. Our Daytona 500 started on time and ended on time. Made some great decisions by starting the race early with the weather. And ultimately, we had one of the guys that we had pinned as a guy who needed to make something happen in Tyler Reddick as our Daytona 500 champion.
So join Kevin Harvick every Tuesday and Thursday for his expert opinion on top storylines and hear from some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment. Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour. Now, at the end of the stage, NASCAR scores this just as they would the end of the race. Instead of running to the line or using the last scoring loop crossed,
so that's
it
Bubba.
is at the moment of caution to determine the running order at the end of the stage.
Yeah, right as he came up
you'll see
into the
that
track.
The yellow light illuminates.
Yep, it's Bubba.
Way before the start-finish line. And at that point, Bubba Wallace was the leader. He is the stage winner.
Confirmed.
Over William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, and Chase Elliott.
Well, there we go. It's been
So
confirmed.
that's how they will set the top 10 and pay off the points accordingly.
So Wallace, Byron,
Kyle Larson.
Let's hear from Larson's radio.
Crash.
Get your run off the corner. Still inside. Still there. Still there. Still inside. Stay up top here. Stay. Lock it down. Lock it down. Lock it down. Lock it down. I'm sorry.
I told him SVG was there.
Yeah, it's all good. We weren't through wet. He just came to the bottom. That's my fault. I was just trying to get you picked up top.
Yeah, that was the spotter's fault. He needs to go to get
Nah.
a new pair of glasses.
But not on the spot. That's on Larson entirely. Spotter said still inside.
there at the end,
That's
but
telling him SVG's still there.
Yeah, that's Larson
I'm
then.
saying SVG's there. That's on Larson entirely.
Well,
if he's saying still inside, he's meaning there's a car still inside of you. Also, as someone else just said on Twitter, I'm just going to read Jarrett Lundberg's tweet. He said, Larson has the pace to be a championship driver every single year, but moves like that add up.
he is the champion, of course. He's our reigning champion.
A two-time champion, no less.
But I think everybody can agree that Larson was champion last year by sheer dumb luck. Larry.
I think this is a great opportunity to fill that thing up.
You see, he was on full season points as well.
4 new Goodyear tires, but 4 tires
Yeah,
here.
full season points,
I'm
he got
out
it.
of the 4-tire business the rest of the way.
It's Byron at the final round.
And I agree with, I think you got to put
Pits are
4
open.
tires on right here to put yourself in position at the end of the race. So,
Well, we saw drivers like Ryan Preece with new tires blast right through the field. So get them while you can. Now's the time, right?
yeah, and guys like you said, Ryan Preece and a couple of those guys that did put tires on, they made a difference.
All right, here they come, Jamie.
William Byron having a great race so far, discredited with his first lap lead of the season as they get the countdown for the 24. He said, I need a little bit more grip, and actually the grip is getting better as the run goes on. So overall, the car is good. They're going to leave it neutral. A little air pressure adjustment and 4 tires, Josh.
With the 19 of Chase Briscoe, said that car is a bit snug, but he likes it, allowing him to be more aggressive. 4 tires and fuel for them. Bubba Wallace, they really got that car dialed in the second stage. 4 tires and fuel for them as well, Rick.
Tyler Reddick's been pleased with the 45 car all day long. No different this time. No balance changes. They will wait on the fuel for him.
We saw Chase Briscoe have to back up to get out of his box, and that cost him a second or two.
Couple 2 tires. 3.
Bubba Wallace is the Stage 2 winner in Atlanta.
So they're still battling. 95 laps to go. As the caution is out. Fingers crossed we're going to be in for an interesting start procedure for this one. As the actions again come forward and be on the attack. Okay, Kyle Larson, you peanut, someone just said in the YouTube comments as well. I agree on that front as well.
They also spelled it's Kyle, not Carl. Peanut is a great insult, though.
It is. Final stage then, Jack. What are you expecting to see? 5 cautions already tonight.
I would like to say that I'm expecting a lot more energy, a lot more blocking, and a lot more wrecking.
I just realised that our feed's a little bit wrong here on the box. I'm going to try and fix that. Don't know what's happening here to it. JT, what did you make of the stage that we're having so far out here tonight? Nemechek's name's cut off. Oh
Hello.
dear. Hello. What are you making of the action?
That is a lot of spilt fuel down there.
Oh, hello. So much. Go on, over to you, mate.
Yeah, so lap 7 of 100 here in the final stage here at Echo Park Speedway. We are 93 laps to go under caution for the final stage break of the day. Your free pass is 34. That is Todd Gilliland race off pit road 12, 38, 17, 66, 11, and then 23, 24 as well. So Blaney, Sainsmith, Busher, Priest, Hosevar, Keselowski, Hamlin, Wallace, Byron, and Tyler Reddick. Your top 10, couple of extra cars coming down pit road the second time by, choosing to pit out of everyone else as the cars go across the line to start lap 168 of 260.
Let's go back to Fox as we get ready for the restart.
Live in Atlanta, this stage break presented by Arby's. We have the meets with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers, and a quick recap here after stage 2, as explained by Mike Joy, won by Bubba Wallace here. After a mild stage 1, a wild stage 2, Ty Gibbs into the wall. His day goes up in flames. There were 8 involved in that, including 3 Joe Gibbs cars. And then lap 104, Austin Dillon and Riley Harps hit by him, 7 cars involved.
Yeah, this was the big wreck of the day right here. A little bit of contact between the 35 and the 3. Seems spinning around. All those guys behind not able to get slowed down. Then right here, Kyle Busch slides up in front of Noah Gragson. Slight contact sends the 8 car down into the wall, ends his day.
So his winless streak goes to 95 consecutive races. And then moments ago, he was the lap leader as Kyle Busch in the 5 kind of slid down running through. Was having a heck of a day.
Oh yeah, Larson has had a great car. Clearly didn't know that the SVG was to his inside right there. Ended up wrecking himself.
All right, so we hit the final stage here. And by the way, we're in victory lane where one of the drivers that survives will enjoy the victory in the second race of the NASCAR season. What are you looking forward to or the final part of this race?
Well, I thought the 5 and the 23 were the 2 best cars. It's so hard to pick one right now because every time somebody gets the lead, they can only hold it for a lap or so when they get past. So epic racing. I love the fact that the guys are full out the entire time. To me, Bubba Wallace has to be my pick right now based on what I've seen.
I'll look at a Hendrick car to pull this out, but let's head up to the booth. Get the driver picks presented by Arby's.
Clint, will you let me go first? Sure. I'm going to stay with my horse. I picked him early. I'm going to Carson Hocevar. He's made me a little bit nervous, folks. We've been all over the place. Been 2 laps down. The window's blown out. We were finished 6th there, but now we're back to 27th. Kevin, who you got?
Well, I'm going to go with a proven winner, and that's Chase Elliott. I know that coming to Georgia and coming here to Atlanta Motor Speedway, likes to win here, puts a lot of emphasis on this race, and I'm going with that 9.
I'm watching William Byron. 2 wins here at Atlanta since the reconfiguration. 5 wins on drafting tracks. He knows the way. We'll see. In stage 3, it'll be Fords up front when we restart. Look at them, 5 blue ovals in a row. Blaney, Smith, Buscher, Priest, Keselowski. Then stage winner Bubba Wallace with Denny Hamlin. Byron, Reddick, Elliott, your top 10. We still have 29 cars on the lead lap. Todd Gilliland got one of his 2 laps back.
There we go.
Free pass.
Ready then for the of stage number 3 here. They're going to pull down into the restart zone. Green flag goes out. And stage 3 is underway for the Auto Trader 400 here at Echo Park Speedway. Ryan Blaney is on the high line. Zane Smith is getting a push from Brad Keselowski on the low line to try and get in with a bit more data. And so far, Jack, a smooth run down the back straightaway for the first time. Fingers crossed everything looks a little bit more better as they try and come into turns 3 and 4. They don't want to waste a lot of fuel. With 90 laps to go, the fuel window between 64 and 70. They've got another pit stop to come.
Yep, and to the lead there goes Zane Smith, cutting ahead of, I think that's Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, coming through on the bottom.
So Zane Smith leading. Zane Smith never won a cup race. He was the 2022.
Oh, touched the wall!
Oh, geez, he got loose there. I think he might have just tapped the wall.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened there. He just got loose out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, Rhea stepping out, got completely loose, managing to save it, and still leads a lap. But Brad Keselowski's got him out of the last corner. So Brad Keselowski now leads as they come through. Ford 1-2 with Zane Smith still loose. Denny Hamlin now running in P3. I've got a feeling, Jack, that when Denny Hamlin wins a race this year, it's going to be very, very emotional as he takes the lead of the race here on the inside. The 2 drivers who are injured for the entire season. Brad Keselowski recovering from a broken leg. Denny Hamlin with a ripped shoulder muscle. They're both injured and they're both 1-2 at the moment as Byron now comes into the mix. Bionic men here, Jack.
Yep. The Denny Hamlin one who, again, I think one to watch. So, yeah.
They're not stopping.
And Zane Smith, as I was saying as well, by the way, 2022 Camping World Truck Series champion. won that season in what I would consider fairly dominating fashion for Front Row Motorsports. Really solid driver. Hope he gets a good shot this year.
Still going on the run. Speaking of, so Denny Hamlin is, hang on, there's the 77. Hosefar, pit road.
Further back in the field, they got damage at the end of stage 2 to the right side. They opted on the pit stop to come down the second time that the pits were open to work on the right side, take the time to repair it, and get it perfect for the end of the race. Jamie?
It's been an eventful day for Ryan Blaney in the 12. Started 22nd, worked his way forward in the first stage, and then after that first stop, he was too fast exiting. It took him an entire stage to get back up there in the hunt, and on this last stop, they took right sides only, and that helped. He's hanging on to a top 5 right now.
Jonathan Hassler, they have not changed left side tires since lap 88. They're closing in on 100 laps with some cautions there. But what's interesting about Denny Hamlin, his crew chief Chris Gale went with right sides that time. He changed left sides last on lap 128.
And I'm riding along listening to him, and he's already lifting early on in this. That's 2 tires I think are going to be problematic for that 12 car. Yeah, you got me the track position, but I can't hold the throttle down and keep it.
Well, the other thing that is happening, you see right here in turns 1 and 2, that whole thing is in shade. I know it's cold today, but even with that sunlight beating down on the racetrack, it's going to change the handling characteristics of the car. So if that
It is going to change it a lot, and we can see how the wind speeds have been different. Just want to reply to some comments in the chat asking about the timing tower that we use here as well, and how do we get hold of it. It's media only. So this timing tower that we use on the screens at the top, it's a media only page. It's called, well, we've got the PQR screen, and then we also have a laps and rundown screen, but that hasn't been working for the first 2 races of the year for some reason. But this is the PQR runner, so it's an official NASCAR stream that they give out to all the journalists who can't be trackside.
Top, he's getting a push from the 12 again.
Keselowski coming in as well.
7, nothing in front of 6.
Briscoe's led twice now.
Don't know, that's the 8 car of, that car with the glitch is the 8 car of Kyle Busch. That's where his transponder is after that crash, because he crashed on the back straightaway, so the transponder hasn't been switched off. Pit road.
Had been a quiet day up until recently for him. They have battled tight all day long, but the last pit stop, he finally said, whatever you guys did, you got it about 70% better. Now that we see him up front all day, it's been consistent that the cars, when they get closer to the front, they get better, they start turning better, and that appears to be what's going on with the 11.
It is looking good at the moment, but Chase Briscoe has the lead of this race as they come through. As they come through now into turns 3 and 4. Trying to get 3 wide in the middle of turn 3 and 4, Jack. So they're going brave, aren't they, in this stage at the moment? And look at the run right now as we go on board with the Advent Health car as well. Just trying to get in some traction down the back straightaway. So we're on board there with Eric Jones in the 43 car.
On Hunter.
Now we've changed to Jonathan Nemechek in the 42.
We've gone from the 43 to the 42.
Moving around as I look and see what spotters will wear. Go on, mate. It's a good race
I
so
just
far.
saw someone reply to me in NASCAR chat going, worst day of my life was finding out Ellie Productions, his real name is Connor and not Ellie. True. Where did the name come from? If I ever meet... ask him.
So, I don't know where the name Ellie... That might be a task for JT.
I got to ask him at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never spoke to him.
Somebody find out where the information of where that Ellie Productions name came from. That might be...
I mean, there's no mystery as to where JBMotorsports came from.
No, there isn't. It's quite simple, isn't it? Although it didn't start out like that. It started as Joshua Birch, motorsport journalist. Then it became Joshua Birch Motorsports. And then it became JB Motorsports. It's had 3 different name changes throughout the years. This one works better, I feel. It's more of a team effort.
I've stuck with the same one throughout my entire time.
Owl.
Just a little owl one.
Yeah.
It sticks with it mainly because it's my username on literally every video game. Plus, I know owls are cool.
Owls are cool. They can see in the dark, of course. Coming through. Might be necessary soon. Pit Road Radio.
Let's check with Josh back at the Care Center.
Care
Here
Center.
with Kyle Larson, such a strong car today. You are having a great run, battling in the end of that stage, and unfortunately made contact with the 97. What happened there from your perspective?
Yeah, just all my fault. Obviously, I just in my brain, you know, I knew the 45 had been inside of me, and then I got clear of him, and I wanted to just cut the distance, and I guess, yeah, the 97 was just out of my corner mirror. So yeah, I hung a left, and then, yeah, I ran right into him. So yeah, I guess when my comment of, like, I thought that I was, or I didn't know that was 3 wide, which I never was, I just didn't realize that the 97 had ever gotten inside the 45. So just all my fault. Hate it. Just, yeah, you know, just need to listen more, I guess, and not just reactive off what I feel sometimes. But yeah, had a lot of fun today. Our Valvoline Chevy was really strong, and cool to be, you know, up in the front and in the mix, and yeah, just made a big error there. So you hate it, and yeah, just really hate it for my team. Just wish we could be out there.
Thanks, Kyle.
Well, and just to give you some
There's a replay of SVG coming over the back as well, just giving it a slide, and all looking okay. Here's the 19 and the 11, and then look at Chastain cutting down low with Bubba Wallace in there as well. Owl looking in for a more position to come through. And here's Briscoe. He'll need more laps out here. Lap 185, 75 to go, 26 of 100, 3 wide further back as the 48, the 2, and the 60 go side by side. Still in some battles and still in some tractions.
Yeah, I will say that the 2 might need to be a little bit careful there, not going 3 wide too much. Joey Logano giving a massive push there to Bubba Wallace. I wish that, because did you know that they were considering making Texas like this?
Yeah, I did actually. That, to be honest with you,
imagine if that happened.
Texas is a fast flow, small circuit, isn't it? But imagine making like something like this. It would actually make it more entertaining. I don't know whether I want to lose
I would
Texas
be down
or not.
for that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same as Atlanta though, I don't think, because Atlanta is quite a different track. They're both intermediates, but Atlanta's got quite a different design on the front stretch. And when you've got Texas has been a little bit better with the next gen. I still think it's a track that really needs to be axed from the calendar, but remember we got rid of Auto Club. Like, bruh. That's not coming back.
Pit road, I think, coming in.
Maybe he's there, but we haven't seen the powerhouse moves that have been able to come out of some of these other cars out of the 12.
And I'm glad you said that. Talking about the 12, don't forget he's on a tire deficit. He's on 2 tires, so this scenario actually works well for him. Look at that 6 car, big lift for trying to stay from running over the 22. That's a heads-up driving right there. Could have drove right through him, much like Kyle Busch's wreck off of 2.
Joey Logano pulled up into a hole that wasn't fully formed, and Brad Keselowski, well, he pays the price. Briscoe, Hamlin, Blaney, Blaney, and Chastain. 72 to go.
At the top of your lungs till the windows break.
There's still the attack coming through. Still 2 wide further back as we've come through from another ad break on Fox. Bubba Wallace now under attack from Tyler Reddick, and Chase Elliott's coming through on the outside line as well. They're trying to find in some more predictions. And look round the outside, Logano just getting such a momentous run. Very good on the low line. 31 of 100. Allmendinger moves up to 16th, Buescher in 17th. The field now 3 wide as the 43 goes up high.
I can take it for a sec if you need. AT, you start.
So we are 3 wide through, well, top 10. Just behind that is Van Gisbergen in his top 10. And is 3 wide Logano as well, with Reddick up on the inside, trying to get past Chase Elliott now, up in towards 6th position is Reddick, side by side still. SVG round the outside. This is on board with, I want to say, Keselowski. Yes, it was Keselowski. As we head down out of turn 4, across the line one more time, lap 34 of 100. We are starting now in towards turn 1, now on board with, well, I want to say that that's Ryan Blaney, but I know there's multiple cars the same colour, so I'll hold off. I've got the 51 of Ware on the outside through turn 4.
But no idea.
I'm going to complete the lap now. Got Byron in front, so yes, that is Blaney. And let's go back to Fox if we can.
It's been a chilly but an exciting day here in Atlanta. 5 caution flags so far, including the 2 stage breaks, one of which ended under caution. And we've got a battle with 66 laps to go. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin trying to lead the field single file, and now behind them they double up once again. And we're only running half a second off the fastest laps of the race.
Yeah, I mean, they've been crazy all day. They've been hammered out trying to get themselves to the front, but every time we get to this point in the stage, you start to see that 23, 45, 19, 1, a lot of the same cars show back up. I'm really concerned about the 12 of Blaney having his tire deficit and knowing that his car hasn't been handling good. So as this run goes, we'll see if that handling starts to affect this 12 car any.
Larry, I know it's too early here, but it seems pretty calm here. Could we see a green flag stop?
Well, we're a ways away from that, Clint. Remember, the fuel window is somewhere around 70 to 74 laps. We went back racing with 91 to go. Right now, being at lap 196, the window gets there. You're not gonna stop short. You're not gonna split it in half. You're gonna run as far as you can. I'm staying around lap 240, so just over 40 laps from now, 240 to 245.
That could have been big right there.
Yeah, and we saw that 12 car pull out. I'm sitting here thinking, well, we hadn't seen it all day. Been talking about how he might not be able to do it, but he didn't clear him, and now he's got himself in a position to where.
And look at him going up the racetrack. Had to lift, and now Bubba's on the bottom. That's exactly right. Not where that 12 wanted to be. Tried to chance it. Oh, and Brad Keselowski, I think he got in the wall just a little bit. Ends up driving by Chase Elliott. Yes.
Into him.
Thank you for lifting for me. That could have been the big one.
46 lead changes so far, and still 62 laps to go.
I think these Toyotas, they win the handling game for the day. I mean, everybody else is going to give them fits and push and shove, and we got one around right here. SVG, Kevin, off of 4.
Oh, for the second time, Shane Van Gisbergen has gone around coming out of turn 4, and the caution flag is out. He'll get down pit road, but Jack, a bitter disappointment just coming through, and he's gone looping around.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate again for that number 97 driver, who was running really well at the end of stage 2. It has just gone from bad to worse for the Kiwi.
Let's have a look. So he's alongside with Joey Logano, and he's got Bowman just alongside. Is that going to be... Well, Chastain's backed up massively. What's happening? Come on. Oh, he's just got loose on his own.
He just lost it.
Yeah.
Just lost it.
Now, is that the wind?
Good avoidance.
Yeah, was that the wind coming out of 4 maybe? That's cost a bit of a whoosh alongside him.
Maybe. That's what my initial idea is.
Just lost it coming out. No fault of his own. This will be a quicker yellow then with not much going on. He managed to save it, but SVG now goes to 29th into the back of the field. Amazing avoidance, again, from the field, not to cause a big one right in the trial section. So, we have another yellow, our 6th of the night.
Wow. And Ross Chastain's view.
just chosen to move up at the right time, didn't he? If he'd have stayed in the lane in the middle, he'd have been right. He'd have been right in his lap.
Well, I'm screaming at Larry right now to put 4 tires on my car. I'm old school, but as much as these guys have been spinning out and all the things that are happening, if you're questionable, I'm putting 4 on.
You may want 4 tires. I'm not sure a lot of them's going to change 4 tires.
You're not going to give them to me, and I'm mad at you,
Do me
Larry.
like Earnhardt did one time.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm not leaving till you give me 4.
That's right.
Most all the lead lap cars come in. Todd Gilliland gets the free pass, and that will put him back on the lead lap. So we'll restart with 30 cars on the lead lap. Everybody in here with 60 laps to go. And we are seeing some right side tire changes, a lot of them.
But that 12 car didn't. I'm watching him in the back, and that car did not take right side tire. I don't think he took any tires. Fuel only again for the 12.
A lot of fuel only, actually. I think include Briscoe in the 19.
Bubba Wallace might have got stuck there. Very narrow pit road and very short pit boxes compared to Daytona where they were last week.
Well, I like these guys right here putting 4 tires on their car. I see Ross Chastain is one of those cars right there. I just think it puts you in a position to be more aggressive as you get towards the end of this race, but we'll see.
All right, the first 8 cars to go off pit road took no tires. We'll see how that plays out.
Still under caution here for the Auto Trader 400. Now working lap 202 of 260, 58 laps to go. Pit stops have just been completed, as you heard from the Fox team. The free pass is Todd Gilliland in 30th place. That puts Gilliland back on the lead lap. So SVG, the cause of the caution, lost it on his own. His radio reads, "Sorry guys, I was building looser and looser, trying to go to the bottom and tighten it up, but it just sucked me around there." So confirmed wind issues getting caught out by the wind for Shane Van Gisbergen there. JB, are you back with us?
Temporarily. It's been a busy evening, this one, isn't it? Trying to get everything sorted. A lot of action then. I feel sorry. Interesting enough, now that we're under caution, Fox have still gone side by side. So they're not even going to take full screen commercial breaks all year long. That's amazing. I know there's a lot of ad breaks, but even side by side, that's a big improvement for Fox this year. I don't know if JT told me that on production or not. No, he did tell me. JT said either that or they've pressed the wrong button. That is also a possibility to come into it. We hold on once more. Fingers crossed it's going to be a nicer, smoother race. I thought the officials radio was on there, but it won't load in for some reason. Let's try that again. Hear what's going on during this yellow flag period. Shouldn't be a long one to go the line.
Next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series rolls into Austin, Texas. And the twists and turns of the Circuit of the Americas. It's the Duramax Grand Prix with pre-race coverage beginning at 2:30 Eastern and the green flag at 3:30, only on Fox. This today's area coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Legends are born. They're proven. 57 laps to go. Pit road was a busy place. Not everybody got all the working room they needed.
That's just one of those scenarios where you see the car behind you or that's pitted in front of you in your mirror. And you're like, I'm going to wait. Stop, crew chief.
We are coming towards the green.
A stalemate. It's not horse.
At Atlanta, pace car will head into pit road. And we are getting ready to go underway into the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. And it is green flag. We are back underway. Lap 205 of 260 is started. We have 55 laps to go. And it is a good start from Denny Hamlin, being pushed by Ryan Blaney on the outside, with the inside Reddick and Chase Elliott.
Still looking strong as the race resumes. They try and get down on the back straightaway. Hamlin, Blaney, Reddick, Logano, Elliott, Briscoe, Kozlowski, Bowen, Allmendinger and Cindric. They have the top 10 as things currently stand as they move on again, desperately trying to find in the slipstream as they come over the back straightaway. Another lap complete then behind the caution. Now we're back into green flag running. I'd love to know how many laps we've actually spent under yellow. He hasn't told us just yet. I'm sure JT will be able to find out. But JT, great run so far. Who's going to win this race? I've got a feeling Denny Hamlin's going to try and get it.
At the start, I said Logano, and I'm going to stay with Logano.
Yeah, that's a good bet. Look at that. Hamlin round the outside of Reddick over the line by inches. They were 0.000 at the line. How about that then? They matched each other. Look at the deltas. That was insane. So this is going to get closer and closer. Jack, what do you think about this one then as they come into the action zones?
Well, I'll go with my pick to win this one. I am going to say that it is going to be... Sorry, I'm just watching those guys. Okay, they stayed sensible.
That's in number 11, Hamlin leader. Go on.
I will go with Chase Briscoe as my pick to win.
Briscoe's a good bet to pick a winner, actually. I like that one. Coming up on 50 to go in this stage. They're desperately trying to accelerate and have the advantages here. This is going absolutely brilliantly, this one. A smooth race run. Hamlin on the outside, Reddick down low, and still in a battle.
On here with the old tires and whether those new tires make the difference to be able to get all the way to the front.
Kevin, with this new car, take us in the seat of that one car. Obviously, you're in the catbird seat with having tires, but can I wait for these tires to wear, or do I need to try to get in position as
always press? Yeah, always press. Always go forward, just like that.
That's exactly what you see.
Take the runs. He's not going to finish this pass right here, but he's got, you know, the 23 car right there behind him. Going to leave him hanging.
That's why he's pushing for it, though, right?
Yeah, I think anytime, the quicker you can get control of the race, the... Oh, man.
Let it close at the back there as they come into it. Just being told it's a new track record for lead changes, Jack. That's not really me surprised. They're dumping and changing everywhere out here.
We're at 51 lead changes and counting, ladies and gentlemen. This is turning out to, once again, just like Atlanta usually is, it's going to be a classic.
Jamie Little.
They'd have to give up some speed, but they felt like it would handle better. It hasn't been terrible for him today, but it certainly hasn't been perfect. Of course, he had that penalty early he's had to overcome, but they took 0 tires this time. Last time they took left sides was at the stage 2 break.
And I think best case for them is try to keep themselves up front. I don't get a huge confidence boost out of that, but sometimes if you can just put yourself up in the front of the back pack and make good blocks like he has been doing and not get shuffled to 7th or 8th and then really have the handling take over, you can make it work, but it's going to be a battle.
Blaney the first forward in the racing field.
Check us up. It's fine if we control both lanes. Just don't block me. Where I gotta live.
That's a lot, and it's a lot like Bubba Wallace was saying. What he means by that is give me a lane where I can have that outside. When you shoot to the bottom, let me stay on the outside. You're going to be the shorter way around. We're going to be back off of 2 or off of 4 where we need to be. But if you make me check up, it stacks us all up and loses our momentum. Exactly what Bubba Wallace was saying when he was running second.
Now here comes Ryan Blaney with Austin Cindric with him. Cindric showed in stage 1 he could drive from the back of the field to the front.
Yeah, he's definitely had the best Ford consistently all day and been able to hang on throughout the long runs like we saw in stage 1. So right now, Ryan Blaney knows he has a great pusher behind him and a good car. And the best thing for Blaney is that right there. Let him be in control at the front of one of these lines to keep the handling of his car good.
That was a scenario where he had to go to that outside. Whether Denny liked it or not, Blaney had the run and the momentum was coming on both sides. So you got to block one of them. You got to stay with the one you want to dance with.
One you want to dance with out there seems to be the situation as Reddick goes around the outside line. Blaney now in second position. Hamlin getting the toe. Hamlin pushing the back of Reddick coming out of the backstretch. They're desperate to find attack motions. Desperate to find any which way, shape or form to be in this. I'm enjoying the battle here. It's getting into quite an interesting little race as we get with 50 to go in this stage at the moment. Battle's still going, and fingers crossed they're going to be in again. Right, 50 laps to go, 45 to go now. Blaney still down low. He's got the control. Reddick now having to defend from
aggressive.
Hamlin. Yeah, this is starting to get a bit punchy, Jack.
Somebody's going to make a dumb move sooner or later.
Dumb move is what we're waiting for. Byron getting loose. Look on the inside. There comes again the inside from the 20 of Christopher Bell. The man who won this race here this time last year by under caution. He's just sneaking through on the inside line. And Reddick now. Can Reddick really make it 2 in a row? Surely not.
Well, he's talented enough, a 2-time Xfinity Series champion, you know.
Fair.
And the only guy, one of only 2 guys in Daytona history to win at the track in all 3 series. The only other one to do it, you guessed it, Kyle Busch.
We're riding with Joey Logano, trying to find the inside. Ryan Blaney, he's side by side with the 45. Cindric and Wallace running the 44 of JJ Yelly getting out of the way from 31st position. Still closing, Hamlin on the high line. Trying to get in traction. Still not working out there. And now we're just waiting with 42 to go.
The corrections are just so little with the way that you're kind of wide open. You have those little lifts getting in the corner. You just have to be so smooth with that wheel.
But what a race we've got here. 29 cars within 2 seconds of the
back
lead
in the race.
with 58 laps to go. Let's lean back and enjoy a little Crank It Up.
Turn on the volume and enjoy as they go side by side. Go low on the call. Cindric takes it on the inside line. He gets up now to the lead of the race. Blaney's dropped back in with Logano trying to find traction with him as well. This is an absolute pandemonium run right now as they try and get on the attack. Once more onto the breach they try. And this is once more turning into a fabulous delight of action, Jack. And Blaney pushing the back. Cindric leads and Keselowski's running in second place.
Yeah, we've got.
Go for it.
We've got Brad Keselowski just side by side. He's losing a bit of momentum. I'm sure he'll get it back though. Chastain pushing his way up to the front. You know, I said Briscoe earlier. Chastain, I think, could be a real threat for this win, to be honest. As we see a replay of, I'm not quite sure what. Oh, risky block there. Blaney, what a save that is. From Ryan Blaney. What a risky block that was. Blocks Tyler Reddick off, and that kills his momentum. Reddick nearly sent Blaney around there. I wouldn't have blamed him either in that situation. And Reddick down into 8th place and still dropping. Oh, contact with Logano.
Oh,
Hamlin's around.
Hamlin goes round, and the big one happens in the middle straight away. Danny Hamlin, who was looking so strong to win this race, has gone round, and I'm counting at least 12 cars in the mix there. We'll get Tyler Reddick involved, the Daytona 500 champion. Michael McDowell's ended up down on pit road. He's inside his own garage at the moment, and all hell breaks loose. The 88's involved down there of Connor Zilic. He's stranded. The 4 of Noah Gragson in there, and all hell breaking loose, Jack, as you called on the start line.
Yeah, it looked like Logano got up into Hamlin there. That sent him around into the wall and then around. Connor Zilic also involved in that. He is stopped in the grass. Here is a replay, ladies and gentlemen. So what happened here? It looked to me like Logano came up, but I could very much be wrong here.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Logano comes up.
Yeah,
into
Logano
Hamlin.
comes up the track, hits Hamlin, and that sends Hamlin around into his driver, Tyler Reddick. Trying to see how many people you got. McDowell, you got Zilic, you got whoever those two at the top are.
At least 8 cars. Several. Hamlin, Wallace, Zilic, Bowman, and McDowell. That's and Reddick. That's 6. JT might have more news if he screams it in my ears as he goes through. Bush is
Eric
involved.
Jones with damage there.
Oh, look how close McDowell got to the exit there. That was a close one. And there's Hamlin, side by side with the front. Yeah, just a complete mess. Caution's out then. And now we have to wait to go green again.
Definitely got loose for the 11 car.
There's the blaster cam. And from the Morgan & Morgan camera on Fort Austin Dillon. Now let's get Denny Hamlin. And Connor Zilic. Well, Clint, at the top of the day, you called chaos, and there's the definition of it.
Buddy, it's Atlanta.
A lot of cars involved in that, as JT's just reported. So many involved.
This is there's so many variables to this racetrack anymore. It has a little bit of everything in it. And I mean, attrition is definitely a big part of one of those things about this racetrack you have to get through.
35 laps to go after this, bringing out the 7th caution of the day.
Under caution for the big one here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Echo Park Speedway. 35 laps to go, coming to 34 to go as they enter the front straightaway. Involved in that wreck, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell, William Byron, Connor Zilic, Alex Bowman, Eric Jones, Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, and AJ ending as we refresh our behind the scenes systems, make sure we've not missed anything. But so that is how many cars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that might just be the medium one, not the big one. I will double check our list that we get given up here, or how many cars is what. I'll scroll down to get said list. As pit road is open.
Pit road open, as you say. Hopefully, we might have some action soon on the front.
It is the moderate one. If there is only 10 cars involved, if there is 11 cars involved, it is officially the big one. But we've only got 10 listed at the moment.
So we call this a moderate one now. Okay.
Yes.
I don't understand
There's
the
then Hamlin
changes
down on
between
pit
them.
road, getting repairs done.
Feel sorry for Hamlin. That's not how he wanted his day to end. He was running right up there at the front. Could have won it. Who's that brought back into the mix then? Shane Van Gisbergen, 24th. Let's head back up then and join the team at Fox. As Shane Van Gisbergen still runs in the position of now 24th. And then again, Hamlin in 23rd, so I'm not sure that's completely checked out yet. We need to get over the line. Yeah, let's see.
Denny Hamlin also sped in pit lane, so he will go to the rear.
Goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? It never goes right.
Got a quote from Carson Hocevar.
Go for it. Oh, yeah, go for it.
I'm pretty good at predicting wrecks on iRacing, so I saw that coming.
Love that.
Let's go back to Fox.
Recent of the 22 cars that have had some or more crash damage today.
Well, you got this one right here, Clint. Why don't you explain it?
Well, I want you to.
Well,
The 22, guys. We were watching, we were listening, and if you see the 22, see, he actually burped the throttle right there, and then he does it again. That nose, he was wheel locked and got tight in front of the 11 car. The 11 car was trying to divert away from him, and when that 22 moved in front, it got him loose behind him. See that? Look at the point of the 22. See him pointing up the racetrack?
Yeah, and Hamlin has to almost turn it back to the right there, trying, like you say, trying to avoid
I saw it that way. Just, it's so hard to call these sometimes, and things happen so fast. Slowed down like that really showed it. Thanks, guys.
Larry, is that pretty much what the data told you?
It was, Mike. Right at that point right there, he had the wheel turned to the left, completely out of the throttle for a moment, and had to stab the brake hard.
Be right here. You see that right before you heard him lift, and that wheel lock. That wheel lock will tell you every time. It's a dead giveaway. That thing's taken off. It feels like the front tires are completely off the ground, doesn't it?
It does, and you're see it right here.
Who's left, Mike?
We're going to have 28 cars on the lead lap. When we go back to green, a lot of damage there to Denny Hamlin and to Tyler Reddick.
I've been watching this. I mean, looking at the pylon there, you see Chastain right there in the Chevrolet. Elliott's about the only thing poor old Rick Hendricks got left. These Fords are, there's seems to be hanging tough right there. It's Hendrick, Blaney, Kozlowski somehow still in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, our consistent players that we had all day have definitely been mixed up here, and most of them, a lot of them gone.
While we're under caution, why don't we take a look at what's coming up around the turn? It's going to be a very busy weekend. Next weekend, we'll have the truck race from St. Pete Saturday at noon on Fox, the IndyCar race next Sunday at noon on Fox, and then the Cup Series race from Austin, Texas on Fox. So if you're a road race fan, you're going to get your fill next weekend on Fox Saturday and Sunday. Well, chaos, that was the word of the day, according to Clint, and certainly we have seen the most of it. But who looks like they've got the hot hand as we go into what we think may be the closing stages of this race with 31 to go?
Well, you're looking at the top of the board there. Look at Austin Cindric. I mean, we just started all the way in the back, drove completely through the field from, I think he started 30 at the beginning of the race. So I like the handling and what I see out of Austin Cindric. Great super speedway, you know, restrictor type race car driver with him. So I think I got a new horse, Kevin. I'm jumping ship.
I'm not jumping ship. I think Chase Elliott's still going to be in the middle of this, but I like those 4 tires on Ross Chastain's cars.
Yes.
Just because of the fact it lets you be on offense. I always want to be on offense, and you see just how little of a moment it takes right there with Denny Hamlin and Joey. Now, those are the accidents that we've seen. It doesn't take much for you get out of control. So anything you can have to help that grip.
And obviously surviving is the obvious for Chastain, but getting this track position, that's exactly what he needed. Well, I need to be able to utilize these tires, Mike, and now I have the track position. I have the advantage if I'm Ross Chastain.
Have we seen the last caution?
Oh, no.
Okay.
But I'm curious about Christopher Bell, because last year's winner has kind of sniffed around the top 5, but hasn't really been a force to win this race yet.
You know where he won that race from, the starting position last year? 32nd.
Okay.
You know where he started today? 32nd. Uh-oh. You might be right.
We've had a record number of lead changes for Echo Park Speedway, Atlanta Motor Speedway, 54 now, and counting. And we're not done.
Closing in then, Jack, what do you make of the race so far?
I think Chastain's the one that can really...
It's a classic. What else can I say?
Do you reckon we'll go to overtime? I know I joked earlier on about saying it, but do you reckon that's a possibility?
I would say yes.
Yeah. It's shaping up that way, isn't it? They don't want to give us a moment's peace. Can't even see my NASCAR notification on my iPad to bring it up to get the latest data. Come on, boys. All you've got to do is get in a couple of fixtures and then we're golden. Surely they can manage another 28 laps at best. Let's go back up to the box until we go green.
And I think that the big decisions come when you're 3 wide. Do you follow the guy that's taking the run and keep pushing him? Do you let him go on his own and push the guy in the middle? So it's really going to come down to who can make all those right decisions as we get towards the end. But we've seen Cindric, Blaney, Chastain, Elliott. We've seen all those guys. Christopher Bell won here last year. Logano's made those decisions. Bubba Wallace has been up front. So a lot of players in those top 8 cars.
Are you ready to go back to green flag running? We're gearing up for the restart once again. And stage 3 goes green once more over the line. Austin Cindric, he's on the high line. Ross Chastain on the low, trying to find in positions again as they can hold it in together. It's so far 2 by 2 by 2 on the back straightaway as they come through. Elliott's pushing the back of Chastain, Jack, as they come out. And watch out, look, Christopher Bell's got no one around him. He can't get any traction. He's in a loss of position.
Yeah, and Chastain battling now with Cindric for the race lead. Chastain last plate track victory, I'm pretty sure, came in 2022 at Talladega. Cindric, 2 of his, I think, 3 career wins have come on plate track. Cindric, also the son of Penske race strategist, I think for Scott McLaughlin, Tim Cindric, a very major figure in the organisation.
So Cindric now getting a push at the back, this time from Ryan Blaney. The sun beautifully glistening off the cars as they come out of Speedway 4.
That's beautiful, that is.
It's such a golden, rich, beautiful glow. That is beautiful, and it's flicking off the golden car of Austin
Not sure
Cindric.
the drivers will like it very much.
No, I wonder how many of them have prepared for this and might have had an extra, I wonder how many drivers had a visor strip put on to make sure that it was tinted, because not all of the drivers have their visors up during the normal day stage of the race and then pop it down when it gets into the night stage to a clear visor to minimise the sort of light reflection. I wonder if that's something they've done for a sunglasses approach. As Cindric goes straight into it, he gets a tap from the back of Ryan Blaney. They're 2 ahead at the moment because now we've got Christopher Bell. He's side by side on the inside line with Ross Chastain coming into it. So far, so good as they come come back. Elliott's dropping back though, Jack. Elliott's dropping back with the 38 on the inside line.
Yep, and you can see Logano trying to make some moves on Chastain as we see the sunset again. It blends in really nicely with that orange number 2 car. And Penske looking very strong. At this late stage of the race, there was a bit of contact there, actually.
And look at
between
Ryan
the 6
Preece.
and the 24.
Yeah, there's Ryan Preece making moves up as well. He's past the 24 as a result of that little drama that you just heard about. Keselowski gets right in the back and bumps the back of Joey Logano. JT, what did you make of that restart? And this is getting very tense indeed. There's a lot of power, and as you pointed out in our background chat, it is like Skyfall, this little thing, isn't it? It's a beautiful backdrop. It's beautiful. Made me giggle.
Why have the F1 sunset lap when you can have the NASCAR sunset lap? Good restart, bit contacty, but we are only 24 laps to go. It is about to get very, very spicy indeed. In fact, here is a replay on board with Keselowski with Logano in front, and there is the contact between Logano and Elliott.
Can't tell if there was a little touch of the wall there as well on the outside, so we'll keep that in contention as they roll in further back. Cindric still
Can I just say
closing in.
quickly?
Go on.
AT, you could have ended that sentence of why have F1?
Oh. Oh, that's a negative reaction.
Could have ended the sentence with why have F1?
Oh,
and you've got
hang
NASCAR.
Hang on, there's a spinner somewhere in the backstretch of Cindric's. Yeah, it's Logano. Logano's gone round in the same way as SVG, but he's going to come hopefully back on the circuit okay. He spins it up backwards and goes over the control line, rearwards. Caution comes out.
There, Kevin.
I think he got a shove from someone there coming out of the backstretch. Couldn't tell who, but he was very loose out of 4. I'll check on the replay camera. Tyres have gone down, so Joey Logano goes round. He was on board with Keselowski. Keselowski was knocking him, Jack, coming into Speedway 3 and 4. Take us through it. Hey, look, let's have a look. Yeah, there's Brad.
Well, that's Hocevar near him.
It's
so
Hocevar, tags him.
I'm going to assume that Hocevar had something to do with this.
The camera cut at the worst moment because it
How
cut away
have
when the
I
happens.
called that so perfectly? Hocevar sends round Logano.
Well done. That's the yellow flag coming back out then.
I look, Carson, I love you, mate, but you haven't got your reputation for nothing.
3 hours we've been running here, 3 hours. It really has been a complicated 3 hours, but I decided to also point something out. 8 cautions now on. Last race we had 10 back in the
I don't think he meant that on
race.
purpose, by the way. Just
No, Logano was very loose. He lost a lot of air from the side. I don't think that was his fault. I don't think that was anybody's
I
fault.
think it was all on Carson, but I don't think that Carson necessarily
meant it.
Did that on purpose.
Yeah, I'm with you on that front.
I know we're all quite cynical of debate.
Caution's out, keep it straight, keep it straight.
That was his. That's his radio. Go on, Jack. Go on, Jack.
I know we're all quite cynical of Carson, but I don't think he meant to turn.
Let's have a look. No, Logano's coming
Actually,
down.
wait a second. Logano comes down.
Logano comes down on him completely.
Logano came down there, and Carson, as soon as the contact's made, says, I ain't having that, and spins him around. That looked like Logano just came down, actually.
Let's take it a
Let's
look.
have a look.
Yeah, look.
Logano massively came down there.
Hocevar didn't do a thing. He was staying on line. That's all on. That's similar to earlier on when Larson came down on SVG.
Wow.
Logano did well to get that to a stop actually quite quickly. All on Logano that time by. Right, let's check in with Fox.
Track to block and misjudged, and the only difference is Joey Logano's going to get away with it. He's going to put some tires on this thing and start at the back of the field and still be able to fight another day.
I want to give a shout out to the best camera crew in all of live action sports because they've been out there in this 40-degree weather and 25 to 35 mile an hour winds all day long. You guys are the GOATs, and we appreciate the great views you've been giving us in what is not Chamber of Commerce weather. They had that here Friday. It was 80 degrees. Need I remind anybody?
There you go. Give us a wave to the cameraman.
But it's a tough one today. We're glad to bring it into your living room. 20 laps to go in Atlanta.
interesting race coming through at the moment. Sorry, JT, were you going to say something there on Talkback or TV? Sam, hello Sam. JBMotorsports, do you think all these spins are thanks to the wind as well? Getting pushed down and shoved? Jack, do you reckon the wind is causing issues at Turn 4? Because that's where most of the spins have been coming from. Yeah, it's definitely causing it.
Obviously, you know, aerodynamics are a vital part of racing.
Especially this generation of cars. They've been alright.
I mean, all generations,
Yeah.
realistically.
Oh, this has been even worse though, with the aero devices that have been on the side. They're a pain. They're a bit of a beep, aren't they, as well, coming into it. Right. Oh, there we go. Didn't know where that came from. It's got a very loud beep in my ears. I don't think you heard that over the radio. I think JT played a sound effect in my ear. It's 3 hours down. Just 19 laps to go. Auto Trader.
Kosovar has taken blame for the incident.
Oh, Carson. I feel like Carson gets beaten up a lot there. That was on Joey. That was not on Carson at all.
Carson came up to start off with.
But Logano came down more aggressively.
NASCAR Carson just said 3 sentences that we never expected to say this weekend. Kyle Busch and Carson Hocevar worked well together as teammates. Yeah, that's not on Hocevar. And Sheldon Creed wins.
Fair point. Right, let's head back to Fox then, in the setting sun here at Atlanta and the Echo Park Speedway. Taking a little bit longer, as they're still on commercial break. They haven't been so good with the timing today. Fox are changing their systems because they've gone full course, full screen commercial during this little break. Hopefully soon we'll have them back. 19 to go. That 242. Hocevar on that 1-3. Back to Fox.
18 laps to go. And if you think you know who the winner will be, well, look at this. The last 4 races at Echo Park Speedway, the last lead change happened with 1 or 2 laps to go. There are no certainties. Jamie, we got a new leader.
Yes, we do. New leader, Christopher Bell, and what a day it's been for him. Remember back to stage 1, he had damage on the right side in the rocker area. They brought him down. They had to look at that. They also had to swap out his steering wheel. It wasn't in alignment the way that he wants to see it, so they swapped that out. So he's had to battle from the back of the field. But the one good thing on the 20 side, he's been happy with that balance all day, and reporting to his team recently, he's really happy with that rear grip. So watch out. C. Bell, he went on to win 3 straight after this one.
Defending champion of this race, took the lead just prior to the caution flag. Coming out for Joey Logano's spin.
And remember that 23 car, Bubba Wallace, is kind of rebounding from a bad pit stop, and he's found the way back to the front. That car's been at the front all day long. Do not count him out. Make it 2 in a row for 23-11. OMJ.
Toyota.
Right, pace car off again. Are you ready, kids? Time to restart with 17 over the line. Green flag. We go racing once again here at Atlanta. Are we going to have a smooth restart? Christopher Bell, winner here last year, back in battle. Austin Cindric coming in. Watch out for Chase Elliott. He won this race back in June last year. But now Ryan Blaney giving it a bit of a push. A smooth restart on the back as they continue on the attack. I think Brad Keselowski's got a shot in this one, Jack, as well. Let's not kid ourselves about it. He has got an advantage at the front of that field.
A guy with a lot of plate track victories to his name, mainly at Talladega. He is sitting right now nearer the back, but I do think he has a genuine shot at this. Zane Smith, by the way, and Carson Hocevar both have worked their way up.
7th and 8th behind them.
Through the
Brad.
field.
Behind Brad to go into it. Bell leading. Watch out for Cindric, though, on that low line. The sun's just dipped below the speedway at turn 4, so the Atlanta setting sun's not going to be too much of an issue for anybody else. As big change from Ross Chastain, and look at Carson Hocevar. He too going through, swaps himself in between of Chastain and Blaney. That was very cheeky, and now tries to get a little bit of a toe. So the remaining cars in this field all bunching up together, and there goes Chastain giving a little bit of a kick to the back of Brad Keselowski. Byron trying to come down low. Elliott's just riding high in the Napa. They're all desperately trying to find out places, but with 14 to go, we're getting to the danger point. 14 at 30 seconds. That's 7 minutes of running we've got left. NASCAR drivers can barely behave themselves for 60 seconds, let alone another 7 minutes. The 17's going through. He's getting a toe off the 45. And, there's the 16. How's the 16 of AJ Allmendinger running in 14th position? And he gets sent up high as well, as now Bubba Wallace trying to go around the outside of Christopher Bell. And Bubba Wallace with the outside draft there, Jack, preparing for the end of this race. He got a lead across that line, and we're running four wide as Hocevar touches Keselowski, who touches Cindric, and also sent up high as well, coming into it, Ross Chastain. And now at the front, Wallace Bell. That's Hocevar still in the mix. What a little run there, Jack. And there was contact as they went 4 wide.
Yeah, I don't think that was on Carson there. It looked like Carson went for a move and Brad just turned down and didn't realise he was there.
No, it just a complete change of course once again. This little battle is just amazing. Always know when to go for an attack mode as they continue on once more. Really enjoying this battle, actually. Really enjoying this race. They've held it all together nicely. 11 to go. Now taking a look. Hocevar right behind Tyler Reddick. Zane Smith feeling racy. Look at Chastain. Makes it 3 wide. Takes that little dog leg on the inside. Bubba Wallace now clear ahead. Yeah, bold move indeed. Look at Chastain in the back of the 2 of Cindric. Anybody can win this race. This is what's getting more and more exciting.
Hocevar been forced to the inside there.
Oh no, not again.
And Chastain's going to go with him. No, he's not. He's sticking up. Is he going to come down though?
Byron nearly in the wall. 10.
He is.
Yeah, 10 to go. Wallace
like
leading
both
it.
of them.
He is. Look at Byron trying to go up high, getting ahead of Cindric.
Suarez gives Hocevar a big push there.
Reddick gave Bell a push out of 2. Now he's side by side with the race leader. Bubba tries to come over to defend. And now he's going down low to block Hocevar coming into 3. And that's bringing in...
successfully.
Look at Daniel Suarez. Are we on for another win from him? He won the 3,000th of a second race here as well in 2024. Is he on for another course win? This is getting quite exciting.
Well, it must have been a very short race if it was 3,000ths of a second.
It was the 4 at the line going into it.
I know, you called it the 3,000ths of a second race, so I was making a joke.
Well, to be fair, it may as well have been 3,000ths of a second. 3,000 separated the top 4 at the line. Absolutely insane. There's Michael Jordan. The trophy picture seen all around the world. If I had a dime for every time a picture of Michael Jordan hugging a trophy, I'd have 2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. Look at this. Again, Bubba Wallace staying ahead of the 20 of Bell. We are 3 wide though, 4, 5, 6 at the back, down. This is getting quite insane. We're 4 wide. The 19 is side by side with the 6 and the 60. And right out there, Chase Elliott was in that mix. 4 wide through turn 4 in Atlanta. 7 laps to go. 4 wide now through turn 1. Wow, contact! Bang, bang! Cindric hitting the side of Byron, using him as a battery. How does anyone? Because look, we've still got 4 wide now in the middle of the pack. 38. That's Allmendinger in there as well. And that's Keselowski in the mix. And Ryan Preece is getting a shove from guess who? Shane Van Gisbergen of all people. SVG starting to come in. Creeping up high. Ross Chastain blocks out William Byron as they come over the line. This is insane.
Are we not wrecking?
Are we actually seeing some competence? Whoa, that was a big one. Do you see that? The 19, Chad Briscoe went straight down. Hocevar blocked him. Didn't work out. Chastain's got a hole. He's now got ahead of the 45. Still 3 wide further back.
Chase.
Surely it's going to wreck soon. Surely they're going to wreck. Let's go to the comp box now then for 5 to go, because this is going to get quite exciting. Surely they're going to wreck at some point, Jack. They can't keep this together for that long. These guys are incapable of being this sensible. We're 4, now 5 nearly wide over the start line. Yeah, you heard me right. And now there's the contact.
Oh my God.
And again for the second time, Cindric gets loose. Off the back of SVG, he hits Keselowski and he still doesn't go round. I think there's a magnet.
Does Austin Cindric just have like a driving aid?
Look at Hocevar! Carson Hocevar coming in down low.
And we've cut away from it. Brilliant job, Fox.
Oh, well, we praised them after Daytona, but they're not having a great night there tonight, are they, at the moment? Hocevar has taken second position. Bubba Wallace is still the leader. And now Bell's... Oh, and Hocevar! He gets off the back bumper of Bubba. Goes up high. Can he swing round the outside of 1 and 2? Yes, he can. And Byron's in the wall.
Byron in the wall.
We stay green. We stay green. Byron's in the wall, but now he's dropping back. Now, Bubba's coming down low. Bubba's trying to have that inside. Oh, the yellow's out. Oh, they're wrecking. Logano again, the 42, the 51, the 34, Byron's gone around. Hamlin involved again, the 41 again, as I said. That's Byron's day done. Touched the wall coming out of turn 2. I think he had a flat jack. Rear suspension's broken as well. I think that caused it. Logano, well, if his day wasn't done now, it's definitely done.
Going to overtime.
Overtime it comes.
Going to overtime.
Yellow to go with 3.
I will say, Hocevar has been listed as 3rd place right now.
Look
that's
Cindric.
a very good position to be in.
Cindric.
That's big damage to Austin Dillon there.
First overtime of the year, and I caused it. Sorry about that, folks. I did say earlier
Yeah, well
on.
done, JB.
I did say, didn't I, that we'd probably go to overtime. Well, the largest in the Morgan & Morgan. You're going to need an insurance job after that one, aren't you? What a mess. How many are involved in that one? Cindric got involved. That's a shame.
Looked like Byron just got loose and hit the wall and then got a flat and spun out.
Here's the replay. Talk us through it, Jack. So this is alongside SVG.
I think he might have got a flat already. Yeah, look, he's slow.
He already hit the wall coming out of 2.
He'd already hit the wall, so he's slow. And I think he's just trying to come down. There's nothing he can do. And he hits Cindric. Takes out Cody Ware as well.
Hit in with the 34 as well of Gilliland. So
I don't really know what more he can do there.
I think he should have stayed up high. I don't know why he risked coming down low in front of the pack. I think JT's right. He said something was broke.
Pit road.
I think JT was right. He said that something was broken on the 24. I think he was trying to get down, but I didn't see his hand out the window saying, look, I need to get down here. So to everyone else, he just aggressively comes down. But he did. What we're not seeing from Fox here is that he did hit the wall coming out of turn 2, because I said it. He rode the exit curb, and then he just sort of dropped back. That's the reason we were looking at it. But Fox, in their esteemed wisdom, haven't shown us the replay. We praised their coverage of Daytona, but it's back to the usual rubbish when we get to Atlanta. We saw the problem, and we're not seeing the solution. Hello, everybody. Well, you join us here on JB Motorsports. Right, here we go again. So this is alongside with Reddick. Byron just drifts up out the back of the toe of Chastain, and something gets loose. I think JT was right. Something, either wind or something broke on the car, and he just gets loose middle of 2, Jack, and ends up in the wall, and then just drags it down. So 9 cars involved in that one. So the moderate one.
That makes it the moderate one. JT, you need to send me the whole scale so I can pin it.
Yeah, we need this scale. Understand what's what and who's where and how. What a battle. Let's head to Fox. Go on,
I've
Jack.
got a question quickly. What would Belgium 1998 come under?
The FIA are stupid. The David Coulthard effect. That's what it would come under.
It was 13 cars, I'm pretty sure. Well, it would have been 12. But then, was it Ricardo Rosset who just decided to go full speed into everybody?
And Tuero. Rosset. Well, Rosset has got a story and a half, that I'll tell you. I'll tell you what, actually. Ricardo Rosset in Monaco that same year drove into the grandstand. Literally, drove into the grandstand. He spun at the swimming pool chicane, and he drove in between the barrier between the 2 grandstands at the swimming pool. not big enough for a car, got stuck and had to red flag the session. And the team were that furious with him that by the time he got back, they had rearranged the letters on his moped. So Ricardo Rosset, I'll give you an idea of what he said. Actually, it's not a swear word, I can say it. They rearranged it to say tosser. I can say that because you can be a pancake tosser. So red flag! Red flag! We've red flagged the race. NASCAR have gone command red to clean the track so that they save enough fuel. So we have gone red flag after the moderate one here at Atlanta. Well, Jack, I think that's a sensible decision to stop the race, really, because we need to clean this up, and we're not going to do that in overtime. Second race running, we get a red flag. The drivers are stopped to the back straightaway. So red flag, race stopped. And of course now you can't do any of the battles for moving around. Oh well. JT, can we just get you on the audio? What did you make of that wreck? And well, who's now going to win this race as we're going to have a restart with a green-white checker for an overtime.
How badly damaged is Logano getting that again?
Should be okay if he's going to get into it.
Is he gone, or is he?
I think Logano might just get it. Byron had a tyre go down. That's why he slowed. Red is for cleanup. So confirmed. JT, you were right with what you called it.
Yeah.
Well, that is a shame. So I hope we end under daylight and not under the light. But the light's already starting to take over. As the race is suspended, all cars are stopped on the back at exit of turn 2 while they repair and clean up at back half of the straight and into speedway 3, or turn 3 in this case, with it not being a super speedway. But race suspended. We will go for a green-white checkered overtime restart. I think it's fair that they've delayed this one. Kind of had to in many respects as well. Big wreck, career-ending crash? No. Just there was a couple of acts. Well, Byron hit the wall, got loose and wrecked a couple of cars. Red flags out. Back to Fox. He'll tell you them all.
9 caution flags already today. Early in stage 2, Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry get caught up and knocked out of the race. Lap 104. 7 cars pile up, beginning with Riley Herbst and Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch has to lift, comes up the racetrack, gets a bump from Noah Gragson. He's out of the race. Kyle Larson goes down the track, bumps into Shane Van Gisbergen, into the outside wall and out of the race. Denny Hamlin gets swirled up here and then turned in front of the field. They pile up behind him. Then William Byron appears to have a tire go down, gets up and into the wall, and as he slides back through the field, tries to get down the track. Carnage ensues. Here's who's involved in the latest crash at lap 257. And as we get ready to go to overtime, here's Jamie.
Well, 2:23.11 cars still in the hunt here, first and fourth. You win the Daytona 500 last week. Now you got 2 cars still in the hunt. How fun is it to be Michael Jordan right now?
Well, it's fun to be a part of 2311. I mean, obviously I'm a part of that as well, but the guys are really doing well. They really fighting it, trying to get us to win, and you know, we still have 2 chances right now, so let's see what happens, hopefully.
All right, we were talking and said, where did Reddick come from? How does he even stop a chance?
I have no idea. Last I looked at it, he was 18th or 20th, and I'm saying, well, okay, let's just finish the race. You know, DNF is what we don't want. And here he comes fighting to the front. So, I mean, he's operating with the deficit with his car, but he's there that he can help Bubba if he needs to and possibly win. So let's see what happens. Hopefully he can pull it off.
Well, I love that you're still out here because it's about 38 degrees right now. The wind's blowing. Chicago weather, right?
Yeah, I'm so hyped. I don't even feel the cold right now. Yeah, if I'm gonna stay out here, we might as well go ahead and win.
All right, well, you just stay right here. We'll see what happens. Good luck.
You're right here. I'm not leaving.
Might as well go ahead and win.
Well, Jamie, there's a good chance that Michael Jordan will leave with both of his cars atop the point standings as we head for COTA. All right, here's Carson Hocevar.
Get with Bubba, shake and bake. Let him know it'll be in him if it works. Otherwise, I will take the front row and go to Ross and say shake and bake. Because look behind him, it's Daniel. He's not going to leave him, so he's got to stick with me. Copy that.
Somebody's watched Talladega Nights a few times.
Well, he's definitely politicking to try to put those cars behind him, but I got some good news and bad news. Good news, they might stick with him for a little bit. Bad news is
it's going to be for a little bit.
Yeah.
They call him the Hurricane. I mean, things happen right around wherever he is because he's a driver that will not hesitate to make the bold move like this one. Whoa.
Yeah, and there was another one, too, where he went up the racetrack to take the lead, kind of faked left, went right.
Well, he bounced off the side of that 2 car once, getting into turn 1. And the 6.
Yeah. Well, he's just willing.
And we've been 2 laps down. Don't forget that.
Cole Custer's view of, ouch, what happened there. Now, William Byron, there's Byron's 24, that started all that, checked and released at the Infield Care Center.
That car has experienced just pretty much everything a day can throw at you in NASCAR. The window, by the way, we lost the window at one point.
Oh, I didn't know if you were talking about the 77 or the 45. 45's got no front fender. That one's been through a lot too, but not as much as Hocevar.
Well, let's talk tires as we get to the end of this because Hocevar and Reddick and Suarez had better tires than the cars they were racing against. But now that we've had this red flag and everything's kind of cooled off, will there be an advantage to those tires or not?
I think so. But the other 2 have the advantage of clean air.
Yeah, and I think that those sticker tires usually they're usually better when you don't put a cycle on them. So usually when the tires cycle, you kind of lose some of that advantage because now everybody's tires are cooling down sitting here under this red flag. So I think that the tire situation, I don't know, Clint.
You're not wrong.
I think it evens out a little bit as we sit here longer and longer.
Well, in the last 10 races on drafting tracks, we have not had a repeat winner. There they are, going all the way back to the summer race at Daytona. And a lot of those have been really wild finishes. The last 7 drafting track races have had a pass for the win on the final lap. 6 out of 8 since the repave here in the final 2 laps. And of course, that big 3 wide record-setting closest 3-car finish in NASCAR history was right here.
Let's go back and see what happened to the 24. Major contact. The right front looked to me as if it was, maybe is the left front down right there?
It looks soft.
It does
right
look soft right there. The left rear doesn't look very good either.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
So William Byron, per Bob Pockris of Fox Sports, Byron told him, I just got loose. I did not have a tire going down. He did not feel.
What? You want to try Hocevar and see what shake and bake?
Yeah, see what shake and bake is.
How about you, Carson Hocevar, Boyer and the boys up in the booth? You got me?
Yeah, man, I got you.
Buddy, you've seen it all today. Holy cow, what a wild race. But take me back, we was listening. What is this shake and bake that we're talking about?
I mean, I don't really even know what I'm saying half the time, but I think ultimately, you know, I don't have a lot of friends out here, so if I can have my spotter go down and say a TV slogan, maybe they'll actually push me, you know, because that kind of that refers to.
You think that helps you a little bit in this scenario? I mean, it's every man for himself now. Not having any friends out there, you don't have to worry about that, right?
I think so. I think this track tends to reward that somewhat sometimes. So there's a lot of times you got to fill a hole real quick, and you know, very rarely do you ever get two. So it's tough to tango when the holes are so tight right there.
Well, you were my pick. Ran good. You were a smart race in the truck race. I think it's your turn. Let's go see what you got.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Carson Hocevar will line up third when they come to the choose, behind the Toyotas of Wallace and Bell. So in the top 10, 4 Chevrolets, 2 Fords, and the rest are Toyotas. These are the only cars that don't have crash damage today.
Well, at Daytona, we only had one car all week with Josh Berry from the qualifying races all the way through the Sunday race that didn't hit anything. So we thought that the trend would continue as far as the aggression, just because of the style of race, and we knew this one would get wild, but it's not done getting wild yet, Mike.
No, 9 caution flags so far, and we're going to go to overtime. When they come around, they will complete the advertised distance of 260 laps, 400 miles.
Yeah, boys, now we're officially restarted. Pit road is open this time by. JT's talking to me about it. But no one's going for it at the moment. They'll all stay there. So not involved in a wreck today. Chastain, Keselowski, Suarez, Elliott, Ty Dillon, Blaney, Briscoe, Wallace, Yelly, and Ryan Preece. That's mad, isn't it, JT? As well, coming into it. And Jack, that's just mental. Elliott stops now. Pit road.
You want to line up behind Bubba Wallace or alongside him?
Ooh, that's a
well.
That's
what
a
it's
tough
going to do
question.
in your mirror. It'll put, you know, looking at Reddick. You know, that's the other Toyota right there. I mean, that's the scenario that I'm looking at. Is I think I want to go to the outside right behind him.
Yeah, the only thing that opens up is Hocevar being on the front row and being.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to. That's going to force your hand, isn't it, Kevin?
I think you're going to have to deal with Hocevar whether you put him behind you or beside you. So
you're going to have to do it.
Yeah.
So you think the Toyotas will line up side by side?
I almost think they have to.
As a defensive position. And then does the advantage go to whichever Toyota has Reddick behind him?
Well, I mean, look back. You're going to have 3 of them stacked up on the outside. Well, we'll see what Chastain does.
I'm concerned about Reddick tucked up right behind me with no right front fender. That's my big concern about Reddick. We saw his speed. We don't know if that's from tires. Heck, it could be from the right front fender missing. I don't know, but I've never seen that.
You need a pusher. I don't need somebody to be pushed, and that right front fender missing only helps that scenario. But I mean, look at the damage down low. You see where they fixed that at the splitter and the nose where that is down low. That's so important, and they've got all that sealed up and taken care of.
But right there where it says Camry, that's what you want. Is you want that flat face of that bumper to push with. That's the important part.
I'm with you, Mike. I don't have a choice on the right front fender, Kevin.
I mean, this could work out a million different ways, and I think that the other thing is you want to try to control it as quick as you can. So if you don't take the front row and you're not even because you didn't take the front row and you're the second place guy and you come to the white flag and the caution comes out and you lose the race because you're the pusher. So I don't know. I mean, I think you could see either scenario work out in your favor. It just depends on how it all forms up behind you and who can push the best.
All right.
Here we go. Right, Jack, what do you think we're going to see? Bubba Wallace, Bell, Hocevar? I think, really, we've got an option for a great little race battle here. What do you think?
We got an option for a big battle for a win. We got a great load of drivers here. Shane Van Gisbergen could get a top 10 on an O. hopeful.
Pit road.
Dean Smith maybe could take Husama, who got so close last year. Maybe he's in with a shot.
I think this could be a very exciting run. JT, I don't know if you've got a mic on anywhere near us, but what do you think of that matter?
This is going to be a classic Atlanta finish, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 wide, photo finish, you know, all going nuts. Joshua's voice going all over. JT screaming in my ear that there's a wreck behind them. Jack going, what a finish! Oh, something along the line. This is going to be fun. Stand by for good racing. Are they coming to the choose this time by? I can't quite tell over the line. Pit road coming through. As then choose next time by at the moment on the run. We still hold it back.
Talladega Nights. All right. Shake and Bake.
Shake and Bake.
Ricky Bobby wins. Cal Naughton Jr. is second. That's Shake and Bake. And of course, at the end of the movie, it turns out differently, and everybody's happy. But Shake and Bake.
You do know he bought the house, right? I mean, you do know this.
Stop it. Hurricane Hocevar. Wherever he goes, it's going to be interesting.
Well, and he's going to be aggressive, and all he wants to do is win a race, and he's willing to sacrifice his car. He's willing to take a chance, and
yes,
that's what makes him exciting.
Well, Clint, you said it earlier. The two most aggressive drivers in this race are currently 3rd and 5th, Hocevar and Chastain.
Make no mistake about it. This is overtime. I just told you, I want to be leading at the white flag. I said this leading in after that last pit stop sequence. This 23 car, he's very good at...
Question in for the chat from Bob. Will the 4-tire stop help anybody? Jack, what do you think? I think yes. Because you have... Well, really?
Who did everyone come in, or not everyone?
JT's got the information on the chart. He can probably tell us a bit more.
It would help the people who came in, but maybe it depends how many.
Hunter came in, Custer and Bowman, Elliott, Kozlowski, Nemechek, Hamlin, Gregson. They came out. They came in before the red flag.
They need another overtime if it's going to help them.
Because the tyres won't be up to temperature yet, will they?
No.
Green, white, checkered. 4 to go this time by. We're still on the run.
I mean, oh, we got contenders. But who is going to be the winner? Will it be one of Coach Gibbs' Toyotas?
He's seen a bunch of them, hasn't he?
Will it be Spire? Will it be Trackhouse? Will it be RFK? What a lot of organizations in the top 10 right now. Let's have a look at those finishes from yesterday. Pretty exciting. Rowdy Bush returns to the Truck Series to steal all the kids' candy. Here he goes in the number 7.
Well, he's done that quite a few times here. Put himself up front. Got himself, I believe, his 9th victory here at Atlanta.
And the first thing he said when he got out of that truck, thank you, Carson Hocevar.
And then there's Austin Hill going to the bottom and taking the lead. He is the best on these drafting tracks of the drivers in this series. But he gets a bump from Ross Chastain and Sheldon Creed. After 15 second place finishes, Creed picks up his first ever victory in the...
So, Jack, taking a look at the screen, who's got lining up for their first ever win? Who do you think who's got it on the line?
I am gonna go with my original pick, and I'm gonna say Chase Briscoe gets it.
Briscoe looking for a win in the 19. Return it up to victory lane for the first time in a while, actually.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't even see the choose cone, to be honest. There's so many tyre marks.
Now that I look, since this channel has the best time, Hocevar has the fastest time of all those guys. Yeah, hasn't wrecked either. The fans are lighting up their phone torches. It feels like it is the early 2000s again, doesn't it? We're going to have a real blowout to the line. Toyota looks strong. Do you want to see that? What about SVG running in 9th place on the high line?
Not a win. Not a win.
And if SVG somehow comes through to win this?
I guess we're all booking a holiday to New Zealand, aren't we?
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's his best. It's going to be one of his best results again on an oval. And he's getting better and better. That win is coming this year for SVG. Here we go. Bubba Wallace and Christopher Bell, row 1. Hocevar and Reddick, row 2. Here we go then, folks. Strap yourselves in. Hold on to the chair. Put the cup of tea down. Put the beer down. Put the snacks down. Clear your throat. You don't want to be choking. It's time for overtime. Green, white, checkered in effect. Green flag falls. We are racing for overtime at the Auto Trader 400. A few cars slow away at the back there. Oh, wrecked again! And the caution's out. Bell's gone in the wall. Bell went in the wall straight away. Coming through turn 1. Gets hooked to the back. Slams in the wall. He'll continue on. Bubba still leading. Hocevar's gone up to second. And, well, Christopher Bell, who won here this time last year under caution, he is out of the race. We go back to the overtime caution. Well, Jack, that was anticlimactic.
That looked like some contact with Hocevar.
Oh.
I don't know who was in the lead. Hocevar's contesting this.
Right, moment of caution.
It looked like Hocevar went for a gap he really should never have gone for.
Let's have a look. Hocevar goes through. Well, yeah, he does. Bubba's clearly the leader.
Into that.
Bubba clearly. Hocevar, well, Hocevar hits the back of Bubba as well. But who shoves Hocevar into that little melee? Is the 19? No, it's Chastain. Chastain hits Hocevar in the center. Go on.
Yeah. Gee.
That's a
at the
mess.
very least, there's only one car. It's one car at the very least. But yeah, that's not the smartest move from Carson and Ross. But hey, it's the two most aggressive drivers on the racetrack. What did you expect?
That's fair. Oh, it's a melee mess once again. Let's go to Fox. Overtime resets itself now. Well, you said, well, to be fair, Jack, you said about the guys who came into the pit box for 4 new tyres. They needed another overtime. They've got it.
Yep, there you go.
This is such a tricky move.
You see it kind of open up right there.
Chastain hits the back, but Hocevar tried to go through the centre. He tried to split Bubba and Bell out the way. It didn't work. I think Hocevar has to hold his hand up to that one, really. Radio.
Yeah, very, very
Watching him inside. What an idiot. Caution's out.
Bell's
there wasn't even
yeah.
a hole. He just drove at the left rear of you.
Okay, Jack, what do you make of that one? As we heard
very dumb move from Carson there. Very, very stupid move there.
Pit road.
Then again,
you
don't care about making enemies.
Trying to win a race. Let's go back to Fox.
I told you he's going to be aggressive.
We knew he was going to
Countdown
be aggressive,
on.
and he's still there, by the way.
And free passes. So free pass is coming through, and it's going to be Joey Logano back on the lead lap now.
He doesn't apologize for it either. Right? We were talking to him on the radio. He's just like, hey, this is how I drive. This is what I do. You don't like it, I'm okay with that. And it's great for us to watch. Keeps it intriguing.
Yep.
And he is on the gas all the time and going forward. So it's definitely a balancing act as to what's too far, and sometimes things like that happen when you take a chance and it doesn't work out.
14 cars have crashed out of this race. This is one of the highest levels of attrition we've seen, I think, in the last couple of seasons.
Well, what's we now? Caution 10. We match what we did last
and with
year.
2 super speedway races in a row, going from Daytona, you got qualifying races, and then you have this race, another super speedway race. It definitely, you can pile some cars up. If you wrecked one in the qualifying race and the Daytona 500, you're most likely on the list of wrecked cars today as well. So I mean, you
bury yourself in points too, Kevin.
In points and 3 cars into the hole.
Now Christopher Bell has made repairs. He's still running. He's back out on track.
Here we go.
Okay.
The choose.
On the tail end
of the choose we come.
So we're going to choose again.
Going to put those Chevrolets on the outside. Toyota's on the bottom.
Well, we did not.
We
see
try
Tyler
again this
Reddick
time by.
Get going very good last time, and now you see 3 Chevrolets and 3 Toyotas again. But That 45 car did not get going with that 23 last time to be a test time to be attached to his bumper.
But this is the matchup you want, because each of the drivers in those three positions, in both of those lanes, now know what to expect, because they've got a friendly in front, behind, and in the rocking chair, at least to start.
In theory, yeah.
Okay, getting ready for another restart then to come into it. Let's stay on Combox Cam as the full screen is having a little bit of a glitch. Seth Eggert says this is the third time that Echo Park Speedway has had 2 overtime attempts coming through. What do you think, Jack, as he come round? Could Bubba hold on for this, or is Josefar going to go to him as well?
We'll have to have a look. I am sticking with Chase Briscoe as my pick.
Oh, this has got to be the last one. We have got to go for a green. Let's go for it then. Pace car peels down pit road. Bubba Wallace is low. Carson Hocevar is high. Behind Reddick, then Chastain in that order. The green flag falls, and we are overtime again. Can we make it any more this time? Well, we're through the triangle this time at least, and we're into turn 1 and 2. Bubba's on the low line. Then coming up high comes Carson Hocevar. Little wiggle from Tyler Reddick as he goes for 2 in a row. And then the 19 is side by side with the 1. Down the back straightaway. Up high comes Bubba Wallace. He blocks off Hocevar. Hocevar tries to go down low, pushed by Chastain. But it's Tyler Reddick who has taken the lead of the race. Can he go back to back? He's battling with Hocevar. The white flag is in the air as Hocevar is literally punching the side of Reddick as they come through. But here comes Briscoe. He goes up. Bubba's touched the wall with Hocevar. And now Hocevar cuts down in front of the 7. Watch him as he comes back. And watch Shane Van Gisbergen. SVG's right there. Can he do it? Oh my God, he's coming down low. He's going to be side by side of the line. SVG tries to go up high. Here comes the 77 of Hocevar. But for 2 weeks running, the Daytona 500 winner is also the Atlanta winner. Tyler Reddick wins again. Briscoe is second. Hocevar third. No, Chastain third, Hocevar fourth, Suarez fifth, and Shane Van Gisbergen comes home in 6th place. 0.4 separate the top 6, and that puts an end to anybody who says an SVG can't race. But the 45 team dominate at Daytona, and they dominate here at Atlanta. Tyler Reddick goes 2 in a row, Jack.
2 in a row, baby, 2 in a row. Never doubt Tyler Reddick.
Wow.
Once Bubba got out of it, once I saw Reddick clear at turn 2, I just knew he had that. I didn't think Briscoe would go for the move. He's playing for points.
Yeah. Let's hear from Michael. He's with Jamie.
I can't say anything. Tyler did an unbelievable job. I mean, both teams did an unbelievable job. And look, I wanted one of them to win. You know, I feel bad for Bubba, obviously, because he had an unbelievable day, but Tyler drove his ass off. And I'm very happy for Tyler. I'm very happy for 2311.
MJ, I know you've watched this sport your whole life, but how fun is it to be here and be winning at this level in NASCAR?
I mean, you know, the guys worked hard all summer, you know, and I know we had our little ordeal, but they never gave up. They kept working hard, and this is the fruit of their labor. You know, they put forth the effort, and, you know, for us to come out and win the first 2 races says a lot about our whole team. Congratulations. Thank you.
Tyler Reddick now leads on 125 points in the current standings from Bubba Wallace on 85. 2311 have gone from the winter of discontent to being 1-2 in the championship after the opening 2 races. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing. And he's got damage, remember, and he still won it here as he reverses over the line with smoke show going on. That was amazing.
Hey, not one of the big 3. None of the big 3 won yet so far in Cat 2. Reddick, all him so far, and Tyler Reddick, winner at Atlanta. Let me check to see. And Michael Jordan is heading out onto the track right now.
We've got a front straight interview coming up shortly as well as they bang out Tyler Reddick. He's a winner again. Daytona to Atlanta. 23:11 at the 11th hour, clinching again. Let's head down for the interview.
Tyler Reddick will leave here as the point leader, with Bubba Wallace second in the standings. What a start to the season for 23:11.
Make it to Tyler! Let's go!
It's still surreal for me to sit there and see this man down here at a NASCAR and celebrate his team's winning of a NASCAR race. It really is.
Here's Regan Smith.
Well, for the Tyler Reddick going to grab the checkered flag for the second week in a row. We see Tyler taking a look at the right front of his race car. There's no fender there, Tyler. How did you find a way with this beat-up race car to go back-to-back 2 weeks in a row?
I mean, that's crazy, ain't it? How about that? Echo Park Speedway. I mean, this place, over the years, man, you know, it just puts on some amazing racing. And handling matters here, but, man, I don't know. I guess determination always handling, but thank you, everybody, for coming out. I mean, it's cold. Just cheers to everyone here. Y'all motivate us to pull off some crazy stuff like that.
You restarted in third on the final restart and looked like maybe you were going to be content to push your teammate Bubba Wallace to the win there. He moves to the top side when it opened up. Did you think this car was going to have enough with the damage to keep it up there?
Man, I really didn't know. You know, we were back there in 30th after we got collected with the 11, and it was definitely really loose, and we were able to make a little bit of adjustment on it with the error and whatnot, and I don't know. I mean, they just kept stacking up in the middle and top lanes, and I just found a way to kind of get back in the top 5, and yeah, you know, I tried to stay committed to somebody, and I don't know, I didn't really have a choice. I had to find out if it was going to go out clean air like that.
Congratulations, Tyler Reddick wins at Echo Park Speedway.
JT's got news saying that it's the 6th time ever it's been done as the double. Let's go over to
But
back
how
to
do you
Bubba Wallace.
process this finish, which was still very good?
Yeah, I'm just pumped that Toyota still got to victory lane. I need to go back and see. I didn't think I moved up that much to allow, you know, to put myself up top of 3. So unfortunate, but man, what a race car we had today. You know who I learned a lot from? It was Raja yesterday. He had a bad fast car, and he finished second at first stage and won the second stage just like me. And I was like, this car is so fast. Don't do anything to jeopardize a good finish. And I hate that we didn't get the win, but all in all, appreciate Xfinity. Man, what could have been? Go on to Coda. Pray for me there. We'll have some fun. Thanks, Bubba.
Jamie?
Well, Carson Hocevar, Mike Joy called you Hurricane Hocevar. I call you Mr. Excitement. So close to your first career win there, Carson. Take me through that last lap and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I joked, yeah, being walked up. For our luck last year, I was like, well, if we just raced to like the Busch Series length races, like stage 2 basically, we'd be really good. And then it kind of goes to hell in a handbasket. But now I guess we're really, really good this year at just getting to the white flag leading. Yeah, I went over to Briscoe and I just kind of laughed. I thought it was a great spot, being on top and everything. And then I look in my mirror and I'm like, all right, perfect. He's going to come to me. And they start going left. And I was confused for a second, and then I looked to my left and I realized there was another Toyota, and I was like, oh, he's not going to push me. So, yeah, just happy with the Spectrum car. Yeah, our car's really fast to go from 2 laps down to get stage points and then finish 4th. That's good points for us. Yeah, I mean, I was taking every run. I don't know. I'm sure I owe people apologies. But I think we're all going for spaces and runs and everything. And, yeah, luckily, you know, all 4 tires were straight. My toe was knocked out. But it still was pretty fast and, you know, able to finish 4th there. So pretty excited for our start of the year. Now I'm going to go mess up a little bit on the road course, you know, not be a total front contender, and then hopefully get back going, you know, this up front type of deal at Phoenix.
Well done. Mike?
12 cars finished within 1 second of the winner. That's Tyler Reddick's son, Bo. Congratulates him.
Well, let's take a look at this winning combination. You see Bubba Wallace, he talked about the decision that he had going down the back chute off of turn 2. He's got a decision to make. Big run coming on the outside, pulls up to block, open the door up too much for Hocevar to shoot that middle. But look how, see his that 2-horse battle on the outside. Now all Briscoe has to do is choose the right manufacturer, pushes him right off into the sunset. It's that simple.
That's exactly what it came down to right there, was just the choice. As you see,
that should have been a wreck.
Yeah,
right
Hocevar
there.
go up and block the 23, winds up getting himself back down in a hole right there in 5th. But ultimately, Chase Briscoe's decision to push the 45 car was the only decision that he had, and then there's nothing else that materializes right here as the cars are just nose to tail, get tight going in the corner, get spaced out, and Tyler Reddick drives off into the sunset with no right front fender.
Big move there by Chastain to come up for 3rd, and a nice run for Van Gisbergen on a super.
You know, next week he's chomping at the bit.
He should be fine next week. I would say he'll do okay.
You think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think he'll be all right.
I'm looking forward to next week. You just heard a lot of these drivers concerned about next week. Hocevar, he's already wrote himself off. Don't count on that guy.
When I go back right there, I see what Bubba is talking about on that block. He went too high, and he left that middle lane open, left himself exposed right there to let Hocevar get to his left rear. Ultimately, he needed to go up 1 lane, but I truly think if he only goes up 1 lane, Hocevar just tries to go around the outside.
100%.
He's not waiting on him, and then he's stuck in the middle. And you heard Hocevar say it there in his interview. He's like, I was taking every run. I'm sure there's a lot of people that I need to apologize to, but in the end, Tyler Reddick wins.
Tyler Reddick starts the season off with back-to-back wins. More from Atlanta after this.
Faster and stronger for longer. That's the 2311 motto at this point, Jack. What an absolutely amazing run. They've done it 2 in a row. And now, Reddick and, Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace, they are 1-2 in the top of the standings.
And isn't it amazing that 2311 have won the first 2 races after the lawsuit?
Oh. And Denny
That's
Hamlin's,
hilarious to me.
And Denny Hamlin's own loss as well. How great is that? Just to say, look, they're all building, and it's not going to be, a magic fix. Nothing ever will be a magic fix, but it's good news stories that just will give them a little bit of motivation and that little bit more boost.
Yeah, I just love seeing it. My favourite driver, man. We spent a year without a win last year. 2 wins to start off the year. Sheldon Creed winning yesterday. Overall, been a pretty solid weekend for myself.
Well, I believe that might be it for Premier Sports, because I don't think they're going to go through anything else at the moment. So we'll go through the results in total for you. Tyler Reddick is victorious by a 1/10 of a second to Chase Briscoe in second. Coincidentally, that is our biggest margin, I believe, looking at that. Yes, it is. Chase Elliott, oh my God, are you ready for this? Chase Elliott won the last one in June on 0.168. We were 4 thousandths of a second faster this time by. Absolutely brilliant. So it's Tyler Reddick and then Chase Briscoe. Ross Chastain's 3rd. Carson Hocevar 4th. Daniel Suarez 5th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 6th. What a drive. Jack, just quick. He's going to win a race this year, isn't he, on a super speedway?
What? Hocevar?
No, Shane Van Gisbergen. He's going to win a race. On an oval.
You say that next weekend, Circuit of the Americas, so
that's true.
Prepare.
He'll probably win there. But I reckon
prepare yourself.
He'll win an oval. He'll definitely win an oval. Zane Smith, an impressive 7th. Bubba Wallace dropped to 8th. Ryan Preece 9th. And Ryan Blaney, the top 10. Chase Elliott is 11th. AJ Allmendinger in 12th. Denny Hamlin 13th. Noah Gragson 14th. Chris Buescher 15th. Ty Dillon 16th. Brad Keselowski in 17th. Joey Logano 18th. John Hunter Nemechek 19th. Michael McDowell in 20th. Christopher Bell 21st. Cole Custer 22nd. Alex Bowman in 23rd. Eric Jones 24th. From this point onwards, by the way, from Cole Custer down, they were the only ones to finish on the lead laps in terms of they were 1 and 2 laps down. Out of the race, Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric, Cody Ware, William Byron, Austin Dillon, Connor Zilic, JJ Yellowly, Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst finished but 114 laps down. Kyle Busch was out, BJ McLeod out, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Gibbs, and Josh Berry all retired from that run. So officially only 25 finished, but 24 officially on the board. Right, okay, final words. Jack, what did you make of that one in your final thoughts?
It's another Atlanta Classic. What else can I say other than that? Another brilliant race, another Tyler Reddick win. Overall, I would say a pretty good day.
Pretty good day. It's 20 past 12 here in the UK, by the way. We are all knackered after going for so long on a very, very long weekend. JT, bring you up in the booth now. What do you make of that one then from another great weekend?
First of all, I've got a question for Al. Does a back-to-back Reddick win heal the 4-1 defeat and a possible relegation?
No, it does not, but it definitely helps. I will say, I will add to you quickly, Tyler Reddick's got 10 different wins on 10 different tracks now.
Absolutely. Shall we do interview before my final thoughts? Yeah, we've got
an interview. Let's go down.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I felt like I was doing everything that I could, and even all the situations that happened, like everything kind of worked out in my favor. I just could never get a big enough run down the straightaway to really do anything with our Bass Pro Shops Tracker Toyota. So, yeah, I was able to obviously push the 45 to the win. Wish I would have been able to have a little bit bigger run to take it 3 wide and try to take the lead, but I just couldn't do it for whatever reason. That was let's say the one thing that our car kind of lacked all day was just the straightaway speed. It drove really good, and I could slow down the straightaways. So, yeah, not sure really what else I could have done truthfully, but still a great result. And yeah, we'll go on to Coda next week and see if we can be one spot better.
We start 34th in the race, and like you mentioned, you guys battled all day until you got yourselves to the front. But what are days like this for your team? How much confidence does that give when you don't have the starting position, you don't have the car you want, but you still get a good result?
Yeah, I think it says a lot about our team. Obviously, you know, we're fast enough to where we can drive through the field, right? And even with all the adversity that kind of happens on pit road when you start that far back, you don't get a very good pit stall selection. It just buries you kind of all day long. You get track position, you have a bad pit stop because you're trapped in. So I thought we did everything right. Like I said, our Bass Pro Shops Tracker Toyota just drove really, really good, and it allowed me to make moves up to the field. So yeah, happy with the result. We're back in the chase. We were 37th in points going into today. So yeah, see if we can do a little bit better next week.
Chase Briscoe comes home second. Regan?
Ross Chastain was in third place right behind Chase Briscoe, and looked like maybe as you guys were coming off of turn 2 that you guys might be able to get a run to materialize into turn 3. What more did you need for that to happen?
Yeah, it all, I think, kind of went wrong. We don't have to look. Jeez. 19's running us over. That's not so unnecessary. No, that last run, I was committed to the 77, and as we on the restart, we didn't quite have the push from the 7 behind us, or maybe behind him, and so they got clear. But I pushed the 77, I pushed Carson through middle, down the back to the lead, and sacrificed myself tight. So it was kind of over for us then. And then down the back, 45, Tyler had another gear. It was no fender, and he pulled us so fast. The 19 was tandem to me. I felt like off of 2, and we never had anything. So I felt like the 19, whether he meant to or not, backed up to me, but. No chance at that point. And the rest of the night for our Wendy Chevy, Regan, we were just too tight and just needed to have a little more front turn. There was times I was too loose though, so we're right on the edge and need a little more forgiveness in our Trackhouse Chevy.
You have a night like tonight where you end up with a good result from it. Second week working with new crew chief Brandon McSwain. How nice is that to be able to build off as we go into Coda next weekend?
Yeah, it's great. We cleaned up our fuel stuff that we had some issues with just in our how we were describing it to each other at Daytona, and we're on the same page definitely all night tonight. Not that we ever got to the end of a fuel window, but we were very aware throughout the race. And then yeah, we toyed with early in the race of stopping, working on the car, taking our time, and coming out last. And maybe we should have, but we kept cycling forward, and it's really hard to give up track position. So fresh tires meant something, so thank you to Goodyear for continuing to evolve these Cup tires. This place, we've talked off air, I was wrong. I think you'll agree. We were wrong about the reconfiguration. Hats off to SMI for Echo Park Speedway.
Nice job, Ross. Thanks. Josh?
Cheers down there. Okay, right, JT, if you've got us I don't know. He's gone deaf, and yes, he does. JT, you have the points after the opening 2 races. Give us a rundown there, and then give us your final thoughts.
Absolutely. Here is your points for after Atlanta. Matthew, I see that you have just joined us, so I am sending you a link. There you go. Tyler Reddick, 125 points is your leader. It's a 20-11 top 2 with Bubba Wallace, 85 in the 23 car, 40 behind Tyler Reddick. Third, Chase Elliott with 81 points. Fourth, Carson Hostfar with 74 points. Zane Smith, 5th with 71 points. Joe Logano, 6th with 68 points. Daniel Sawyers, 7th. Ryan Blaney, 8th, both with 67 points. Both with 61 points, Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski, 9th and 10th, respectively, round out the top 10 in points. Final thoughts, good, chaotic race. And, well, we didn't really, well, we did get a classic Atlanta finish, but not a close Atlanta finish. But Reddick is the 6th driver to do the first 2 back-to-back. First time since Matt Kenseth in 2009. Joins Marvin Panch, Bob Wellborn, David Pearson, Jeff Gordon, and Matt Kenseth. Average speed of that race, 118.99 miles per hour, JB.
Oh, just getting absolutely insane. Cheers, JT. Cheers, Jack. Matthew, I don't know if you want to say anything quickly. Pleasure to have you. How did you find that race out there, if you've got a microphone?
Yeah, it was kind of what Atlanta has been giving us since the reconfiguration in 2022. I think it's what a lot of people want to see from super speedway racing because of how different it is than Daytona and Talladega. There's more off-throttle time. That means there's more separation between the cars, which builds bigger runs. I think this is one of, if not the best racetrack on the schedule right now. It's up there with Kansas. It's up there with Homestead. And it was another fun race, and I mean, Tyler Reddick winning the first 2 races of the season, I would not have even given you a shot at that last week when he qualified 40th in single-car qualifying for the Daytona 500. He comes back to win that race, and he wins this race with not even a fender over the right front tire of the car. It was a typical Atlanta race, as we now know Atlanta to be.
I feel like this is turning into a bit of a Grid Network show, which is ironic because you'll be redirected after this to the Grid Wrap-Up show. Matt, hello, Matt White. What did you find of that one then? Did you enjoy that one?
No.
Matt, can you hear?
Popped in.
No idea if you can hear us or not, if you can talk or not.
There's no way. He wants to go to bed. It's after midnight.
Hi, Matt. Nice to have you. Well, anyway, thank you, Matthew, and I hope you both had a great call over on, what are we calling it nowadays? What's the
I don't know. We're just the channel.
The channel. Hope you had a great call on the channel.
I don't care anymore.
Simples. Right. Cheers, boys. See you next week then, when we are all going to sort of team up and have a great race, because next week we have got the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and the Cup Series. They're going to be at the Circuit of the Americas, but IndyCar is back next week, and down there at St. Petersburg, we are going to have the Craftsman's Truck Series race. So it's going to be a very interesting weekend, and we'll all team up together to bring you the coverage. What a fantastic race here at Atlanta. Tyler Reddick makes it 2 in a row. You'll be redirected now to the Grid Network post-race show. That'll get underway in around about an hour's time, so set the notification bell for that one. We'll see you in a week when both NASCAR and IndyCar return. Bye-bye.